If it's all right, I'll kick things off with some introductory comments and explanation, and then we'll dive in. We have quite a bit on our plate today. We call this strategic planning, but I would acknowledge that in our executive staff conversations, some point out to me this isn't really strategic planning, and they're probably right. If you look at a more typical approach to strategic planning, whether that's United Way, Greater Salina Community Foundation, or other communities, it's much more of a broader exercise, a broader conversation, and more aspirational type goal statements. And we've done that in the past. I'll touch on that in a minute. But I went out and looked at Lawrence, and I realize we're not Lawrence. Some commissioners remind me of that. But went out and looked at Lawrence as an example of their approach to strategic planning. And it's very it's an impressive document from a just appearance standpoint and how they approach it. But as an example, they have a mission statement of creating a community where all enjoy life and feel at home, a vision statement of supporting unmistakably vibrant community with innovative, equitable, transparent, and responsible local government, and a supporting value of character, competence, courage, collaboration, and commitment. That's representative of kind of an approach to strategic planning. We actually did that for years, bringing in a consultant. I don't know that we did it from a document appearance perspective as well as the Lawrence document maybe, but we brought in consultants on an annual basis. We do strategic planning, and then we had goals similar to those that we identified, and then we would require that as part of our staff reports, each item, and we had to, as staff, had to identify which goal it fit under. And so a few years back, the commissioners came to me and said, have you noticed everything we do is getting put under goal number 3 in our strategic plan, which was the city will provide the highest quality of services consistent with governing body direction, available resources, and staff commitment to quality. And a lot of those obviously did fit under that. But we had a conversation about whether that was working, whether that's what we wanted to do. We transitioned to a different consultant, kind of came out of that conversation again saying, this isn't really what we're looking for. So I say all that because I guess I would acknowledge maybe this isn't a strategic plan. This may be a really glorified to-do list or a work plan. And I wanted to give you that preface. I'm not prepared to pivot today, but if you want to give that some thought and give me feedback about whether we want to take a different approach, we certainly can do that. But what we have done in years past is at the staff level, we've tried to do a thorough inventory of everything that we have on our plate or that we wanted to offer up for the city commission's consideration. We then kind of went through that, took feedback from the city commission, added to that list, and then tried to poll the commission, okay, of all of this, what's a priority, and try to get some consensus about the big ticket items or the high priorities, and then things that may not be keeping with the direction that you want to provide as a city commission. So in this PowerPoint, we did a voting exercise, and again, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. There was a lot of support for a lot of things coming out of those conversations, but I've shared 2023 results with you just to kind of show what came out of those conversations as a starting point. And for a lot of departments, we identified consensus items. I was able to pull out of that. There's some things that rose to the top, and you'll see that most departments have consensus items. Utilities, there was just a lot more support for the work plan in general. I didn't pull out consensus items, but so there's a lot of detail here. I'm going to try to stay on time and give you an overview, understanding that feel free to stop us if you have questions about what any of these things mean as a topic or as a description. And then certainly want to give you an opportunity at the end of each departmental discussion to have some conversation and provide some direction. So I'll pause there. Any questions or feedback so far?
I guess Commissioner Davis isn't here, but we were involved years ago when we did it the other way, and I think this gives hopefully department heads a much better idea of where we want to move forward. Before, it seemed like we had consultants come in and we were getting all these flowery words like Lawrence has, and it made you feel good, but I don't know if it ever gave us a guidance as to where we really were headed the next year. So personally, I think this gives us a much better roadmap for where we're headed in the next year, 2 years, 3 years headed down the road.
That was kind of the feedback we got. I have to admit that that's kind of my style as well. I'm much more utilitarian, but we can certainly have this conversation. We can have follow-up conversation on, this level of things coming out of this, or if you want to talk about a different approach, we can do that as well. So, all right, Martha and I have talked a little bit, but I'll turn it over to her to give you a quick rundown of where things stand.
Most of my requirements come from EPA and KDHE and others that define what I have to do, at least in currently or in the near future. I try to plan ahead, so some of my discussion will be about that. And I'm just going to follow the slide presentation and just hit a couple items on each slide, and then hopefully if you have a question on it at a particular time or location, just ask me and I'll do my best to answer it. So I'm starting out with utility administration, which is kind of a group of people that do work for everybody, for lack of better terms. They help everyone in the department at some point in time. And my key issue there has really been trying to fill positions for probably 3+4 years. And we tried some outside individuals, not a lot of luck, so we chose to try to grow some within. This last year, we elevated to a superintendent position over 5 different work groups and gave them some new roles and responsibilities. And we're having some growing pains. We're trying to get everybody into that process, but it's a pretty big change for them. But we had one employee, Lonnie Hole, that was in that role pretty well, so he's doing well, and the other 4 are still working their way towards picking up all the goals that we have in mind. And we did switch to a separate maintenance group as opposed to mechanics at each facility, because we kept finding ourselves in a position we needed more people to do a certain job and borrowing. So we now have a maintenance group that's going to be set up to help with maintenance throughout our whole department. So and I would say, I think I have 61 or 62. It depends on whether Natalie calculates it or I do, total employees. And we hover around 40. Sometimes I got 39, sometimes I got 41. It just depends upon kind of the come and go. Right now we have 3 employees that we're planning on coming. I think 2 are definitely going to make it here. One's a couple, 3 weeks out, so hopefully we'll fill I'm going to get to 42, 43 here shortly, I hope. So that's kind of where we're at with that. We struggle a lot with getting people to show up for interviews or have a background that just wouldn't work out very well for us. We've had quite a bit of that here recently. So that's kind of where we're at there. Hope to fill some positions. Did try to hire a deputy director and was just having struggle finding one that would fit our requirements with an engineering license and help us with KDHE and so on. So we changed that now to, we're looking at a position with one that would be an assistant to me that would help with project management and an assistant with operations.
We used a recruitment firm to try to assist us in hiring a deputy and still weren't successful.
They're having trouble now finding candidates of very much level. And really, in my world, it's pretty typical. Supposedly about 10% of the workforce work in utilities and the engineering world, and then the rest are in some other type. So I've decided if you say 24/7 job on your applicant, that they have to meet those requirements. That's not user-friendly to some anymore. So trying to figure out a way to make changes to get people here. But unfortunately, we do treat water and wastewater and fix mains and sewer 24/7. So that makes it a call. So I'm going to stop there on this slide or I'll run out of time and Mike will be thumping me here in a minute. So the next slide talks about water supply. And I probably won't go into a lot of detail there, but basically this last year, I requested an evaluation of our entire downtown well field, all of our wells. And we had Lane from Wichita come out and they pump tested all of them and looked at the condition. Because I just didn't feel like we were kind of just picking a well and working on it. I thought we needed a better plan. So we've done that. And we worked in towards, instead of the vertical pumps with the building, we're now submersible type pumps where the pump's in the bottom and pushes the water up, and we're using a lot more user-friendly materials that don't corrode and give us problems short term. So we've tested them out at the South Wetter plant, so we're moving forward with that. So I think we got some progress there, and we're ready to, when we get the report from Lane, they're short of people, can you believe that? So we're about 2 months behind on getting her report, but we'll get it shortly, we're hoping. We'll move to the next one on water distribution. Probably spend a little bit of time here because I'm sure there's some interest. Currently, we're over on Bel Air, working on the water main replacement there and up on 3rd Street. So those are under construction. Then we'll move to a couple of other areas. We have a water line on Crawford that you're all familiar with that breaks all the time. It's in that project. So those will be coming into play. Project 2, about a month ago, went through City Commission. We got our railroad crossing, so we can go ahead and send that back to KDHE and we'll bid it. We're trying to match up with staff. We're fairly short in water distribution, so we're trying to match up with the availability of staff. We're trying to match all of the locates and water taps for all of these new housing and subdivisions. We are building houses, as Lauren has told you, on a pretty steady basis, and everybody needs a water and sewer connection. So staff's
They
busy.
locate fiber.
I just throw them all in.
Yeah,
I hate to
And
name
the
them.
commission's benefit of fiber, it generates a ton of workload for us.
And it regenerates it about every 2 weeks when it expires and they don't get done what they asked for, and we get to do it again. So it regenerates.
We may ask Jim Teutsch when he's here. I think he's our most knowledgeable on that, but he's back in the back of his head, shaking his head no.
A long time in my world, it seems
Yes.
like. Been doing it for about a year now. So that takes a lot of our effort.
I would say I was fearful it was going to swamp Martha and Jim's staff, and they're making it work. I commend them for that.
It's because staff works together well to help each other. You know, we go between water and wastewater staff doing the locates, whoever has the availability each day. But that does mean something else doesn't get done, like a fire hydrant replaced or whatever. But we are keeping up, but it definitely takes a lot of man hours. Got our water tower painting in there. That was another one, a lot like Wells. I wasn't sure if I was attacking the right water tower first, because from the outside, they all look bad, in my opinion. They all need some paint, just to be honest with you. But the real important part is, what do they look like inside? You know, anytime there's a sharp corner and you paint it, it's a good chance it might rust there if you're in the short term. So we just recently got all of our water towers inspected, and we do have that report back, and it's about as thick as what Holly handed out. So, but we got costs and priority, and talks about all the safety items we can do. So I think we have a good roadmap. And
so the mayor approached me with a water tower idea that I've yet to share with you, but do you want to share that, Mayor?
Sure. I saw a picture. It was a beautiful sunset in the water tower. It was on a golf course, and the water tower was painted to look like a golf ball. And the bell went off that the water tower up on Markley Road is in need of paint. Looks like it's rusted through. What it would take to make that decorative with baseball stitching. Look like a baseball.
the last time we painted the tower, it was with the help with
The chamber.
Chamber. Yes.
Yeah.
And we painted their logo on the tower up north. You're stretching my memory, but I think just to do that was about $7,000. We haven't found a lot of people that like to paint on the outside of that round circle. You know, so there's a lot of safety precautions that go in, but we could work with someone and we can get an estimate.
Sure, we could certainly get a price estimate and come back. The one that she was referencing, it was a chamber initiative, and the chamber, and we figured out how much it cost, and then the chamber paid for that.
Hey,
But
take it out of that transient guest fund.
well, the starting point would be to try to get a cost estimate, and then we can certainly have
Yeah, so-
further
but
conversation.
this came up to have a golf ball up there. So,
No, baseball.
oh, a baseball, sorry. I'm thinking golf. We've done golf ball up there, but baseball's similar and
Might be
maybe
a little
easier
easier,
to
yeah.
with the stitches, so I wrote golf down, so that's what's in my head. I'll change my note. Okay, we'll get an estimate on that, because that's one of the towers we start with first. So,
And I noticed last night, I went to the North Salina meeting, that, what do you call it, the big water tower?
Wyatt downtown,
On Santa Fe there by Chuck's.
yeah, we call that the Wyatt Tower.
The Wyatt Tower, that's
Yeah,
right.
it's official.
I don't think that light's ever been replaced.
No, there's an issue about that light that, and what needs to be done up there. Mark Peterson has talked to the FFA and Federal Highway.
FHA?
FFA, Federal, for the airport. And there's a lot of requirements that we have to go through to make sure we get the right color and something about height and whether there should even be a light on that tower. So what seemed to be easy turned into 6 different questions. So we've been back and forth a little bit, but that's come up, and might have been you, Commissioner, brought that
Yeah,
up.
I got a call about it.
Yeah, so.
Well, you know, while it's a wish list, I did hear of a place that put a movie screen on a big tower like that. You don't show movies every night, but you get the right type camera, you can actually
That
project
one
on the
I've not
side of-
seen.
Yeah,
yet.
Well, you get back far enough, right? Like
Okay.
the Sphere in Las Vegas, if you really want to.
yeah, right.
It's huge. So
Better
Okay.
keep moving.
Mike says keep moving, so I'm gonna move. So we're working pretty well on the water main projects. The first one doesn't finish up until March of 2025, so they're usually a year and a couple, 3 months to get done for the project that Smoky Hill's working on. Our future project right now we're working on is up on Ruskin Road and Camden Drive by the Gibson Hill Tower to the south of there. We've done some work there and got about a block and a half to kind of finishing up an area. Then over on Willow and Redwood by Sunset School, we have a lot of water quality issues over there, so we're working on that. And Fifth Street up on, kind of fill in with some of the work we're currently doing up on 3rd Street. Have some work on Fifth Street and I think 7th Street if we can fit it in. We're not shooting for a $2 million project. I've told them to just design those 3 projects and get an estimate and see where we can go with that, because we do have some funds that we could help those people and get done quicker. Next would be the wastewater treatment plant. Obviously, we're under construction. We're about 35% in dollars spent, and we're to be done by the end of 2025 and kind of final up in 2026. So we're out there a while. Working on the request for qualifications to do the maintenance for the pumps and other equipment at the site, biosolids and disposal. Everyone is interested about PFAS in water. Well, the next will be PFAS in wastewater and what's discharged, and probably a good share of it could end up in the biosolids. So I don't know how long it'll be before that comes into play. Been trying to follow some of the work that's being done on it, but it's down the road. So not a lot more to say about wastewater, because we've definitely talked about it quite a bit in the past in the project. Wastewater collection, that project or that department has the 60 pump stations, so we're always rehabbing a pump station just to try to stay ahead of those. If we do a couple, it takes 30 years to get through all of them, so quite a bit of work there. We do have some work with some sewer mains that we'd like to do and force mains. We've got some of the design done on that.
You'll notice on water distribution and wastewater collection, we have homes in Magnolia and identified that as further planning or direction needed. That's the whole conversation about proactive investment in those corridors to facilitate growth. And obviously it impacts water and wastewater, but that's probably a broader conversation when we get to development services and wrap up conversation at the end of the day.
We've done a couple of plans for what it takes to do the water and sewer for some of the area out on Holmes Road, more particularly to the north of Crawford than south of Crawford. But with the last work that's done, we've done several cost estimates to kind of look at what that would take to get all the way down to I think Magnolia. We've talked about it several times. So it's a huge project and it takes some time, but we've done estimates, so we kind of know where the cost is.
Water treatment, didn't Salina Tech used to have a water treatment program? They still have that?
They did years ago, and they're starting up a new program where they're looking to find some positions that people are interested in. I've copied down the lady's name and going to have a chat with her to see if we can do something on water and wastewater, but they don't anymore. They haven't for a long, long time. I don't think they had enough interest from students to pull it together. Fort Scott still pulls together some classes that are, a lot of them are online, and they have retired water and wastewater staff helping with those for the training and different 12-week courses and such to kind of get people started. What we really need is find a way to get high school kids kind of interested in that and have them away. Some other states are looking at trying to get that into the school district and then letting them come out with something that would allow them to work at the wastewater or water treatment plant and kind of be a step ahead. So that's starting to be tested in a lot of other communities.
Job shadow at the sewer plant.
Possibly.
Yeah, I get a lot of offers to go to the water plant. The sewer plant's not as popular for a tour. We don't get as many of those. So that's kind of, I think, the short story there. And then move to the next slide. Some of the projects we're just learning about is cybersecurity. Of course, Scott's been educating us pretty well on that with all of those training and courses that he sends out for, see if he can trip us up. So we've been working on that. But as far as water and wastewater, that's really getting to be a popular item, and they're concerned about what might happen with people. Similar, Ellsworth, an ex-employee, got in there and did some things, starting to turn on valves and have water flow where water shouldn't flow and cause damage to the facility and try to put it out of service. I was on a 2-hour webinar yesterday with EPA about all the things that's happened around with cybersecurity, and they're getting smarter. So there's a big push in our area to go back and look at every piece of equipment you have, and actually all the way back to the manufacturer. Typically, we just work with our equipment reps, but they want us to have a connection with the manufacturer and kind of an itemized list of all of that we have for water and sewer. So KDHE has funding. We went to a training with them, and I think in May we're having a session where they're coming and giving us a specialized training for Salina. So it's a big topic. The river renewal project, we talked a little bit about it at the last meeting, I believe, in the schedule. I have not heard anything from the finance people yet, so.
Yeah, the river renewal and groundwater, obviously they're big ongoing projects on Martha's plate, and the intention is to have study sessions on each of those in the very near future. So we can get into the kind of the timeline and status update, but for this purpose, just assure you that everything's, those are priorities and they're moving forward as fast as we can seem to try to get them to move forward.
Like the groundwater, that's kind of out of our control.
Yeah, actually, there'll be a bid coming forward in March that'll be kind of the first project where we break ground and it looks noticeable to the average public driving by.
Bids March 7th, assuming everybody can get their bids put together, but that's the date.
But there's someone else that's dealing with the bids and dealing with the design and everything, or that's, so we do that? I thought that just kind of fell under the,
But we have a specialized consultant, Dragon, that we've
right.
used from the outset, but Martha, and we have this line of public entities, which are the different organizations that were identified by the federal government as potentially responsible parties to try to countersue us. But the bulk of the work falls on Martha and the city. We're coordinating that.
They're
but-
not, they're data collectors. I've determined that that's where Reagan and those folks are really good, is gathering data about environmental issues and writing the reports that go to KDHE and get approved, then to take that report and turn it into a construction project that fits under our standards, our insurance, and that is, we do that here with help from them, but they are not construction document. That's not what they do the best. They gather the data, but with the report that's approved by KDHE, I just pull that all together. And
I guess I was
make it happen.
hopeful that more of that work fell on someone else than on the city, so.
And we advertise it, we bid it, and
Award the contracts. Yep.
contract, so, piece
So-
of the puzzle, and, the big one that's out there that we talked a little bit about is the direct groundwater recirculation, which is about half of the $70 million that we're working on. We have plans right now on that, and it's still, I think, before that's all done, that we're at the end of 2026, and that's, I think, is everything going great to be done by then, but that's a proposed schedule. So you can see my work stays pretty consistent for 2 or 3 years before it frees up. So, but we do have all of the issues with the lead service lines that we're under rules and regulations to meet. We're working on the inventory right now. KDHE's provided us some additional help at no cost, so they have sent that contract to KDHE, and we're working with Burns and McDonald out of Wichita to help us with some of the other work, pulling that together. So then it'll go immediately into water service line replacements, and that means from the water main to the structure if there's lead involved in any of it. So those are kind of the new regulations that are out there. There's a lot of argument about the lead and copper rule. I think AWWA sent in, I think, 150 pages of comments that I was privy to being on the board, and 140,000 comments they've received that they have to get through to finish up the rule. So we know we're going to have an inventory done by October 16th of 2024, but after that, I think it's a little bit of a leeway of how it's going to happen. But we did apply for some of the first money available, and we have $7.1 million available for those service line replacements. That's, I think it's 49%. I don't know why it's not 50-50, but it's 49%. This is what we loan forgiveness. So we do have a pretty good deal going there for that. So
So let me,
I'm going to quit there.
well, we're kind of at
because
the end of the
it's
list.
about 8:30.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be done.
So throwing it open to the commission, that could be general priorities and goals, could be specific projects or concerns. Throw it back to you. Feedback.
Sounds like she just needs to double her staff if she could get everything done.
Yeah, there's, I don't know that there's many more hours left in the day that Martha can work. But
Right,
It's
one
a
of those
balancing
things
act.
would be a new right-hand person.
we're working hard on that. Filling the deputy position was a struggle. Yep.
Mhm.
Person that has some subdivision experience and inspection experience. And he just started.
Week and a half ago. Yep.
So he's just starting to look. My first plan for him, he's finishing up the benefit district for Markley Magnolia now that we've closed out that loan. And he's working on the Overlook Estates water line that you've all heard a lot about, getting from some location over to provide fire protection to the new Overlook subdivision. So he's working on that right now.
So there's a lot of detailed projects that are in here. I think the thing that I recall hearing the most is just water quality issues in general. And mains are outdated. It's not unique to Salina. This is kind of tsunami for utilities. We at least have been proactive in funding them. We have had in the last year or two isolated locations where water quality kind of became a priority, but those are the locations that Martha mentioned, Bel Air and Third Street and some of those. And if we could move faster in terms of design, KDHE approval, contractor installation, that'd be great. But we have the funding in place. We have a cycle running. We're trying to, and we track main breaks, water quality locations, trying to get ahead of that. A lot of the rest of what we're doing is capital improvement planning and programming and trying to stay on top of it.
I think my concern is a utility worker shortage. I don't see that improving. Do we have options to contract that work?
We do hire Smoky Hill. We used to hire Smoky Hill and Stevens on a regular basis to help us when we get behind with maybe several water main breaks or they're very deep and we don't have the equipment. So unfortunately, we all like the same laborers who Smoky Hill might want to work for them, or TNR are the same people we want to work for us. And so we're just trying to balance working together, but we do ask others to help us with whatever replacements and different projects we can. But with the housing and the projects going on, it's a high demand for the laborers, and it'd be nice to.
Two contracting firms, Smoky Hill and TNR.
They're the ones that's doing the good share of the subdivisions.
Oat Arga?
They do more streets. We've got, I don't know if I'll get the name right, Superior Plumbing, Vortec, that conglomeration. I think they're trying to find their way into the water main replacements. And we do have some project, when we do the replacements, we do get contractors from, Wichita and other areas. But Smoky Hill takes pride in the water main replacements. He has a desire that he wants to be low because he thinks it's a good community project. And I think he did a really good bid the last project we had.
Well, at one point we had setting aside funds, but we couldn't get projects bid out. So we really, even though we had it budgeted, we weren't spending what we had budgeted.
Bad side to that right now is what $100 a foot is about $160 or $170 a foot. So we can spend it faster and do less. So I don't know that I'm as happy about that as I should be. But so that next project I mentioned, told the design staff to design it, and they said, well, I think it's over $2 million. Don't care. Design it all. We have the money to build it. Just finish it, and then we can put it out to bid. So, but it is a labor issue for us and the contractors.
And I have some thoughts on staffing that we can touch on maybe during HR. I don't want to lead you to believe I have the silver bullet, but I had some observations and talking points we might want to take up.
Well, in regards to that, are we still finding that we're competitive salary and wage wise?
Well, that's where I was going to head with some of that. We've done the pay plan, and we talk about COLAs and merits, and understandably, when it's time to talk COLAs and merits, we want to be conservative, but then we're in the market all year long trying to compete, and there's a disconnect. Sometimes there's a disconnect there. And then on top of that, while we pay utility workers more, there isn't as much interest to be a utility worker as there is
I think it's worth mentioning that Martha's group, above all, we just don't have applicants. I mean, you may see some of the other labor type positions where we at least have some applicants. There will be times where she'll have it open and you will have 3 applicants in a time. I mean, she just does not have people applying.
Look at the applicants every week and do interviews every week. And some of the last applicants, I think you could find them pretty readily available on the internet if you Google their name. And
you're going to say the booking page.
Yeah, I know they've been there already. They've been there and they're on probation or they're on a list somewhere for something bad. So
we have had conversations about being more aggressive or being, taking bigger risks, but then that hasn't always worked out so well either, just in terms of taking a chance and seeing how it plays out. And that it's not just that it doesn't play out, it creates a cascade of other personnel management issues.
Interviewed for the wastewater plant. Whenever we do water or wastewater, we ask them to take a tour, because sometimes when they get there, it's a little different than they might have envisioned. And so we did the interview and had a tour set up for them to come and take, and they forgot to show up. So
Yeah.
we just struggle with hours of interviews, and I say we have some coming, but we've had them right till the last minute when they're supposed to show up, and they might call and tell you they're not showing up because they took another job or they just don't show up on that day. So I say until we see the whites of their eyes, we're not sure that they're coming to work for us. But it's a different way of doing things. They don't feel accountable. It's very strange to me from my old memory of what we used to get. So
All right.
it's a new way.
The 20 that you're short are majority of them laborers then?
Yeah, that'd probably be a pretty true statement. Yes, because we filled our superintendent positions. I'd like need an operations person, and but for the most part, between water distribution, wastewater collection, Monty's only a group of 9 in wastewater collection. He was down 3. We have a person we think is going to come to work for us, so he'll still be down 2, but Monty and 8. And when you're missing 2, that's still 25% of your workforce. And with the fiber, since Mike said the word fiber, I'll say fiber out loud. We really stay incredibly busy doing things. So I
We
think
looked at trying to contract out fiber locates too, and that was problematic.
so
All right,
we're-
don't want to cut you short, but we probably do need to keep moving. If there's anything you want to add, you speak now, or we have an opportunity later, I guess. All right, we'll move to Public Works, and Jim will get us back on schedule. So while Jim's coming up, I mentioned earlier that a lot of departments, I went through and identified where there was consensus coming out of the 2023 strategic planning. So the first slide we have are those consensus items. They're kind of spread across all the different work groups in Public Works, but so we'll start with those, and then we see how much time we have to go into some of the others in detail.
I guess just as a very quick overview, this is certainly a snapshot of everything that's going on. You're all probably aware, but we currently have out chip seal, pavement sealing, UBAS, microsurface, Centennial Road and ditch projects, the Broadway medians, closing out Campbell Plaza, purchasing additional concrete lights like on Country Club, construction of Cell 21, the 2024 sidewalk project, curb replacement, as mentioned, the fiber overbuilds, pond abatements and land disturbance permits, as well as obviously multiple housing developments and special assessment processes in various stages. Regarding personnel, I would answer in terms of my general labor staff, the pay plan and non-pay adjustments have been extraordinarily helpful. We were double digit for quite a long time. I have 6 open positions right now, so it certainly made a huge improvement in that regard. Obviously, we recently lost the city engineer, and my greatest concern personnel-wise is in the next 2 years, I lose all of the engineers in Public Works. My personal opinion is that the positions that are most difficult for me to fill are those that have professional certification requirements. The job opportunities are much more competitive, and competing with the privates, especially in the engineering fields, is extraordinarily difficult. So I have a lot of concerns about the engineering staff going forward. In terms of consensus priorities, this is just a list of those things that we saw that were probably on your radar and of importance. I guess the other general point I would make is what we've noticed is everything is taking much longer than we expected. So the very first one, widen and improve West Magnolia. As an example, WSP doesn't expect to finish design to 100% of that until nearly the end of 2024. All of the personnel and other related post-COVID problems are also affecting all of these. So design is taking longer, construction is taking longer. One of the things you notice is Kent, who bids our projects, has been able to get quite a few people bidding on our projects, and with pretty competitive results, which is very, very good. But one of the things that the way that we're doing that is we're extending the time that they can complete those projects for up to a year in order to allow them to have greater scheduling flexibility. And honestly, if we tried to do it the way we used to do it in the past, we would either get no bids or we would get extremely high bids. So I know that there's a lot of expectations on the projects that are on this list, but please keep in mind that even this schedule where I say 24, 25, that is being very aggressive, and I don't know that we're going to be able to meet all of those timeline requirements simply because design and construction is taking longer than we anticipated in order to get good bids as a result.
And another strategy we employ is to break it into smaller components, so we might get interest from smaller contractors rather
Yes.
than a big project and get one bidder, which also then extends the timeline of a project potentially.
But we are moving forward with West Magnolia. We are hoping to at least get out the door requests for proposals on design for the East Magnolia Bridge and East Magnolia widening, basically from the soccer fields to Markley. We continue to update our capital expenditure planning. That frequently changes due to cost increases in equipment and that kind of thing. The landfill master plan, we continue to keep that updated. The largest thing there is we're still struggling with a way. We have no immediate needs, so it's not an emergency, but we feel it's in our due diligence to try to find a soil solution for the long term. So we continue to try to come up with ideas for that. The property that was out across the street from the landfill, for example, he's taken it off the market. We've reached out to him. We're waiting for a response to see if he might still be interested in selling that property. We have not heard back yet from him. The 4th Street Railroad, I recently sent Mike a cost estimate from the city.
Feel free to share it.
They are proposing a 65-35 split, which is standard for all railroad crossings in the last 10 years anyway.
So, and we're talking about improving the roadway by the garage from 4th Street to
To the corner, yeah, to where Friends of the River is.
right.
It's 500.
65 being our portion or theirs?
It's 520 feet in length. The total cost is about $785,000. 65-35 puts ours at about $500,000. Just to put that into perspective.
How far south on 4th Street would that be?
Well, it's 520 feet in length. There is some section that's already improved. Does it go all the way to the intersection?
It goes all the way to the intersection at where Friends of the River is, right there on the corner.
And it's putting and right now there's wooden railroad ties that are breaking up and ankle busters as you're trying to walk across it. It's putting in panels like you see elsewhere.
They'll replace all the wooden planks, all the bad concrete panels that are there now, new rails and new ballast throughout the project. But
and we'll staff all this through and it'll come back to you as a decision item, but just to
So
give you
south
some
of Walnut, because the Grand Canyon next to that track is actually south of Walnut. I mean, if you get your tire in there, parallel to the rail, you're not getting it out without a broken axle.
What about railroad tie repairs in general versus that particular improvement project. I mean, what you're referencing is kind of a more common problem across the
What-
network.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to fix that, are we?
No, we're not.
Right.
In fact, they don't need, like, if there is a concrete panel that's very badly pitted, they don't even want us putting asphalt over the concrete panel or anything. It is railroad property, and we have to work through the railroad in order to try to get a maintenance crew to come in and work on it. And that has been challenging, to say the least.
So my suggested takeaways for today's conversation is we know it's been a priority, or it's been a question that keeps coming up. When's something going to get done? Jim and his staff have been working hard to try to get the railroad to move forward. Literally yesterday, we got a revised design that had a correct scope, $750,000, and our share is 65%, or basically $500,000.
So roughly $1,000 per linear foot.
Get
It
that,
is,
about $1,500 a foot.
yeah, and it's for the city share, it's just about $1,000
Yeah.
a foot. I did respond to Mike that looking at construction costs, considering that this also includes design, freight, mobilization, equipment rentals, and all the things that are necessary to do it, the price is very much in line with typical construction costs. It's hard to imagine that distance is $750,000, but unfortunately, that's the times we live in, and it does appear, checking the individual line items of their cost estimate, it seems to all be valid. I couldn't find anything that I saw that was out of line with typical construction costs.
At the I mean, about 6, 7 years ago, maybe, or at the beginning of the downtown project, the price to reroute the track west and then south was about $4 million.
Yeah, that actually was part of the comp plan discussion around 2006, I think.
That far back?
And there was a recognition that it cuts through town, but it does serve properties on the south end of town. So the concept was to reroute it around the west side of town and then have it loop back to and catch back up on the south end. The number that was thrown out was $3 million, but it was a swag by some consultant planners, 18 years ago now? I don't know what the actual cost might be.
I
Be
have seen that-
significantly higher, I'm sure.
I've seen that rail traffic has declined over the years to where the only two things I know it services now is the water plant and the asphalt plant.
Well, actually, Kubota Great Plains is utilizing it, and I think their use is going to pick up.
They are?
Yep.
I thought they were not gonna utilize
So
it.
I've actually been in conversations with them about some rail spurs they have on their property, reconfiguration of those rail spurs to take better advantage of it. So I think there's a possibility that it'll continue to be used, if not increase in its usage.
Here, I was thinking
Yeah.
we could abandon that line.
I don't live close to the tracks, but I live close enough to hear them blow their horn, and I'm surprised not only by
Me too.
the amount, but the times of day. I'm laying in bed and I hear the horn blow and trains coming and going.
The remainder of this list is items, a lot to do with when I came up to this position. One of the things I noticed was we didn't have a strategic plan for dealing with long-term maintenance of ponds, bridges, and culverts. Bridges, not so much, but certainly bridge length culverts and ponds. And those are things that we've designed in 2023 and are implementing beginning in 2024. So I would suspect that you'll see an increase in the inspection and replacement cycle for a number of those projects over the next several years.
Are we supposed to be circling and handing these in?
No, I'll put together a whole nother
This is
document
last-
and share it. This is from last year.
That's what I
Yep.
thought.
Yep.
We can move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so the staffing requests, There is one error that I have on here. I had thought that the flood control position had been approved, and it was not approved in 2023. It's something that we'll still request in 2024. I've already kind of talked about personnel. I think I still have several positions that are probably missing, and that is a position in flood control, probably 2 positions in central garage, and then I still think we ought to be considering a position for GIS. With the increase in housing and the requirements that we have, having that second GIS person would, they spend as much time working on our projects. They also work for community and development services. They work for, other departments in helping with design and those kinds of things. So overall, I would say our staffing has been much improved. And again, my biggest concern going forward is the lack of engineers.
Don't you got guys retiring out of the shop that you're concerned about?
I do. I think in terms of all the maintenance positions, though, we've been able to, much like utilities, streets struggles with getting people to want to do those jobs. So streets is where we're holding on to open positions the longest. And I think it has to do, much like Martha's, with call-outs and the type of work that those guys are required to do. The rest of the positions we seem to be able to be filled. We do have quite a few retirements coming up, but again, if I had to say a priority, it has to be the engineers, because I guess I didn't fully realize just how much load they carry until, when I moved uptown, that it's a tremendous amount of work, and there's a long learning curve in trying to get on top of these things. So that's I would say probably the greatest personnel concern. Slide, please. Materials, supplies, and equipment. We've talked about the landfill soil deficit. We continue to look for property or soil to purchase. Traffic control reflective backplates. We are going to phase 2, 2024. We have identified the next 5 locations, all major arterial locations, and we'll continue that every year. Wayfinding signage, I haven't even had a chance to discuss this with Mike, but I was briefed yesterday. We're struggling with being able to get the backs of these signs painted. Unfortunately, when they were installed, they were set in concrete.
Oh.
And the way the back plates for these signs are designed, if you were to take the sign off with the back plate, that's the way you would have to do it, and take them to a place where they could sand and then re-powder coat them. The company here in Salina that does that says that we would probably warp and damage the signs beyond repair, because they have to use pretty high extreme heat. So I've asked the guys we have money approved for this year, $150,000, to make those improvements. It is desperately needed. We recognize that. I've asked them to reach out to painting companies to see if we can do some kind of paint in place process. A couple of concerns. One is finding a material that can cover powder coating. I suggested that they ask companies to try something like Rhino Line the back of them. And then the second part of that concern is isolating the paint overspray in areas of high traffic. For example, wayfinding signs on Crawford is going to be pretty problematic without having some kind of tent that we can place over top of these and still be able to paint the backs. We are actively working it. We're going to try to get it solved. We want to get it accomplished, and we recognize it's a concern. Long term, I'm thinking it might be in our interest to cut off those signs, install breakaways like what's typically on a sign, and put sleeves in the ground, and then that way we can remove and replace those signs as needed. That's a little bit longer term of a proposition. My first concern is getting in-place painting done to make those signs look better.
The difficulty is the faded paint's not just the back of the signs, it's the sides of the poles as well.
Yes.
How would you prep that surface? I mean, would sandblasting work on powder coat or?
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to do a lot of prepping. Well, that's why I want to reach out to. I suggested to the engineers one of the places to consider would be like the companies that do bridge painting, or the other one that I think is a possibility, especially with keeping in mind a low budget, is a smaller paint guy who is willing to take the time to set up a tent or some kind of blockage and see what he can do with it. I don't know if he would manually sand it and paint it. I don't have the answer right now.
So my suggested takeaways for today's conversation are it's on our list. We're working it through. Looks like we have some challenges. We may have some budget challenges. And I would note at the North Salina meeting last night, there was recognition that the content's outdated as well. We referenced St. John's Military and we have other instances. So in addition to the paint issue, we need to take a look at the content. So as simple as it might seem, this is turning into quite a project.
What's the lifespan of those signs? I'm trying to reel back when they showed up about 10 years ago.
Yeah,
Probably.
I'm working from memory, but I think that's probably about right.
I don't know if I should say this. I haven't vetted this through Mike, but I question a need for a lot of the signs that we have up. Most people are using GPS to navigate if they're coming from out of town. I know it's convenient, but we have an awful lot of these signs, and I'm not sure that the value is really in the cost. And it might be considered, is it time to consider paring down that
It's
inventory?
a welcoming factor, not so much that it's going to tell you how to get somewhere.
And it's the aesthetics of the sign as well. So again, we can't bog down to that level of detail on these. We got to keep moving. But
Next slide. We're on the rest of that slide is we're going to continue to work on yellow curbs. We finished TPEC, and we're going to continue to try to make improvements to the medians that exist. Planning items. I've mentioned this before. My number one concern is facilities. I don't have the ability to raise my trucks in the air. It really limits our maintenance capability. We have a lot of equipment that's stored in a lot of places and a lot of equipment that's stored outside. So my overall biggest concern outside of losing all the engineers is not having adequate facilities to really manage the amount of projects that we have going on. The fuel site upgrades, this is an example of where everything is slower than what you want it to be. We have recently heard from Hoydale they expect to get the rest of the equipment in, hopefully by the end of March, with an installation date of April, May, June timeframe. So we're hoping by early spring we have the upgraded fuel site completed. We have completed the generators so that we have 24-hour power regardless of whether we lose power or not, but we're still waiting for the rest of that equipment. The HHW e-waste and SDRC, I simply listed as I think that's part of a longer-term discussion for the overall campus design. Depending on what we choose to do going forward would have an impact on how we would design and consider those items. Traffic signal synchronization review. This has been several years on the strategic plan. We have now found the direct replacement for the controllers in our traffic units. So when we have a schedule that we replace the controllers that manage our traffic lights, and when those are due for replacement, we will replace those with an upgraded controller system that would allow future synchronization. So that way, at least over time, we're able to build a system that meets future needs for the city. Fiber optic service to traffic signals. I mentioned during Martha's presentation that the fiber overbuilds we're probably still several years out from being completed. Probably toward the end of those projects, we'll try to get with the companies to find out what it would take to run fiber to the signals. We think that's probably where the future's going to be regarding traffic signals, so we just want to make sure that we have infrastructure in place to do that. Slide, please. Starbond projects. Remote overhead structure color controls. That was implemented in 2023. We still have some work to be done on them. We do have the ability to change the sign, change the light color on our laptops. It is still not as quick as I would like. There's still some work to be done. We've had a couple of meetings with the company and we continue to work that, but we do have the ability now. We're going to work with Sean in the city manager's office over the coming weeks and months and see how we can move that forward to have more opportunities for changing the lights.
And I'll take the other item. So a future study session in the very near future is Salina 2020 coming back with their suggested proposal for shade structures at the parking lot. They're very supportive of it. I think we've shared previously that financially the TIF district in particular is performing well and has some funds available. So we've been to you before talking about remaining funds from the original Star Bond, about $325,000, and then additional funds that might be able to be targeted towards projects. And the two things that came up and were presented to the commission previously were the temple parking lot and then shade structures. We've had quite a bit, Jim's done a ton of work, and we've had quite a bit of conversation about options, but Salina 2020's agreed to kind of take the lead in proposing what they would like for us to consider, and then we can staff it through from there. But I think in the next 45 to 60 days, we should be back with a presentation from them.
Slide, please. Strategic planning items, policies and programs. So waste reduction strategies, that in general, we have completed the waste reduction strategy. We are now working on the composting study. When that is done, I would expect Jim Kowach to have a presentation to you on the entire package with some recommendations from our engineering consultant. Heavy equipment replacement plan. We recently approved a piece of equipment for the landfill. We'll continue that process. We do have it scheduled out for 35 years. We continue to monitor that and make adjustments to tipping fees as necessary to make sure that we're covering costs. Pavement management, we continue to explore alternatives. We are hoping to still get pressure pave to come to Salina. I learned from the engineers this week that they're having some difficulty getting it scheduled. I set up a meeting and I plan to have a discussion with the president of the company and see what we can do to still get a pilot program in Salina this year. So we're working that.
I would add to that, and I think we've discussed before, as we finance or as we budget the sales tax funds, I think for us to maintain our momentum or at least the quality level of streets, we just need to be mindful of growing that annual budget to keep up with the inflation of the revenue and the inflation of the expenses. If we sit stagnant and say, well, we have additional revenue, we're going to redirect it somewhere else without making an annual incremental increase in this line item, we're going to see streets fall behind again. If we have a plan and we have a budget, we can just stay current. I think we can maintain our positive momentum.
We have a design for landfill cell 21 that recently came to you, and that will be being constructed in 2024. So we're looking pretty good there. The real strategic thing for the landfill comes at the next landfill cell, where and there's, I think, an item in here that mentions split operations, where we're going to be operating basically two working faces, one on the north side and one on the south side. It had to come at some point. Unfortunately, it's coming now, but or in the near future, in the next 5 years, where we're going to have to split our operations. So there'll be some decisions that will need to be made regarding staffing and equipment at that time. But it extends the requirement for personnel and equipment over the long haul because of the growing landfill footprint. The runway deterioration is something that we've tried to look at. There's no inexpensive solution for it. Even if we were to decide to simply remove the aprons that are deteriorated, it's still quite an expensive venture. So I'm not sure how we would want to proceed on that going forward. We could certainly prepare costs to share with you, but it continues to deteriorate. The aprons are in really bad shape. I think we're going to lose them at some point to where they're just not functioning at all anymore. And there are already places where it's so severely alligatored that the people that use that no longer use the aprons.
What's caused that? Water?
Water and time.
Yeah. It's just
that is
concrete surface falling off over time.
And the aprons are not as thick as the runway itself, obviously. But there's a lot of runoff that affects those aprons, and it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's an odd piece of infrastructure for us. It was the runway, we inherited it. I just had a conversation recently about how it's been a rite of passage for a lot of people to go out there and learn how to drive on that runway. And obviously we use it for the dog park and what have you. And then you have the whole KKOA aspect of their drags in that event. And it's not the KKOA event creates a concern about the road surface. It also has generated need for concrete jersey barriers, and we kind of had a solution where Joe Frank was supportive of the event. His company had barriers. He stored them out there, but those are falling apart. The inventory is decreasing, and so if we're going to continue to accommodate the KKOA event as it relates to the drags, surface and jersey barriers are becoming an issue for us. And not looking for a decision today, but it's just kind of a unique, a city having a drag race on city property at all is a topic for conversation, let alone in the format that we have it. And then we have the infrastructure questions that are now coming to a head.
What about SCCA? Is that still
Yeah,
a spot for that?
It is, and when Parks gets here, we may end up having a conversation about it's just kind of become, we have a system in place that when one of their competitors loses control and goes through the dog park, we have a way to repair and fix the fence, but they're active out there as well.
So I was thinking going in a straight line fast is one thing, but these guys are going to make a road course.
Yep.
And that surface, I think would come into play more so.
Yeah, good point. I know I haven't been directly involved in the conversations, but they're aware of it and they continue to have events. And
But do we collect much revenue off the SCCA?
not directly.
No.
You can call it an economic development event, a tourism generator.
So they don't pay to use it at all?
When Jeff gets here for Parks, we can ask him whether they pay to run it at all. Oh, there he is. Long-standing, it doesn't make it right, but long-standing tradition, I guess. So.
The two remaining are bridge and culverts. We have a schedule. The next CIM will be an update on our bridge replacement program, so you'll see that CIM in the next couple of weeks. But we have a plan going forward. We have our bridges inspected annually. We're fortunate to have an engineer who is bridge inspection qualified, so he is able to do our inspections for us. We keep the ratings up, and I believe the next bridge to be replaced is East Magnolia as part of the widening. Slide, please. I think we've talked about nearly everything on this list, unless you have questions about anything. I don't think there's anything on there that we haven't covered or that you are not very familiar with.
And that East Magnolia Bridge replacement, that includes walking, bicycle,
widening.
Yeah,
you know, for all that, yeah.
when we take that to design, I would very much expect that it would include minimally a hike and bike trail. The goal is to try to connect hike and bike trail on Magnolia to Markley.
Right.
And as we talked about before, also with the future of doing East Crawford, then connecting that to East Crawford as well. So,
What's the timeline on the bridge?
I'm
Yes.
down one engineer, 24, 25, 26, somewhere. It's hard for me to say with any amount of certainty right now.
We did surface both those road segments. So.
If we're fortunate, we'll get it out to design sometime before
After
2025.
my wife retired.
Last slide,
It's been
please.
a topic of conversation. The bridge in particular has been a topic of conversation for years.
This is really just the overview of everything. Public Works facility. One of the things that Mike and I had talked about was perhaps getting guidance, and Mike, I don't know if you want to speak to that, on perimeter streets, but I listed a couple there: East Crawford, East Magnolia, Holmes Road, East Cloud, and Schilling. And I think the question revolves around how comfortable are you and how much out would you like Public Works to design and build our perimeter streets ahead of construction. Like, I don't know if that covers it.
It's a topic that's in the city manager's section as well. And, you know, as we've talked about economic development, growth and jobs and housing, we've been very aggressive about our approach to housing, and that's prompted a lot of this conversation. But as part of your evaluation of me as the city manager, you gave me feedback that let's slow down a bit. Let's concentrate on the housing projects that we have before we head much further down this path. So understand the direction, understand the rationale for pivoting, but it's an ongoing conversation, not just at the staff level, but at the kind of the community development level as well. So if you have direction, that's great. If this is something you'd like to take up as a kind of a policy decision discussion for a study session, we could pull that out and try to facilitate that. But these are big policy decisions. They're big financial considerations, and this is probably one of the higher priority items to have a conversation at the commission level about.
A lot of these we've discussed before and you're familiar with. One that's new, I think, to everyone, and it's something that it's always, since I've been in Salina now for 16 years, and it always sort of bugged me. I live not too far from the mayor and I see Huntington Ditch every day. I drive Magnolia every day by the mall, and I also drive Schilling every day. And we are continuing to grow. We're continuing to build new developments. We see Schilling filling up with houses all in that area of South Ohio and Schilling. And one of the things that has always concerned me is the amount of large open ditching that we have. So maybe a future study session might be just the idea of maybe trying to get some cost estimates and thoughts about what would it take to close up these large ditches. It definitely increases usage of the lands, the space available. It's more attractive, and it's certainly more conducive for the kinds of development that we're seeking, I think. That was just something that I put on there for possible consideration in the future. And then I think the last one that I would comment on is, we've talked about this already, so I won't belabor it, but we are in desperate need of finding a new salt storage solution. We have recently begun a property acquisition. We're hoping that we can come up with a location for it, but we probably need to double or triple the amount of salt that we store, and that building continues to deteriorate. I'm just growing concerned that it's no longer going to be able to support our operations.
You get the rafters fixed.
It is on the list, but no, not yet. Again, that's one of those things where trying to get somebody in to fix it it's just taking longer than we would like.
All right, so let's throw it open to discussion.
What question, I mean, without tying you down, for this type of community, what's the dollar difference in what an engineer could expect to get from a municipality compared to private? I mean, not the guy who's going to be building a New York City skyscraper or something, but how far
sure.
apart are we from competition?
I'll take a run at that. So just locally, comparing to our engineer position and being with a firm, there's a noticeable difference in dollars, but they could also be a shareholder. They could have a lot more schedule flexibility. They can work from home. It's an entire package that we're competing with.
So other than the shareholder part, you may need to get creative in your job offer.
Yeah.
When the numbers really short.
Certainly agree. And, as we struggle with some of these positions, the pay plan said made a recommendation about pay rates and equity and a schedule. It made recommendations about other benefits and policies, which we tried to address, but it also includes a component of going back and taking a hard look and considering revisions for hard to fill positions. And so I think what we're going to have to do on an ongoing basis is come back to the governing body and say, this is a position we're struggling with. We need to take a different look at it and completely understand from the governing body's perspective, kind of a fiduciary responsibility to the public, trying to be conservative. But we're talking about positions that if we don't compete, we just can't fill.
Well, the conservative approach might be to pay more for it if you come back and tell us, well, we can consult it out, but you're going to pay 3 times as much.
Well, staff keeps...
And that's assuming they're up to speed on
Right.
the municipal.
I actually feel guilty because staff keeps hearing from me, can we contract this out? Can we? And these type of things, not really. Their workload is so full that if we can get someone on board, we can't get a timely response. And the things that we're talking about aren't standalone projects that whenever they get done, they get done. It's the ongoing
You
day-to-day
need somebody
work that
down
we
the
have to
hall
do.
who can
And
coordinate with other departments.
It may not be intuitive, but Martha and I have had this discussion a number of times that when you outsource engineering design type things, the amount of oversight that's required for that actually increases significantly than if you have in-house staff. And frankly, we would have to grow our in-house staff quite a bit simply to manage more outsourced engineering, because it is very, very much time consuming when it's all outsourced.
And it's a quality control issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So more broadly, public works feedback, concerns, projects, priorities, criticisms.
Last month with the whole pothole crisis.
Across the country.
Other communities, and I observed our crews shoveling the asphalt out of the dump truck. And have we ever looked at investing at one of these, I don't know what you call it, it's a machine that...
Yes. We have a local manufacturer. We have tested those particular pieces of equipment a number of times. It's not inexpensive, and we hadn't seen an improved end product over time, if I'm honest.
What about efficiency, though?
I guess I'm
Certainly there could be some efficiencies gained.
speed and efficiency and wear and tear on bodies.
I think I've shared with you before, and I had definitely shared with Jim. I marvel at their responsiveness and just what a shotgun blast that can be across the community. They do a good job of keeping a running list and jumping on it. I call in when I see things, and then Jim may not know it, but I drive by 24, 48 hours later and look again. They are very responsive, but if there's efficiency to be gained,
We,
that might.
we've certainly looked at it. It's something that we can look at again in the future for sure.
Yeah, I guess what I'm thinking is just something that, a conveyor that
Yeah.
rather than
Yep.
shoveling it out, it conveys out.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. How would we, we
Thank you,
gained a little
gentlemen.
time, thank you. How would we feel about taking a real quick bathroom break and while Debbie's coming to the table? Okay, so Debbie's had plenty of FaceTime with you already by way of orientation and kind of giving you a financial overview. And a lot of this is going to inform our staff level budget conversations, and then we'll pick things back up when we bring you the budget. So she assures me she's going to get us back on schedule time-wise.
Slide 50, because I,
Good Sam.
Yeah, we.
alphabetical order, F does not come after Public Works, but I jumped in for the police department because they had a prior commitment with Kalia. So
Yeah,
on
they're
slide
actually going
50.
through their accreditation kind of final report with the accreditation firm as we speak. So as Debbie said, slide 50, and we'll touch on kind of the more administrative and implementation items that are left as it relates to finance and administration.
Yep. So slide 50 is really an overview, and it includes what is included in 51, 52, and 53. So I'm going to skip 50 and just move on to the more concentrated areas. On slide 51, this is really the city clerk's division. So as you know, we have city clerk, WCA, and finance, and so these kind of cover all three of those little sections. One of the projects that we've been trying to work on and trying to get a handle on is boards and commissions. There's a lot of them out there, and we have done some work. We've gathered information. We've done some research on and made a whole spreadsheet on the inclusion of what's in there and things like that. But we're trying to get a better process as far as recruitment and attendance tracking, policies, residency, just kind of standardization of what all those boards and commissions look like. I will say this is really a task for the whole organization because they're all affected. But I will say that we do have an intern that we are bringing on, a student from Fort Hays, I believe, that needs some internship hours. So one of her projects for me is going to be trying to look out at standardized bylaws and things like that, trying to put together what all of these boards have in common, and then what they don't have in common, to kind of see if we can come up with a standard board, bylaw, standard, how many people are on the boards and things like that. So as part of her one of her projects, that's one of the ones I'm going to try to give her and see if we can get something put together. Look at other municipalities and see, if they have these same issues as far as how to track attendance and things like that.
So, and I would add, this is, we looked at it from a legal perspective a while back, and the city attorney's office looked at the different bylaws. We've taken this up. It has been a struggle, and it is organization-wide. And so Sean, being the project guy that fills all the gaps, I've asked him to be a resource to help with this as well. It's one of the, I don't want to say it's in the too hard pile, but it's so widespread that it's a little daunting to try to get our arms around it. But we're working on it, and Sean's the guy to do it.
Yeah. We talked about contract management. We did do some demos on our current finance software. We didn't feel like that was where we were going to go. And really, this is more along the lines of tracking once we get a contract in place, that follow-up. How do you make sure you're doing they're providing what they need to provide, what we're doing, what we need to do, doing, resetting them and things like that. We do believe that we might have some capability, and one of the items that's not on here is agenda management software. As you know, we're trying to get electronic
packets going. We have been working on it for probably almost a year now with our vendor. We're to a point where we've kind of got it established. We're having them do some templates and stuff like that, doing some testing in the system. It's, as anything else, it's a little slower than we hoped it would be. But we do anticipate that that will be coming out probably within the next few months, because we are to a point where we're ready to show Mike what we've got, and you know we're doing some internal things with that, and just getting that electronically will make a huge difference in the city clerk's office. Record keeping and kind of records retention. There is a citywide project going on with records retention, so that's ongoing. What else is the city clerk doing? That's about all for her.
Sean deserves credit on the record retention policy as well. He's taken that one on.
And policies and storing those things. Yeah. The next section is the finance division. And this is where we try to refine our own process, the budget process every year, because it's not something that's straightforward. But we also would like feedback from you as far as what you want and need as we go through the process. As we know, with less meetings, there are either going to be more time or less information. And so as you look back and think about what we did in the past, even last year, what are some of those things that really weren't valuable to you? Because that's helpful to us. It's helpful to us to help it streamline that process for you. We're looking at some functionality within our finance system and how we can use that. And ultimately, we'd like to be able to submit our budget document to get some GFOA awards. I did demo a budget software product a couple of weeks ago, but it's all about, it costs money, and so it's whether that product is worth what we have. I will say the product that we produce now, nobody reads. I mean, I put it online. It's a huge product. It's a huge document, and the information that's in there is required for a GFOA award, but it's not always information that people are looking for. I would say like department heads use it. They use it as their kind of guide because I'll get questions from them. But there are some improvements that we can make, and I'm hoping looking at the software will help it, one, make it a little easier because everything's manual now, and two, make it a little bit more standardized and enable us to get some more either graphics or readable information in that document.
So as a little bit of explanation, GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association. They've had a long-standing budgeting excellence award, and it's kind of like accreditation. It's best management practices, kind of a template or standardized expectation. So if we can reformat to their expectations, it might standardize us going forward and then also make us eligible for the award.
Yeah. Purchasing policy, we update those. We did just update those. Jacob worked on those and brought those forward to you. That's always something that we look at every year, kind of see to just revisit those and make sure they don't need little tweaks. On here we have purchasing agent / project manager. We did not get that budgeted this year, but we did get a grant coordinator. As you know, and you've heard through things that are coming to you, grants are on the rise, and us getting grants, we've got a lot of dollars invested in grants right now, and managing and administrating those grants is extremely complicated. For example, just to get a federal grant, there's 4 websites that you have to be able to go into, and for every step, there's a different website that you have to go into and submit your documentation, and then it goes to a different website. So it's very complicated, and to have somebody that can learn the process and know how to do that and make sure that we're documenting and submitting that documentation how we should is going to be beneficial for us. So that's a position that we have a job description started. Hopefully we'll get that position put out, and hopefully that person can come in, one, not only administer the grants that we do have, but look for the grants that are out there, because there's a lot of them out there. And then if that kind of goes away or dries up a little bit, there's a lot of other things that this person, project management, I can see that position going into that. So that's kind of the direction we kind of went with that position at this time. Policies, we review those, and according to get our expanded powers, as you know, for investments, which allows us to go from 2 years to 4 years on our investments and gives us a little bit more leeway, which we did get approved for again for 2024. That those have to be done annually, so you'll see those policies come. We don't change them a lot, but every now and then there's something in there that might need a little bit of a revision.
If I can back up to assessment management and add to that development agreements, that's another project Sean's working on of compiling a lot of disparate information that we have in the departments, trying to turn that into a database, because we're going to need to be able to administer going forward the different cost recovery fees or by way of development agreements and special assessment administration. So we've been doing it with various staff. We're trying to improve that and consolidate it.
And every special assessment, I will say, is different. What you consider a special assessment district is the urban kind of residential area that, you know, might have 15 or 20 years of levy on that. But that administratively, that's every year coming up with what that's going to be and sending that to the clerk. It's not like it's something that, you create it on the upfront, but there is a lot of follow-up. We get a lot of calls from realtors. We get a lot of calls from taxpayers and things like that. So behind those scenes is a lot of administration to get those charges on the bill, to make sure they're right, to answer questions, and track. I mean, when you add 50 or 60 lots onto a special assessment, that's 50 or 60 more that you have to be able to track and maintain and do everything that is administratively needed for that. So we do have some software available within our financial system that we're kind of looking at as far as the levying of the assessment side. And that's something I think too that we can work with a little bit closer with the county clerk the county clerk to see how they can help us in that respect. The next one is water customer accounting. This is a very popular topic right now. As you might recall, we did contract with Tyler to implement their utility billing software. We've been working on that here for, seems like forever, but probably 2 years. Utility billing is complex. There's a lot of pieces to it because if you think about it, you have to have a meter out there that reads the reads, and that data has to come into a system that can kind of manipulate it. That's one implementation in itself because that's a separate software system. And then once we get that data into the meter reading set, we have to put that into a billing software. We did run into some glitches with them. There was excess use fees was a problem. We had to do a customized programming for that. We've had some glitches with just the programming in itself, just trying to get it to where we needed it to be. As we do this, we're trying to look at whatever benefits we can get for our citizens. Some of the ones that were brought up was obviously payment plans, notification, high notifications and things like that. I think a lot of those will be able to level pay. That's one that we've never had before. I think those are things that once we get into the system, get it implemented, those are all possibilities within this new system that we can kind of look at implementing at a later date. Trying to think of what else on here. As we're going along, we're trying to look at our policies and procedures to make sure that they're up to date, that what we're doing is actually what is in our policy. We hold policies a couple different places. We have some ordinances that drive our policies, and then we have internal policies that are not within the ordinances. So we're trying to update those, make sure that we're following them procedurally, and then see if there's any of those that are problematic and maybe need to be changed as we go along. So that's probably the biggest ones. That's really all I have as far as how we get to where we go. So if you have any questions about any of those projects or...
I like the idea of using Venmo. I think that's getting to be, especially with the younger demographic, they use quite a bit.
Yeah, we do have the capability right now online to do like ACH payments or something like that. Venmo has not come up in the conversation, but certainly something we have to look at because, like you said, that's where people are going.
Has collections in the water department been an issue with the economy the way it is?
I would say that it's not any worse than it was. During COVID, obviously, we had some problems, but there were some opportunities, more opportunities for people to get help. I would say that, and I'm not in the weeds with this, but I would say we have regulars. So we have people that are constantly, struggling, but we're not out of whack with anything. I mean, it's not a huge issue. We have very succinct ways of dealing with it. So there are notifications and there's calls and there's all kinds of, there's a whole process. At day 12, this happens. At day 14, this happens. At day 16, this happens. So there's a very complex process to deal with those things. But so I would say no, we're not seeing extraordinarily high volumes of shutoffs or anything like that.
Just a technical question. Is paperless billing and auto pay different from electronic pay customers? I noticed it was what I thought was the same thing was listed on 3 different lines. Because, I brought up years ago,
Why
I
mail
haven't
me
sent
the-
a check in 15
Yeah.
years, but I still get an envelope every month.
Yeah. Electronic billing is already available. You can opt out of getting that paper. It's a paperless bill. You get it
Okay, so
via email.
so
Yeah.
the notification would just be electronic.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I'd say the biggest complicated piece of this whole thing, and you're the one that brought it up, is that envelope. How do you separate out those people that are actually getting paper bills that are automatically paying from those that aren't and not send them an envelope?
Okay, so I could eliminate that from me just by going to
Yeah.
paperless.
But by
That's-
going paperless.
Okay.
Yep.
Where do you go?
You can go online and do that and sign up for it for paperless. And what they do, because I have it, they send you an email like a month or 6 weeks before your bill's even due that says, hey, here's your water bill. It's going to be taken out of your account on blah, 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 or it's due on whatever date. Here's the amount.
And you can log in and see a PDF.
It comes in your email. It emails it to you.
That's right. So the whole thing's on the email.
Mhm. And you can also log in and see the data
Let's do that.
online.
I know, I still get the paper bill, I looked at it in the trash.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe we need to have a course over lunch. We can walk you through it.
You can. You can pay it online via the website where you go on and log in. You can also set up automatic payment where it comes out automatically. And that's where that notification's nice because you get notified, like I said, 6 or 7 weeks ahead of time. So you know what date and how much is coming out for that particular bill. You can pay over the phone. You can call in. It's an automatic phone system that will take your payment. You can pay obviously by coming in, dropping it off in front of the city county building.
So you're saying there's no excuse for not paying the bill? Huh?
No.
Other than before I was on auto pay, I would always forget, and that's how I would know
Right.
this time was when it got shut off.
Right, right, right.
You're not the only one.
No,
so.
you're not.
So when the new software gets rolled out and up to speed, you're going to probably more options to do the online.
We'll at least have what we have now, because that was part of the requirement is to be able to do what we have now. I will say that we probably will have some more variety in the ability to do just different notifications and things
I
like
think
that.
that's the biggest
Um,
questions I've had is, why didn't they call me? Why did they wait till now to
right.
tell me I had a leak?
Right. Well, and we hold a lot of hands, to be quite honest, because we do read reports and manually, by the way, and if we see something that's out of whack, that staff will make a phone call. I've gotten them. And so they try to do that. With the new implementation, especially on the meter reading side, that implementation will have, and obviously you have to go in and you have to sign yourself up because it doesn't know your email address or your phone number. So it does take some initiation from the customer. So if you go in and you sign up for a notification, it will notify you when you use more water than a certain percentage.
In the future, not currently.
Not currently. But there are those abilities. But even online, if you're signed up online, you can go and see what your usage is. So you could really see, does it look like something's going on? In hindsight, it obviously doesn't tell you, at that moment. It would tell you at that moment in real time, but it's not going to tell you that it's going to happen. Is what I'm getting at.
So on the city's homepage, is there a tab, a link for water billing?
Yep.
So currently you could go in and see what your usage was up to, say, even within a day before or not?
I don't know if it's currently, but I know there's a usage graph on there, and it's probably a monthly usage graph. Yeah.
That's the difficulty, and that's been the long-standing difficulty with water building is we
Real time.
read the meter, it's a point in time, and it's a month at a time.
Right.
And the added benefit of the technology that I'm very enthused about is trying to have some red, flags that are set that can hopefully proactively and in an automatic way, not manual intervention, let someone know. And doesn't mean they'll understand, doesn't mean they'll respond, doesn't mean we tell them what the problem is and what the fix is. But the quicker we can let someone know that there's been a noticeable
problem.
change in their usage, the quicker they can avoid
Right.
those fees.
And that notification actually comes, like I said, from the meter reading software, not the billing software, which is seems kind of odd, but that's where it's first recognized is in the meter reading
So
software.
we're still on track to May roll that out?
We have a tentative May date, but a possible June date at this point, just as far as timing, because we do have winter quarter averages going into effect right now. As you know, winter quarter averages track January, February, March, and then they go into effect in April, May billings. So our concern was we didn't want to do that on the old system and try to implement it at the same time, so we may push it off to June. So we do have dates set for May and June both for implementation. So.
Anything else? All right, we'll jump to parks. And that's on page 25. I'm going to steal Jeff's thunder a little bit. The very first slide is consensus priorities that came out of 2023. And I reviewed that list, and I think we can say that all of them have been accomplished or are in progress, with the exception of an additional dog park, abandoning the horseshoe pits, which those are kind of related items. The conversation last year was, would it be possible to put a dog park in where the horseshoe pits are in Sunset Park, and then trails. And we're working on trails, but we haven't done a new trail initiative beyond kind of the grant work that the Public Works is doing to get concrete wide sidewalk trails. So,
It's just amazing. At first, nobody wanted a dog park in the neighborhood, and now, just the overall thought is that, well, everybody wants one.
yeah, well, yeah. In fact, we had a conversation yesterday that potentially we could be talking about 3 dog parks. Need for one at Carver Center to address the separation of public and animal shelter use of that dog park. The one at the horseshoe pits at Sunset, and then at kind of a staff level, we've talked about the northwest corner of Indian Rock as a possible location. So
Yes.
I'll turn things over to and then obviously the park master plan is something that we've been working along and hard and is in this packet as well. But I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thank you, Mike. Pickleball court project is complete. It's been well used and well received by the public. Regularly, I've been getting pictures of all 10 courts being used at one time, especially with the reasonable weather we've been having the past 2 weeks. And a few things we need to address there, which we knew about and we were planning for this year, is a sidewalk. We need some sidewalks to that site. We also have lighting there. That lighting over the winter had some problems. power's fine. We need to get the lights working because there has been requests for lights for those existing lights that are there. In the future, we like to put in some LED lights, use the same poles, put in some updated controls similar to what the new tennis site has at Kenwood Park. Bill Burke Park and Berkeley Family Improvement Project. I would have a meeting here at 11 regarding Bill Burke, which we'll see if I'm able to make it to that meeting for a project meeting for Bill Burke finishing up fencing improvements and also some of the site improvements. We have some material delays, but we anticipate very soon being able to get on some of those fields to the south, fields 1, 2, and 3, and be able to start practicing on those fields. January weather did not help us achieve our timeline, so we did add some days to the contract, so that put us a little behind. Bathroom renovation plan, our construction crew that is under our facilities maintenance staff, facilities maintenance division, they're finishing up the tennis bathrooms. I'm not sure if you got a chance to look at those recently, but they are, I would say, 90% there. Toilets are set, partitions are set. They're wrapping up the interior, are almost wrapped up, and they're working on the exterior of that building to make it look like one of our similar buildings in our system, going with that dark brown metal wrapped look for the fascia and soffit. The roof was recently completed. Guttering is going up here in the next few weeks, so we can divert water away from the courts towards the north or towards the west. And so they'll be wrapping up that project soon, and then they'll be focusing their attention on the park bathrooms at Oakdale Park is our next step for the park bathroom plan. Demoing the old pool at Oakdale, the demo contractor has wrapped that up and turned it over to staff. Fences have been removed or are being removed around that site. And when the weather warms up enough to put seed down, when that ground temperature is a proper temperature for seed to germinate, park staff will be grooming that, leveling it off, making sure it fits with the entire site, and putting seed down to get it to germinate. And looking forward to that Oakdale Park area looking quite different without the north tennis courts and without the skating pond there. You'll hear a presentation from Mr. Anderson about Arts and Humanities' future vision for that area, for the skating pond area, former skating pond area, this afternoon. Equipment replacement plan. We do have a equipment replacement plan. We need to formalize that update process. We also have lots of requests coming in for this equipment that we have lots of needs, and we have a lot of variety of needs, and we're still trying to finesse that plan to get it better. As I said, Salina Tennis Alliance bathhouse renovation is almost complete, working on the exterior. Facility audit results. We have been working through Mr. Wood, Deputy City Manager, regarding Schneider Electric project, and that's being somewhat led by our facilities maintenance superintendent, who's reviewing submittals. He's kind of acting as our owner representative while Schneider is our project manager. He's reviewing submittals. He's making sure all those contractors get into all those buildings. It's so far the schedule has been met. We don't see any delays. For example, they're in this building right now putting in lighting, and it's been looking pretty good according to the Tony's Pizza Event Center staff. And then in this building for sure, in March they'll be doing insulation, and then HVAC, which has that long lead time, will be the next step. So summer day camp, we had our most successful field house camp ever last summer. We had 80 plus participants on average every week. The registrations for those are a weekly basis, so we look at it week to week, and it was very successful. We felt 80 was a sweet spot. We didn't want to go above 80. If you recall, we had the state provided a grant for sustainability of daycare. We were eligible for that. We applied for that. We used that. That is no longer a option for us to use that grant funds. But we did improve a lot of the activities of camp, and we anticipate another great summer for summer camp and that 80 plus people as well.
Jeff, losing that grant, will that increase the fees for the individuals coming to the camp?
We did propose to the advisory board, Parks and Rec Advisory Board, a modest increase of, I believe we went from 110 to 120 per week, and which was under 10%, which is what the cost recovery plan allows us to go up to. We think 120 is good because of the increase in wages where we needed to recruit those summer staff. I don't foresee an increase next year, but I think 120 is a good number to be at to sustain the staffing that we need to run that camp at 80 people per week.
What is the hours for that camp?
7:30 to 5:30. Yeah, technically it's 8 to 5, but we make sure we allow for early drop off and late pickup for that 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. Holidays not included.
And that's lunch and snacks and everything?
That's lunch and snacks. Yes, sir. The USD 305 provides, I believe, 6 weeks of lunches where they bring those lunches, and then we work with the YMCA to bring the other lunches. Actually, I take that back. Last year we used the YMCA solely for that lunch program, and they have the similar lunch program that the USD 305 does. And there are other options if those don't work. As Mr. Scragg said, additional dog parks. We are early phases of seeking out design and engineering for I wouldn't say engineering, design for dog parks at those 3 locations that Mr. Scragg mentioned. And we want to do it right. We just don't want to put fences up and allow dogs in. We need to do sidewalks. We need to do mow strips. We need to do nice black coated fencing. We need to do proper height fencing, and we need to do mow strips. And we need to do irrigation for that grass to sustain that grass. The cost estimates I'm getting for synthetic turf or canine turf, about $18.50 a square foot. It seems overall quite cost prohibitive, so we're sticking with grass for now.
What are the 3 locations you're looking at?
The area at Parker Park, which is next to Carver Center, will be to the south of Carver Center parking lot. There'd be 2 bays there, 2 pods there, and then which would allow for the animal shelter to have sole control or sole use of that area behind the animal shelter. Indian Rock Park be the north end of Indian Rock Park, and then the 3rd location was Sunset Park, where the existing horseshoe area is at. And the basketball area, well, let me get into Sunset Park. We are also in the early stages of creating a scope of work through our facilities maintenance staff to demo the tennis courts at Sunset Park and also the horseshoe area at Sunset. We had some early estimates just for the concrete only, but we want to look at it a little more holistically. We want to remove fencing from the area, that old galvanized fencing. We have lights there that are not in good shape. We need to remove those lights. So we want to make sure we have a full scope of what we want to take care of. Then we can come back and look at a dog park where the horseshoe area is at.
Well, and with respect to dog parks, we need to run a public process for neighborhood feedback before we just make the final decision on citing them. I do think Barkley Park has demonstrated that it's not nearly as noisy as we might have thought when we first started talking about dog parks. And that Sunset location is on the far side, kind of removed from residential. The Carver Center, again, not very residential. And then Indian Rock is in a neighborhood, but it's not, backing up to people's property lines.
Right.
Right. So
it's across the street from Leonard Hill Park and the USD 305 administrative building. So
What's
And I
the
think the
condition
advisory
of
board might be
the,
a great, I'm sorry,
the
sir.
basketball courts at Sunset? I know that's a high.
Very, very highly used. We intend on maintaining that, removing the fences from that area. I do have some due diligence to do with that group because they are rather passionate about that space. And I want to make sure they're okay with removing fencing, but I don't know if they like the fence or not. I need to find out from that group, but I've never seen a basketball court with a fence around it in this town other than that location. Usually they're open.
Is good.
It's okay. We walked it recently. It's got some minor cracking. I would say those cracks are pretty narrow, like 1/8 of an inch or less, maybe 1/16 of an inch. So I think it's in fair shape. Facility roofs. We have completed most roofs of our shelter houses. There is some inconsistency there. We have one roof that's a metal roof that is green. We need to replace that. We need to relook at the Salina Tennis Alliance operations agreement and a possible amendment to that. Building maintenance, Schneider Electrics, and they're pretty involved with that. It'll also put us in a better position to look at HVAC systems for the future with the Schneider Electric project, and also insulating buildings. Large part of the Schneider Electric's project is the Smoky Hill Museum, and that'll be a great addition, a great thing to do at that building. Windows, insulation, HVAC, to take care of that building. Additional staffing, we added 2 staff members in late 2023 at the animal shelter. One was a full-time admin 1 position or a receptionist position, and then we have a part-time kennel tech at that position. Currently, we have 1 vacancy, which we're getting ready to fill in the next few weeks for an animal control officer. Downtown landscaping is underway. Late in 2023, we started getting rid of a lot of the going from parking lot to parking lot in the downtown area. We're talking 7th Street, Santa Fe, and 5th Street, and looking at by parking lot to address aged, overgrown landscaping. And our consistent model, we wanted to have some consistency in that corridor about what we do to landscaping beds that we're responsible for. We tore out all the old landscaping, and again, we're doing it by parking lot, and going back in without mulch. We're doing a smaller sized gravel rock that has a decorative look to it. And then we'll be, bless you. We haven't selected plant material yet. They will be going back in there. I've asked staff I have a personal interest in what we're putting back in there because I'm a plant guy. So I don't have information for you now on what plant material, shrubs, for example, bushes will be going into those areas, but it'll be somewhat of a consistent look.
You might describe how we divided up landscape maintenance responsibilities with SDI on Santa Fe.
On Santa Fe itself, the 10-foot beds, or the rectangular beds, I guess you would call them, is what I was meaning to call them. Landscaping staff through Parks and Recreation has responsibility of those beds. Late in 2023, as I think it was fall, we did go back through and add a lot of plant material that was missing within those beds, whether it be from poor irrigation or people simply pulling them out, or
Trampling them.
dogs using them as bathroom areas. We did realize we had a lot of plant material missing, and we did go ahead, and it was somewhat late in the growing season, but we did invest in new plant material that would grow in Kansas, that's friendly to Kansas, that grows in Kansas well. And it has a flower. It's a perennial plant, so it's not something annual that we have to replace every year. The annual flowers are more of an SDI responsibility in those flower pots, There were several locations that we identified that the flower pots get moved by vehicles. Someone approaches the curb too much with their front end of their vehicle and pushes that flower pot. And we did put some temporary, well, they're not temporary, parking blocks there to keep cars from approaching the flower pots too much. But SDI does have responsibility of the plant material in those flower pots in the downtown on Santa Fe.
What about the operation of the irrigation system and all those planters?
That is the city's responsibility totally for the plant, for the rectangular beds and for the flower
So
pots.
is that all?
It's in good shape. We have to do typical irrigation maintenance every year. Once we turn it on, we do find some areas that, whether it didn't get winterized properly or water was holding in some way, then it broke a line. So there is annual maintenance. And that was our attempt with that parking block, to try to prevent some of that maintenance from occurring, because we have found that vehicles were pushing or hitting those flower pots and pushing them. And so we can try to limit the amount of maintenance we had to do in those. But every year it is a process. We do have a full staff, landscaping staff. We have for about last 2 years, knock on wood, and we're able to do that and get to those areas timely manner. Just as I believe, and it's an example of that, having that full staff and having a good solid crew of landscaping staff, we're able to take care of Santa Fe better. We're able to install the plant material in the rectangular beds. We're able to take care of 5th Street, 7th Street, and Santa Fe in those different parking lots in that old bed. So I think we're making some good strides there.
It's good that we're maintaining that investment.
And then secondly, add on to that is once we get this downtown project done, 9th Street corridor going to the south of town is our next step.
And it's a struggle. It's not a one-time one and you're done. And staffing levels, we've struggled. Plannings and the type of plannings we've struggled. But Jeff and his staff have really dug in, and I think they're making progress.
And last item, unless I missed something, I don't think I did, but Parks Master Plan items. As you can see, there's lots of paper. They're broken down by 3 different segments in different color codes. One is a priority order from 1 through 187 of master plan items. One is broken down by park. And then the one in yellow is broken down by project or activity. Not sure how you want me to crack this nugget.
If I can jump in a little bit, we've been, as most of you are aware, we contracted for a park master plan, had that done. It was a great document, but it was a lot of information and without priority. We went through a prioritization exercise a while ago now, and if you want to revisit that, either from just a reorganization of the priorities, or as we pick up a priority item, it doesn't necessarily mean that you couldn't say that that's no longer a priority for you as a governing body. But we created a matrix, we created some weighted criteria and scored everything that we could call out of the park master plan. So that's that green list with 187 items on it. Jeff and I and other staff work, talk about this a lot. We review it a lot. And so we tried to go through and put different statuses in there, underway, complete. We targeted things for annual maintenance. A quick review of the green list. The highest priority at the moment that's not addressed in some way is what we're calling 5.2, the Indian Rock Overlook picnic area rebuild. That's a big ticket item. I was scrolling Facebook, I had something pop up that it was a very nice looking shelter. The price point got my attention, and so I dove into that a little bit. And when I started scaling it to the size of what we're trying to do at Indian Rock, it quickly turned into $250,000 as just a reference point. And that was not a structure, that was not a kitchen, that was not a fireplace, that was a nice redwood, attractive shelter, prefab, buy it, they deliver it, you install it. So I say all that because it's on the master plan, it is next on the prioritized list, but it's gonna be a discussion point that we're gonna have to take up.
Well, excuse me, but I believe as a commission, at one point, when we looked at items like that, we kind of said, even though these are lower priority, we can get these 20 things done
Yep.
within our budget. And they were easier to do, whether it's park benches, painting,
Yep.
shelters, and we did those. And I think that's helped our parks immensely on some of those things we've done. And I think some of those higher ticket items kind of get moved down, and then it does really become a much higher discussion level than just part of the
Well,
master plan.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're flush with cash, but this might be one of those things that you say, okay, we got 10 things in the city we really want to get done. Just write a check, get it. Because right now we got a great big park that's not being used because the shelter that building is just not functional. The parking lot, I mean, it's a very attractive area, but it's dead right now.
Are they starting on that parking soon?
They are.
Correct. They had started this week. They
okay.
started, but they're on the north end, parking on the north end. And then also the bathroom in the lodge, or the bathroom in the shelter on the north end of the park. That's where they started at. And then they'll move to the lodge after that.
The parking at the lodge.
Yeah,
The
parking at the
paved
lodge.
surface right
Yeah,
now.
apologize, yes.
A really rough, eroded gravel area. So, to kind of, I don't know, give some perspective to the discussion, I'll tick off what I've identified as kind of the high priorities that aren't being addressed in some way. The Indian Rock Overlook, number 10, replace and repair fencing throughout the system. Number 25, ensure railings on the pedestrian bridges in Oakdale meet code. And we've taken a look at that, and it's really just a function of how big the openings are on those railings. And there's a code standard to prevent someone being a child being able to fall through. The identified solution is welding something kind of horizontally to close those gaps. Seems like an odd project or an odd issue, but I think we can tackle that pretty easily. In fact, I think Brad had some in-kind interest that we might be able to work with someone to have it be an in-kind sponsor and do that. Number 32, Indian Rock seeking assistance to clean it up. Number 37, updating the Discovery Center at Lakewood, which that's another big ticket item. Number 44, upgrading the lighting around the memorial at Sunset Park, and that's the VFW has approached us, and we have a project kind of in the works. Number 48, increasing shade at the Berkeley Family Recreation Area. Number 59, centralized facility for parks, kind of along the lines of what Public Works is talking about. And I'll stop there. If you'll humor me for a second, if you'll jump to the yellow highlighted list, that's by project. And what you may also notice in there is there's things added with a CM designation. I got in the habit for a while of just driving our parks and taking notes in detail to kind of identify just maintenance, other items that we need to address in the park system. And Jeff and his staff have been great about just jumping into the easy ones. So we can go at it this one of two ways. We can say fencing's a priority in a particular park, or we can say we're going to address fencing once and for all through some comprehensive project. And my suggestion to you is that we struggle to make noticeable progress when we break those things apart. That's been our practice. That's been our standard way of doing things. But if we really want to continue our momentum, I would suggest that we think about biting the bullet project by project and giving Jeff the budget and the authority to dive into some of those things.
When you say project, you mean fencing at all parks, not just
right.
this park.
Not a
Right.
piecemeal
Didn't we
approach.
kind of do that with shelters a little bit?
Yep.
And I think you might get better bids and you get someone on the job
Mhm.
and you can,
We did it with shelters. We did it with water fountains. We did it with trash cans, picnic tables, benches.
I would agree. And I think it saves staff time from jumping
Mhm.
around. I think you dress your
Right.
fencing,
Right.
whatever it is, all
Spend a little more time on the front end
Yeah.
to make sure we have a full scope. But yes, it pays off in the back end.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think we've done it in the past on some projects.
And
that's worked.
the other thing that's going to happen potentially is we don't necessarily know what the budget's gonna be. We can set aside some funds, but we do have available funds. So we may be coming to you mid-year saying, on the front end, we're gonna tackle this scope. Are you okay with the scope? Then we go through design and cost estimating and bidding, and then we're back saying, all right, we now know what the cost is gonna be. We might need a budget
Because
amendment.
we're putting $500,000 into that account every year, correct?
Yep.
And do you know what our outstanding balance is? Should I ask Debbie when she's here
Yeah.
tonight? I'm
Um,
sure Jeff probably has
This
it.
year's contribution was 1.8 million, and there was a balance of approximately 1 million. So right now we're approximately at 2.8 million.
So we've got,
right, and then much like the conversation about streets, as we see growth on the revenue side, we probably ought to be thinking about whether we stay at 500,000 or whether that incrementally increases. So if we could run through the yellow items, quickly, I'll just hit the categories for you. So we've identified some areas in our parks. Brad, it came up, well, I'm sorry, it came up at the chamber board meeting this morning that one of our People's Choice art pieces, a potential location is a space that used to be a water fountain that's been abandoned, or yeah, water feature, not a drinking fountain, at Oxbow Park. That now is an opportunity to put some art in there. Same way at Kennedy Park, there's a circular concrete pad that we might be able to put some art in. So that combined with trying to touch up the statue at Oakdale, the Statue of Liberty, bronze, and are things that Arts and Humanities might be able to take on. There's a couple things out of the plan that are really kind of arboretum type things we could contract out if we wanted to label and tag trees in various parks, benches. We've addressed that considerably, but Sunset Park was called out as needing a look in terms of benches. Centennial Park,
can I ask, do we still have many wooden benches left? And are we looking to replace those with a longer, less?
We
wicked
have
beds?
a lot of benches that have metal frames that have 2x4s as the seat in the back.
you
So-
might explain what we've done with the correctional facility.
Yes, we did, I think it was some time ago now, we bought a large quantity of lumber, 4 picnic tables, 4 benches. We enlisted the help of Ellsworth Correctional Facility to route the edges, to paint those in a specified color, dark brown. And then we dropped that wood off, we went and picked it up, and then we started deploying that. This late 2023, we completed all those benches that we have existing in our system with that style. Those frames, that metal frame was in good shape, and we felt that it was satisfactory at this time, or had had above average quality to continue with that metal frame, with that wood tread.
So system-wide, where do we stand?
System-wide, all existing benches have been replaced with that painted, updated wood.
So, and hang on to the Ellsworth labor thought. We'll double back to that in a minute. So Centennial Park, there's been a lot of conversation generally, and then the park master plan calls out a number of suggested approaches at Centennial Park. From staff's perspective, I think we would like to bring someone in and develop a master plan for Centennial Park to pull a vision together, and then we can start trying to budget and plan to that vision. From space use to facility changes and improvements to the Friendship Center itself and the structural elements of that, and the kind of the landscaping out back, if you're familiar with that. There's a below grade almost entrance to the backside. We could chip away at it, but it would really be helpful to have some cohesive vision that we're working towards.
Well, and it's something like Centennial Park, I think if you take in the demographics, there may be a need for some type of not a full-size soccer place, but a
Right.
field, a smaller soccer field
Yep.
for like
Yep.
a 3-on-3,
Mhm.
whatever, 3-wall handball,
Mhm.
because,
Mhm.
so I think
Yep.
maybe looking at the neighborhoods and even doing some,
Yeah, a master
Talking
planning
to those,
exercise
yeah.
would probably, it would certainly include, neighborhood feedback and
Yep.
there's a lot of open space there, but it's not graded. It undulates. And so trying to use it for any type of athletic use right now unless you pick out a small spot, it's not very conducive to that. So,
What I've heard from Centennial Park, what they've wanted for years is just a walking trail.
Yep. And that was one of the things that the
Yeah,
park master
our
plan
list.
included in that recommendation. And, but that probably makes sense. Well, it does make sense, but again, citing other things, to have an overall plan would be helpful. And then we can start chipping away at, put in the trail, skate park. Actually, the master plan called for relocating the skate park, and the neighborhood said they
Yeah,
like
which
the
I
activity.
think that's the
and-
trouble with bringing in consultants. They don't understand the
Mhm.
demographics.
I was
think that
surprised by their
they-
receptivity to skate, the noise that
Right,
skateboarding, but the
right.
neighborhood gave us that feedback.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that the soccer angle would be good for their. Soccer's really got.
Yeah. We do maintain and keep some goals at Centennial Park on that south end.
Yeah, I see
It
that.
doesn't get used quite a bit, but they get moved around a lot. It's not an official dimension of a soccer pitch. And it's also, there are trees that are, sometimes in the way, depending on people moving those soccer goals. And then, as
I
Mike said, the
envisioned something
turf
smaller,
is not the greatest.
because as far as it would be.
Yeah,
used.
younger kids like yeah,
Yeah,
mhm, a short-sided field. Yeah.
something that would
Mhm.
take less maintenance, would also be able to be used by a smaller number of people at one time.
so there's a handful of categories that you're going to see us suggesting that we engage a consultant and put together a master plan. Indian Rock's another example of that. So the next thing we had on this project by project list is chain link fencing. And as an example, I asked Jeff to look into what would it take to take out the old chain link fence that surrounded the rodeo grounds, put black vinyl chain link across the end of the tennis complex. And he did that. And then we had sticker shock in terms of, oh, geez, I thought this was going to be an easy one. It was $40,000.
$48,000.
But that's an example of, are we ready to change our mentality and say, we have funds, we're trying to get our house in order, and we're gonna bite the bullet? And if we're gonna do that, there's a number of chain link fence areas that are challenging. If you're familiar with Bondi Fields, all of that's showing its age in terms of the chain link. It'd be a massive improvement, in my opinion, to just do to that fence what we're doing to the fencing at Bill Burke. So I think this is a very comprehensive review of all the parks and where our chain link fencing needs are. Similarly, then, we've broken concrete work into phases, partly because of cost, partly because of scope of work, but we have some remaining concrete work that we could tackle. There's another category two more categories in the park master plan that we've identified. One is decline, and that's declined at the staff level, and we probably need to have a conversation with the park board and with you as the governing body about that. And the other is for further review. And again, that's something that we've talked about taking to the park board and then bringing to you. So two things that we specifically pulled out as declined is an off-leash dog park at Lum Felton, which is at the end of Ash Street and Broadway. It's just, there's no parking there. It's not very conducive for a use like that. And then abandoning our agreement with the school district on the Schilling Park. And if you have questions, we can get into that in greater detail. As Jeff mentioned earlier, we still have some demolition work to do, and I think this is a fairly comprehensive list of the remaining demo work to be done. We talked about dog parks. The Thomas Park was suggested in the park master plan, but from staff's perspective, Thomas Park's in really good shape at the moment, and we just are not carrying through with the park board or park master plan recommendation that there be a dog park in Thomas Park. Have some electrical work to be addressed potentially. The Berkeley Family Recreational Area Drainage solution. We had a conversation. We brought that forward in study session, and understandably there was sticker shock. We're now going forward with the conversion of Wilbur Field, but I think that may help with drainage a little bit, but I do think we're going to continue to have drainage challenges on Matson and some of those fields. What we've said at the staff level is we're going to be more deliberate this year in monitoring rain events and drainage observations, what we're seeing. But I don't think that, I think it's going to continue to be a problem. I think by butting the ball fields up to edge of concrete of the runway, whenever we did that, we just bought ourselves this drainage problem. And I'll defer to Jeff, but I don't know that we have an alternative beyond what we've brought forward. It's a question of cost benefit, whether it's a priority for us to tackle.
I would agree. We have, obviously the fire station project is, going on there. We're waiting for some information. Well, we'd like to get some more information about that oil line. But that's really, the oil line that's in that area. Once we get that information, we can really put that design portion to bed, but we think we have a decent design. We have a good design. Sure, can it be a little more massaged to try to find some cost savings? Yes, but I think what they came up with is a good design. It did have a higher price point than we wanted it to be. And
Is there much of an added cost, like on a rain delay at the baseball game, as far as rescheduling it to a later date?
it's I'm not sure. It is an added cost. There's certainly staff involvement and have to increase staff input that wasn't planned, to try to either recover that field in a timely manner or letting it dry out. Moving people, recreation staff have to move people to other fields to try to accomplish the objective in their timeline for a tournament, for example. Our leagues are pretty flexible. We can extend season a little bit, but when it comes to tournaments, it's tough because then that puts us in a bind, and then we have to act fast. We have to be readily available, look at the forecast, plan for the possibility of rain, especially on Berkeley family area, whether it be Matson Field or fields 1 through 4. Because we have a lot of soil that goes into dugouts, digging out dugouts. And then, we're trying to wait for some wind and some sun to try to dry out a field. And then we may or may not have another place for them to go. As we put in more turf fields, we do have some flexibility at
I
Berkeley,
think
for
the
example.
unique thing about the Berkeley drainage is how much runoff's coming off of that concrete. It's not, Bill Burke, you have rain that falls on the field, it impacts it some, but we have riverlets coming off of the concrete, running down the baselines and through the infields, and so we have material that's getting moved across the fields, and it's just a bigger challenge and a fix.
So with the fire station build, did Caw Valley, I believe, do a water study on that, where the water's gonna go?
Yeah, there's a pond there, and part of that design is pre and post development runoff and detaining it. So there's an opportunity to detain that in the northeast corner of our property, as it relates to the fire station. And a lot of this, if we can get it directed, will run through that same area. But it's really a function of impacting all those fields before it gets to that pond.
The fire station concrete is gonna
Yeah.
Yeah, the pond is
more to
plenty. The pond is big enough to handle everything. I
Right.
mean, it's a pretty good sized pond. If you look at the aerial, how
Right.
far it goes out. I mean, it doesn't hold water very much right now, but if there was additional water,
Yeah.
it's got a pretty good
Yeah.
size area.
Our former city engineer felt it was adequate to accommodate, because his opinion was the water that was there, that was already present, was already getting there in the long run. What we were planning for was getting it there more expeditiously.
And in a path that we prefer.
Right, in a path that we prefer.
But and the engineers that were working on the ball diamonds also talked to Caw Valley as that kind of went through. So I think there's been some coordination on that piece, and there's really not a concern about the space, how much space we have. As Jeff said, it's about how fast the water gets there and how fast it dissipates.
In the direction we want to versus
You'd see they have equipment up there to start on Wilbur Field.
Yeah,
started
they're
Monday.
getting
So
after it.
there's a lot of work on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
but trying to keep moving here. Glennifer Hill, if you're familiar with Glennifer, you may not be familiar with Glennifer Hill Park. It's next to the USD 305 offices. and then north of Indian Rock Park. The park master plan had recommendations about, playground upgrades, that type of thing. At a staff level, we recognize that there's open space right there on the north end of Indian Rock. So one of the things we're suggesting is that we put together a Glenifer Hill / Indian Rock plan and move the playground equipment across the street to Indian Rock, which then potentially could free up Glenifer Hill for housing redevelopment. So that's another example of potentially bringing someone in and trying to help us put together kind of a broader plan. Gates and guardrails. The park master plan calls out a number of locations where we have post and cable that needs to be dealt with. As I drove through our park system, I identified more locations. And then, it's an example of kind of out of sight, out of mind. But we have a number of locations where our gates are essentially rusted cattle panels. The golf course as it adjoins Markley, Indian Rock, as you go up the hill, that type of thing. If we're really going to, if you're familiar with state parks and national park entrances, they have kind of a timber swinging gate, wooden type approach. And then we've tried to brainstorm what's the alternative to post and cable in Lakewood and Bill Burke. And the only thing that we've really come up with is more of a wooden post wooden guardrail type scenario, which our conversation was, if we buy the material and we have a design, is that something that Ellsworth the labor could fabricate all that stuff, paint it, route it, and then we can install it across the community. As you can see there's a lot of locations for it. But once again, if you really drive those parks, I think it's that added maintenance touch that improves the image, and it addresses some of our maintenance challenges. Again, it's going to be kind of a comprehensive project, and it'll have a price tag with it. Indian Rock Lake, the staff started down the path of trying to rejuvenate Indian Rock Lake, and I'd always heard that the lake was drained looking for a gun or as part of a police investigation, and then it never filled back up. And it sat at a low level like that. Well, that's a red flag that before we invest a lot of time and energy in lake renovation, do we have enough drainage to expect it to be a lake? It's kind of the Jerry Ivy Pond conversation all over again. So took a pause and said, we probably need an Indian Rock Lake plan, shore restoration, dealing with trees, an assessment of what could it be before we just dive headlong into that. I think it's getting colder in here.
Might want to put a flag up and point out where it is. I've been up there in years, but is it up high or down at the base?
Well, it's up high. In fact, if you look at the video that the media guys play as part of our city commission meetings when we break, there's a very flattering picture of Indian Rock Lake that they share as part of that I personally have never seen it from any point of view as I'm in Indian Rock, but that looks attractive. I don't know how dated the picture is, though.
That was originally a sand pit, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
My recollection is it's right off of Indiana.
Yeah.
And
No,
just to the
Indiana's on there.
The legend was when I was young that it was bottomless.
Yeah.
I thought that, yeah, there was a crane or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's a resource that we need to figure out what we're going to do with, but I want to be prudent before we just start diving into it. Landscaping, Jeff has kind of touched on that, but we've identified some landscaping areas that we need to tackle. Limestone, we have a number of number of buildings and things in our facility, everything from the base of the Statue of Liberty statue in Oakdale to the bathrooms at Indian Rock to bathrooms at Oakdale that are limestone, and they're just stained. Staff's looked into what's the solution to that. As I understand it, we've struggled to find anybody that does that type of work. We have found someone. They have told us what the right approach is, but they've not been responsive in terms of giving us a proposal. But we could do it one at a time, or we could just try to put a scope together and tackle it all in one fell swoop. Then the next list is what we've identified as major projects, and those are probably budget items that we need to take up one by one. The next is more minor projects, and you're going to see in there Some city manager items identified that are, as an example, cleaning the ditch at the golf course on Crawford, which Parks is taking up, and dealing with the dirt pile that we are stockpiling here at the TPEC parking lot. They use it for their dirt events. We have a fence around it, but the dirt pile's considerably taller than the fence, and it just kind of erodes out of there, just housekeeping type stuff. Overlook projects. We have multiple locations of overlooks that we either need to secure them and not have them be an overlook, or we need to think about constructing a true structural overhang overlook, which that's a design expertise in and of itself.
How do they not become an overlook if they're already there? I mean,
Fencing to the point you can't access it
but
anymore.
I mean, I guess,
Yeah,
but what I
it,
mean is they're natural overlook
right.
spots, so I think you probably have to deal with the
Well,
fencing.
they have some path to them. They have some railing that may need repair, and then the bank falls away. So again, that's a possibly a design contract. Parks has done a tremendous job of identifying and contracting out for paint across our park system, but you can see the list of what's left. In my estimation, driving the parks, if we painted all of this, we would have our house in order in terms of wood fence that's just been allowed to discolor. I think one of the bigger challenges in all of this is all of our trailheads and signage and posts and things at our trailheads. But again, this is historically, we used to say, well, we can do that in-house, and we just had too much in-house, and we couldn't keep up with mowing and routine maintenance. Contracting it out has made a noticeable difference to, we can see progress. And then playground scheduling, we've talked about in terms of, we are on a schedule and working that through. A couple of plumbing items, Jerry Ivy Pond projects underway. There's some public works items that we talked with Jim about in terms of crack sealing the TPEC parking lot, which I think they might have done, haven't they?
It's
Or-
on this year's schedule.
Okay. And then some curb painting. The two lots we have with the old rodeo grounds and the overflow parking lot here at TPEC are undulating ground and not a high priority, but I think Public Works could come in and grade those and turn those into more conducive overflow parking. One of the other items that we struggle with is the spalling concrete on the roads in Oakdale Park. It's not overly problematic, but it's pitted. Structurally, I think it's okay, but I don't think it merits tearing out the concrete, but we're struggling to figure out how to resurface it in some way. So that's kind of just on the list of challenges. Handful of quick fix items. I think most of those are just things I observed and noted driving through the park system. And then that reconsideration list that I talked about that we need to staff through the park board and bring to the governing body. Restroom projects we've talked about, and that's on a schedule. River project is on a schedule, and baseball enterprises project is the stuff at Berkeley Family and what's going on at Bill Burke. Shelter projects, we got some recommendations from the park master plan of additional shelters, and then some repair work that needs to be done. And then we have some sign contractor work that could be done in terms of the TPEC sign in particular. I do think, do you have any park sign updates left at this point?
We do not.
So you may recall we used to have routed wood signs in some locations, and then signs that were in keeping with our wayfinding signage and others. Jeff and his crew have gotten through all of those and updated them. And then we have a handful of small projects. Couple of special projects. When Mike Hoppick was mayor, we got a kind of a last minute request that the mayor sign on to the North American Butterfly Initiative or something like that. We didn't really have the opportunity at the time, but the old landfill, we're gonna have to put dirt on it, and would rather not have to mow it. That's a possible opportunity. Another one is the field across from the shelter at Indian Rock. If we wanted to, we could turn that into a habitat and maybe have some walking trails cut through it. Surfacing. Oh, that's playground
Playground, yeah.
surfacing, and
Mhm.
park staff has tackled that across the organization, across the community. We have a couple left,
Mhm.
maybe.
5 sand places left we need to address.
Trail projects, and part of that's just ongoing maintenance, but then trying to address some of the things that were called out in the park master plan. Fire hydrants, we have a handful that are showing their age and need to be painted. The VFW project, we've met with the VFW, we're working with them. One of you told me that, is it Ben's working on a wooden model mock-up of the whole project? So I think that's where VFW's on that, but we've coordinated with them. We need a level of detail in terms of plans so that we can sign off, put a budget to it and bring it back to you. I mentioned the welding project. We've got a number of locations where wood fencing could screen views and deal with storage issues. That's another one where we could just, as a large project, spec it and put it out. So obviously not enough time to go through those one by one, but the thing that I would tell you is if it's acceptable to you, we're trying to take a different approach and say, we're going to tackle this entire category across our park system in one fell swoop. Like we've done, as we mentioned with a lot of the other elements, I feel like we are really close to getting a lot of this stuff behind us and really addressing all the kind of outstanding issues in our park system that have been around for decades.
Well, and I like the fact that we're setting money aside, and hopefully we do that.
Mhm.
Right.
Well, forever's a long time, but I think part of our problem is, and it's not just with parks, but we've just neglected things for so long.
Mhm.
We're the ones now that are responsible for cleaning all this up,
Mhm.
and there's a lot of money to be spent, but if you look back over the years, there's just dollars that have not been addressing these issues. So
Yep.
I like the fact that staff has tried to say, okay, we're gonna put money aside and this has got to be used, and once we get these done, we'll be going back to whatever we did,
Well,
so,
right.
it's
That's
just,
the other
it's gonna
thing,
be a
trying to get
continuing,
this
yeah.
scheduled as a
'Cause
cycle.
yeah,
Yep.
so it's gonna be a,
And to that point, when we set the 500,000 a year, it was a couple of years ago, inflation alone is eating into that.
Mm-hmm.
The source of that money is a variable amount each year though, isn't it?
Well, it's the sales tax.
So-
So not only is it variable, but it has a sunset to it as well in 2036. So we've been seeing sales tax growth, and that takes me back to my prior point of some of these categories. When we see sales tax growth, my recommendation is that we increase those budgets, not leave that budget the same and fund something new as a whole nother category. We're gonna have to keep up with it.
Right,
And
'cause I was wondering whether we could either increase the 500,000 or set it to whatever percentage of that sales tax it was when it
Right.
first started and just let it rise and fall like
Yep.
transient
Yep.
gas
But-
tax.
and the other thing is, we have that transient guest tax set aside to help with ball fields, but I think that's gonna be paying off that curve
Curve,
considerably faster, because we were collecting while construction hadn't even started, then after it started. So I think out of that, what, we have $1.5 million we were gonna pay out of transient guest tax, or was it $1 million?
Yes, correct.
1.5?
Yep.
I think that's gonna be paid off a lot sooner, and those dollars can then start going towards some of the things we have in Parks and Rec, whether it's ball fields and
So if you
other
remember
things.
Debbie's spreadsheet of that sales tax fund and all the different pots that we're trying to divide that into, that's part of that whole conversation, is whether it's incremental growth of some of those categories, whether it's a percentage allocation of that revenue stream. Some of that we're already committed. We've got debt that we're gonna have to pay, and we have commitments to make. And then we also rolled in fire equipment with that. But that whole sales tax budget is where all this conversation fits.
And the thing I like mainly since we're looking at Parks and Rec, is the fact that we now have a separate account set up. Before, if we didn't spend the money, I think it just kind of got
Yeah, it was
put
in
it
the
back into
balance
the
and
general
we,
fund, and it
yep.
was never, and just kind of lost. you know, so, because I know that that fund is built up because we weren't able to get some things done, but,
Yeah.
so it'll help take care of some of those larger ticket items, so I think staff's done a good job of planning for that.
So in addition to the park master plan, we have other slides and we're running out of time. I do want to be sure to touch on the animal services a little bit.
Mhm.
I wanted to follow up. Here. South High tennis courts, dissolve these sand volleyball courts.
Mm.
Didn't we have a plan to find a new spot for those?
Yep.
Yes, so it is on a list in here on one of the yellow items, minor project. I might be under the minor project, but yes, so we do have a location picked out, just to the east of where the sand volleyball courts were at. We were having some difficulty finding someone who would provide the blend of sand that we wanted to have the type of quality sand we wanted for sand volleyball. And we finally found a source in Wichita that provides the blend of sand that met a specification of the USA Volleyball for beach volleyball. And we're getting a sample of that sand because I think there's some interest from the stakeholder group that plays sand volleyball that want to see what kind of sand it is and be able to touch it, feel it. And once we get that, then we can start finishing off our estimating of costs and then start looking at the project, coming to the city manager and discussing that with him, and then to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. And sorry,
And we previously had what I would call construction grade sand.
it's
And
like Mason
it was
sand.
Mason sand.
Mhm.
And it was coarse on your feet. It wasn't conducive to sand volleyball. And then additionally, we have sand volleyball courts at Centennial Park. So what we've talked about is if we're going to do this in Jerry Ivy, we need to put the same quality sand in Centennial Park.
Mhm.
And here on this page, you got, fire hydrant paint.
Yep.
Is this the appropriate? This doesn't come under Parks and Rec. does
No,
it?
we're tasking utility. We actually had that conversation, and Martha has a strong opinion about getting her hydrants painted right. So those are hydrants in the park system that we're going to ask utilities to paint.
Something I wanted to discuss during the session. I think we have the worst looking fire hydrants in the state.
Okay.
If you stop and take a look at some of them, I think it's really something we need to put on this list to have a plan to. It's gonna take a lot of work to sandblast them and paint them.
Yeah. We do actively paint them, but I have to admit, maybe that's out of sight, out of mind for me. I drive over town, but I need to pay attention to that.
Some of them have been painted bright colors.
Yeah,
and-
there's a color coding system
of them-
based on
The only ones that
flows
look
and
good are the new ones that have been replaced.
So that color system is, that's not artsy, that's functional.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yep.
okay. I thought elementary school was something that
Yeah.
given contributions for how they wanted.
I did want to
paint it
pick
in
colors
school.
for parks hydrants, but I wasn't all.
yeah, he was vetoed. Yeah.
Lincoln, Nebraska has the best looking fire hydrant.
All right. So as it relates to the animal shelter, we've had some of these conversations previously. We've tried to address staffing and hours and that type of thing. Animal Shelter Planners of America has been in. We've met with them, had a all day long brainstorming session with them. And I don't know the timing, but we should be getting close to kind of a staff level response. And I do think it's going to be the proposal is going to be interior renovations, facility expansion, and that's going to be a big ticket item. He had some rules of thumb on cost per square foot, and it easily was, in the millions before all was said and done. If we're gonna talk about added capacity, reconfiguration, just kind of trying to address the challenges at the animal shelter. So that's a conversation that's forthcoming.
I think we're, based on their original timeline, we're probably 2 to 3 weeks out from a draft for staff to review.
So are we looking at using, funds out of that?
Donation fund? Yeah, there's about $500,000 there. And obviously we're gonna have to see what he comes back with and talk about value engineering, but some of our challenges, everything from smell to cleaning to capacity, are structural. And so I think we're gonna have to certainly have that conversation. We blasted through a lot of the other stuff, but that is, if you go to slide 34, that was kind of an inventory of additional discussion points, and it is the master plan, that list of master plan items that I went through. Community center maintenance and renovations, Friendship Center, Carver Center are showing their age. Discontinuing crematory services at the animal shelter is a topic that we'll probably bring back to you. From a maintenance and an operation standpoint, and then the animal shelter expansion. So throwing it back to you as a governing body, what else?
If we don't do the crematory services, who does?
Well, there are private options. For us, we're talking about injured animals that are killed, euthanizations. So it's not so much, private cremations as it is for our operation.
Firm out of Junction City. Yeah, runs a route, picks up.
Wildlife found on road.
Oh yeah, that's a good point too.
Dead wildlife that found on road, bag it, tag it, cremate it, but there are options.
And bury them and dispose of them rather than cremate. Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Point do we come back to the water feature at Jerry Ivy Park?
Can you give an update?
Yes, we have the RFQ for design and engineering firms to provide proposals was due back February 8th. We received 5 proposals. There seemed to be a lot of interest statewide from different design and engineering firms that focused on park areas, that focused on landscape architecture. So we received 5 proposals, some relatively well-known organizations. We're in the initial stages of reviewing those proposals, grading those proposals, and we anticipate having 2 or 3, depending on the strength of their proposal, to have further conversations with and have an interview with. And we want to get as many as probably, 8 to 10 different evaluations of those proposals, and then pick 2 or 3 and start having further conversations with them.
Did we give them a budget?
We gave them what was publicly available as a budget, which was the information provided when we had the Jerry Ivy conversation last fall, which was for a water feature only, was $650,000. However, we did agree, based on the public conversation that happened at the time, that if we're including other elements, the price tag isn't going to go up from there. So that was, we did not give a firm budget dollar.
I think we've got opportunity to provide them additional direction in that regard. Okay, we're a little bit behind, but we're scheduled for a break, so I do that and we'll regroup as staff a bit. Got confirmation of our reaccreditation for the fire department, so they were there for that purpose. And so I think what we're going to do is, and last year, as I think about it, we ran out of time and had to roll some things over to another study session presentation date. So we're going to jump over to the fire department to human resources. I talked to Jeff Hammond. He reached out to his staff, and at 11:45, we can take a field trip across the street and take a look at the bathrooms before what?
Public comment.
Oh, that's right. So after we wrap up public comment, we can take a field trip across the street to take a look at the bathrooms, and then have lunch. And then lastly, some of you are already aware, the Salina County City Building Authority had a meeting yesterday morning and had an individual that came in, or actually set up, I think, to take petition signatures to form a third party in Kansas. Was told that by the rules of the bylaws and the rules of the building authority that she couldn't do that. I think reading the sign on the building, it says city county building. So she went to the city clerk, then went to the city manager's office, had a conversation with Sean Hennessy. We redirected them back to the building authority. And they met yesterday, and so they got legal advice from Mike Montoya. They met yesterday, concluded that she couldn't do that, but I asked Sean to be sure that Montoya and everyone understood that she had come in citing case law and making some assertions. And so he did, and that caused Mike Montoya to kind of reconsider and say, well, in light of that, maybe we should allow her. That all happened after the board meeting. And so they've now called a special meeting to take the topic back up this afternoon. They've reached out to our commissioners, Linkowitz and Ivy, to attend the special meeting. I just got off the phone with Todd Highschmidt, who's the chair of that board, saying, do you have a quorum without us? Because we're in strategic planning, and the commissioners have indicated they want to continue in strategic planning. He said, yeah, 5 of the 7 are going to be available in person or by Zoom, and he thinks it'll all take care of itself. But there's been a lot of back and forth conversation last night, this morning at the chamber board meeting. Phil and I talked, and there's just been quite a bit of angst. So in light of that, that's kind of where we stand. We'll jump to human resources. We'll take public comment at 11:45. We'll run across the street, take a look at the bathrooms, and then lunch will be ready back here when we get back. So human resources starts on slide 38. And I'll defer to Natalie to kind of provide a status update.
As of late, my department has been focusing a lot on the policy implementation, the changes, the reprogramming, and all of the structural things that have to happen both in our payroll and our time and attendance system. And I'm referring to all of the personnel manual updates that were approved on January 22nd. Along with that, and I will just note that it has continued to be very good feedback from our employees on the support that they're feeling in terms of some of the enhancements and making things better for them. Hopefully that will help us on the retention side. The other area of focus has been a lot of recruitment. Last year is when I added our recruitment coordinator role. An individual in my office was promoted into that role, and we backfilled with administrative assistant. Things are somewhat settled now in terms of training and functionality. Have seen an increase in candidates in some of our areas. We're still working on strategies to increase numbers in some of the other areas where we still struggle, particularly utilities. As of today, we have 451 employees, which is definitely progress from where we've been. Just in terms of what vacancy percentage we're looking at there, we're at 12.9%. So we full staffing, and I'm not including temp seasonal, but full staffing, the classified full-time, the classified part-time, the regular part-time, we have 518 on our staffing table. So 451 doesn't sound like a significant number, but from where we've been in the last few years, we are definitely making progress. We are doing back on the temp seasonal because summer is not too far away, although today might not feel that way in terms of temperature. We are doing a hiring event this coming Monday night at the field house. We'll see how that goes. Primarily focusing on the temp seasonal needs that Parks and Recreation will have. And the hope is then to transition to do some full-time hiring events in the near future as well. Things we really haven't had the capacity to do or the time to do, but we'll see how it goes. Back on the staffing, just in terms of how we do things has been a lot under review with the departments, recognizing some of these roles are getting tougher and tougher to fill. I will give credit for thinking about things differently, and that's daily, and how we are approaching, how we are going about filling these positions. And I'll give kudos to the police department for an approach that's been rolled out for 2 new roles. It didn't add positions, but they've assessed that in lieu of filling or doing some of these tasks with people that are sworn to go out and enforce the law, they've said, okay, what can we do different? And recently we've Just this week, we brought on our training and accreditation coordinator. This individual's taking care of all the paperwork with accreditation, the coordination there, and then running our training center. That was previously being done by a sergeant. That allows that sergeant then to be focused on law enforcement, sworn type things that we can have that person do, and then the civilian role is doing that. A sidebar too, that there's typically a money savings when we take a sworn to a civilian role because the retirement systems are different in terms of what they cost from a payroll perspective. It's more expensive for us to pay KP&F, Kansas Police and Fire Retirement, than it is our rates for capers. So I give them kudos there. We're also looking at a digital forensic analyst that we're going to be posting this week. Again, rather than the police officers spending their time pulling the whether it's cell phone downloads or managing the camera footage or some of those digital files, we're going to have a civilian role do that at a much reduced cost. So that's the type of thing that we're going to be continuing to do, both out of being inventive and then out of necessity. The only other thing, I guess, I will back up on recruitment and say we have been looking. I share the concerns on the activity on the engineering side, knowing that's significant shallow pool to begin with. We're looking at, so what are the other municipalities that are looking for this type of role paying? I will say our pay doesn't appear to be out of line with what other municipalities are paying. Private sector, it's hard for us to get hard numbers. They typically don't post. I will say they generally post that they offer bonuses and a number of other things like remote work environments and flexible schedules and things that were already mentioned. What are other municipalities offering that we currently don't in terms of benefits? There were a few I come across. Paid parental leave is one that continues to appear. Community service time off is another one. And then we're seeing more and more pet insurance. So
What insurance?
pet insurance, like for your dogs, cats, and whatever else you have, your extended family.
So when comparing to peers or others, how are we staffing wise compared to them, whether it's at the engineering level or even at the, I guess as Martha and Jim talked about, the
Talking numbers or vacancies?
vacancies, percentage of
Right.
vacancies, 'cause that can vary depending on how many you have in your, but are other communities having the same issues we are?
I don't know their particular vacancy rates or things like that. I know that most of the municipalities that have utilities and water type vacancies, they're struggling as well. And Martha could probably speak more to that. The vacancy lists for all of those across our state are very, very long. Individuals with those credentials could go not only anywhere in the state, but anywhere in the nation that they wanted to work. Police officers, there's lots of vacancies. Labor type roles, CDL drivers, that's not just in Kansas. I went to a conference this last summer and that was a huge topic, just how all, like in other states are struggling as well. So it seems to be a common theme.
And I don't have stats either, but anecdotally, kind of hearing the same thing out of city managers, out of cities. Two examples I can think of off the top of my head is not all that long ago, the Sedgwick County Sheriff was in the news because he was pulling shifts, that the Sheriff's Department was so short-staffed. And then a couple years ago now, we went to the Capitol and Secretary of Transportation was a presenter, and she indicated that the Department of Transportation has a 100% turnover rate in CDL drivers in a year, was the stat that she shared. That was startling to me.
Was there a reason for that?
Yeah, at the time she was saying they can go to Walmart, they can go to UPS, they can go to other locations and be paid more. So not to be fatalistic, but I don't think we have indications that it's unique to our organization as much as it's an ongoing challenge we got to try to creatively address it the best we can.
Didn't we make adjustments with the street department to where there was positions that didn't require the CDA?
Mhm.
Yes, and Jim might have some additional input, but that has been a very good move on our end. I can't tell you how many have transitioned then and gotten their CDL while employed with us, but it has allowed us to get more individuals, more boots on the ground, to help carry out the load, and we've made some progress there. I don't have their numbers
Yeah,
in front
I
of me.
mean,
I have it.
we're fully staffed in public works, but we're not down 12, down 6, and we were down 12, 13, 14. So it's helped in some of those areas.
But it's also incremental.
Yep.
We're able to do that a couple of ways, having laborers that we don't expect to drive equipment that requires a CDL, through the year, and then also modifying some of our snow plowing equipment so by size it doesn't require a CDL, but we have a large percentage of what we do and the people that we employ that are still going to need CDLs.
The sanitation truck drivers were CDL.
Yes.
Yep.
But the staff we saved going automated wasn't in the drivers though.
No,
It was
it
in the
was-
other,
yep,
the runners.
The runners.
other folks.
Yep.
And that historically, prior to being automated, was an incredibly high turnover role to the fact that we relied on temporary staffing firms to send us additional help just in order to keep runners behind the trucks. And that it has been amazing that there's just it's not a staffing problem. They are very, very stable work unit now.
Interesting. I don't know about everyone else's neighborhood, but now it's just routine. It's trash day. Make sure nobody's parked near your car, and it's as if
And there's certainly a
never had the-
transition period there, and
Right.
Public Works worked hard at that. But yeah, we've kind of turned the corner.
Well, the liability component to having somebody hanging off a moving truck and running behind it with all the.
Work comp
Yeah.
claims were.
So we were not able to allow them to hang off, even though they probably wanted us to. We said no, but what we saw was a huge number of overuse injuries, like running type injuries, because especially in that first month of employment, because the amount of miles that the individuals were putting in. I mean, we started buying shoes, running shoes for the work crews, because when you have worn out shoes and then you try to go run them out 11 miles a day, you're going to get injuries. That
And
we
it was
implemented
running.
that
They-
program way back
Well,
when.
because they had a route, and if they got it done,
Right.
whatever time they got it done, they were done. So I think they had motivation to do that. And
Think about
And
being a
I
temp service
admire 'em
worker
for
that
that,
just
but,
gets sent out one day to do that. You don't know till the day before.
And very weather specific to attendance. Really, really hot, really, really cold, wet, slushy. The supervisor and superintendent may end up out on route because they weren't going to have enough. But those
Never got to the
problems
city
are-
manager level, but and
But yeah, even the work comp, the footwear, proper footwear helped, but we still had some work comp injuries, and now it's minimal because it's not that much of a taxing job anymore. I think the only other thing in terms of recruitment is recognizing that some of our needs we are just not going to be able to fill by hiring from the outside. So our focus has been internal development, those that are already on board that have capabilities that we are going to have to focus on training and developing them to take on more responsibility. And that's what's noted in terms of down the road when I'm asking for another position, it's going to be a training coordinator to help pull all of that together and to work with the departments to try to come up with an academy type approach and supplement the areas where we need to focus on. That's really about it in terms of HR. In terms of back on benefits, An area we haven't spent focus on was wellness. We were really wanting to see how the new rates with the transition, negotiating with the hospital and Blue Cross played out on our benefits, on our monthly claims, and we just don't have enough time yet to see how that plays out. I hope later in the year, maybe by budget, we'll have an indication.
Well, and that topic's a tough one too. We, as I think you know or recall, we have put into place fund balance policies for health insurance and work comp, which has been helpful. And we have a review process to take a look at those balances, see if we can take a rate holiday, meaning that the employer and the employee don't contribute, and we draw that balance down. Then we got to that point, and then we had the whole Blue Cross, Blue Shield, Salina Regional Health Center conversation. And I think I told you at that time that they came to some type of resolution, but Salina Regional's message was they hadn't had rate increases, they've fallen considerably behind. Felt like they tried to close that gap in 1 year, and Blue Cross Blue Shield pushed back on that. But I fully expect we're going to be into incremental, sizable rate increases to kind of close that gap over time. So instead of a one-time catch-up, it may be a 3 or 4 year catch-up. And so I just fully expect significant cost increases going forward.
Regard to the health plan, is there a mental health facet to that now? I mean, not to pick at old wounds, but
Yes.
just, okay.
Yes. So in addition to mental health coverage being built into our plan, we do offer an employee assistance program. And for an event for an individual and their spouses, and they don't have to be part of our health insurance to take part in our EAP. You're looking at a minimum of 6 sessions with a counselor or a therapist. That's the primary benefit that's utilized. Again, it's for an individual or their spouse or dependent children. So that is utilized greatly. I will say too, over on the fire side, I am aware that they have a few additional sessions that's provided by their relief fund. So before it's impacting health insurance expenses, there's a little bit of preventative and benefits offered before it gets to that point. But if someone needs ongoing care too, then it is part of our health plan coverage for therapy, counseling type sessions. There's other benefits offered too through the EAP, discounts to legal, financial planning. There's even like a concierge type service if you need help finding something that they do. I don't know that I get utilization reports. It's not something that's utilized a lot with our group, but our supervisors do a very good job on promoting it and recognizing that people need to be reminded that it's there for them. And in terms of, I don't have the stats in front of me, but we traditionally end up benchmark higher utilization than a lot of our peers. So I'm glad to see that there's not a stigma associated with it, that it's a benefit that we pay for that's offered and used.
Thank you.
Anything else from commission? All right. By skipping a whole department, we're back on schedule. As far as public comment, we're a little bit early, but I see Greg Stevens has joined us. Greg, did you want to address us? Okay. Well, I may on your behalf a little bit. So North Salina had a meeting last night. Mayor Longbine and Vice Mayor Linkowitz attended. I attended as well. Sean Hennessy attended. And I've shared with you the first impressions report that was the topic of that conversation. Have highlighted that. Had some conversations with Greg and Barb Young about kind of next steps forward. What I committed to Barb was turn that highlighted document into a list of just talking points that seemed either directly or indirectly related to the city, and share that with her, and we could have some conversations about possible next steps. Conversation that Greg and I had was they are very much grassroots, volunteer, citizen. Is there any approach that the city can provide some support? And I'm not, if you're familiar with the Main Street program, there's a whole program and templates and guidance as it relates to that. I'm not aware of something for kind of community organization and development. Not to say that it isn't out there. So committed to trying to take a look at that. And then that possibly is a conversation we have at the governing body level of, is there interest in responding to any of the things in the first impression report, as well as is there any interest in increasing our participation and support of North Salina and their efforts. I think that probably means possibly a staffing commitment or a financial commitment. I'm not saying that we're doing that. I don't want to, cause false hope, but I think that's a talking point to take up. Sure you don't want to say anything, Greg? Okay.
One thing I think we could do as a city, a lot of what I heard last night was the lack of development and retail opportunities in that area of town, and offer incentives for businesses to get established out there.
That's certainly a possibility and something we could discuss. We did do a sales tax reimbursement agreement with Save-A-Lot when they went in there, and so the format of that was it was an agreed upon dollar amount per year and a maximum, and I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but the premise was we would capture sales tax that they generated at their location and then reimburse that back to them. And we did that according to the terms of the agreement, but they closed before the agreement ran its course. So there may be other options. We do get a lot of feedback, and it's not unique to Salina or North Salina. And there's just a common perception by citizenry that cities control what goes in what neighborhood, or why are all the grocery stores on the south end of town, or it's very much a free market, but for if we want to have some type of incentives.
And the food desert topic
Yep.
is something you hear in cities a lot, and there's no easy answers, but
Right.
something that we could try to assist with.
I know that we talk about consistency with most of the things that we apply, but I wonder if maybe there couldn't be maybe a loosening up of, for instance, like landscape requirements and just acknowledging that area has its challenges, and maybe something to kind of drop some barriers for people that are looking to do something development wise or business wise.
And another thing that might be of some use, if don't pay any more of those dollars out, but similar to the $1 million home owner or home improvement grants that are being done, I'll call it boarding around State Street, but if we could do something similar north of the tracks, and I don't know if you have to do it differently for homeowners versus rental property, but just protecting the actual infrastructure so you can maintain the stable population.
Right. So a couple things. The landscaping has been a conversation previously. One thing that got my attention in that actual report was the first impression feedback was that landscaping was lacking in North Salina compared to other parts of the community. But we do hear from the development community that that's a burden that they'd like lifted. And then with respect to kind of infrastructure, as I've driven the community, we tried to be mindful and inventory the condition of our infrastructure, our holdings, whether that's parks or otherwise in North Salina, to make sure that it's not falling behind. The water and sewers dated for sure. I'm not aware of functional problems that we aren't addressing, but it is dated. The first impressions report did identify some unpaved streets in North Salina, and there are some. It predates me, but I know kind of on the east side of Ohio, which may not be part of that perceived North Salina, there are unpaved streets, and there was some conversation about improving them by way of a benefit district. The neighborhood didn't want to pursue that. I honestly, one of the things I made a mental note of is getting with staff and inventorying the unpaved streets in North Salina. I'm familiar with a couple of them. They're like sand alleys and things like that. Um, but then, from a park standpoint, we've inventoried all those as part of the park master plan. With that holistic approach of we're going to fix all shelters, we're going to fix all benches, we're going to address all water fountains. Their their footprint may not be as big as some of our destination parks, but they're keeping pace with kind of that investment and maintenance.
It may not have been the focus of last night's meeting, but is any update on the bus stop relocation?
Sean, you want to take that
I was
one?
gonna ask Sean about that.
There was,
Um,
I haven't got confirmation yet. It was supposed to have gone into place. There was, one of the individuals had a serious health issue that came up, so that delayed the implementation of the schedule, although I did hear from one of them, sending the schedule that they were planning to implement them. I haven't confirmed that or gotten those schedules, but, they are planning to, have, and I believe, but don't hold me to that, that they are, there at the hotel down on South at the,
Super 8.
off of 135. So,
Let's move it all the way to the south.
yes, that's where the hotel agreed there right next to the Casey's, to serve as the bus stop. And so, and that's actually quite important because remember the Casey's now closed from 12 to 5 or 12 to 6. So they're not open 24 hours anymore.
And our bus
so-
stops at like 2 in the morning, right?
Yeah. Or actually sometimes even later, some of the buses in the combination. And the big advantage to this also is with the scheduling, people will no longer have to go from, say they're coming from Denver, they would have to go from Denver to Abilene, then get off at their bus stop, which was a bench under a tree,
Right.
wait for several hours, and then take a bus back to Salina in order to get to Salina. So one of the big advantages to this is will be the stop, one of the major stops. So that will be a huge benefit for anyone riding the bus, not having to essentially backtrack and wait outside for hours on end.
It would be sheltered waiting.
The hotel has agreed to allow them to be inside because the hotel will be open 24 hours, obviously. So that would be a huge improvement.
So, and I think we've talked about this before, but Greyhound's model is some arrangement with a property owner, typically a gas station, something like that. And we think the reason they ended up at Thomas Park is they wore out their welcome, or they didn't have any private arrangements in North Salina anymore. So unbeknownst to us, they set up outside of Thomas Park. This has kind of facilitated an arrangement with someone on the south end of town, but it'll be staff lighted, more of their typical approach. And the operator of the hotel has a relative in Hutchinson that already, they have a hotel and they are a Greyhound stop. So
And it's been very successful for them so far in Hutchinson. The advantage to the hotel is they get additional, some of the bus drivers stay overnight at the hotel because of the changes since we are now one of the primary stops. So, and they also, the hotel is able to sell the tickets and they get a percentage of the sale of the tickets. So that are sold there.
we'll see if it's a long-term solution, but it sounds like an improvement.
Is anything asked of the city? Do we need to throw anything in as far as, we don't need a bench obviously because folks will be inside. but-
Yeah, and that's the primary goal is there is a bus stop which is located right there. However, OCCK does not operate at the time that these buses come in. So, and the volume we're talking about, there's no way that OCCK would start up a bus service. And frankly, that's one of the reasons why building anything, it would be very cost prohibitive. We've already heard about how much some of these pretty simple structures do for a pretty low volume, but we were very concerned about individuals, frankly, being left, in the middle of winter at a bus stop. So this would be a huge upgrade from that situation.
Okay. Anything else? Once again, we're kind of cutting it tight, but if you're interested and want to walk across the street, we can take a look at the bathrooms over there, and lunch will be here. And then Judge Stoss, 12:30 fits into her schedule, so she'll be back here at 12:30. So our next topic is Municipal Court, slide 37, or starts on slide 36. Judge Stoss is with us. Just a few items programmatically on the spreadsheets, and then I can provide an update on, I think, what is being called Behavioral Health Court as well. So, Judge, if you just want to talk about what these three topics are and your thoughts on them, we'll start there.
The automated payment plans refers to individuals who might request that their payments on their court fines be set up like people set up their utility payments or other ongoing obligations that they have, where they can choose to set it up so that the payment is made automatically from their credit card, debit card, however their preference is. Our software doesn't provide for that currently. We don't see a huge demand for that, but it is something that some people have inquired about from time to time. A lot of people sometimes struggle with timing of those kinds of payments. So whether it would really be a benefit to people, to some people, I'm sure it would. The current payment, we do have an outside third-party vendor that handles our credit card and debit card payments currently, and we see a lot of advantage to that. Staff time is one huge benefit, but also the provider that we currently have handles any kind of fraud that might pop up from time to time, so we don't have to deal with any of that on any of those payments. So those are two huge benefits to the court operationally. So it would just be a matter of looking for a potential vendor that could continue to provide those benefits and then add the benefit of someone being able to set up automatic payments if they chose to. And then the alcohol and drug assessments and the pre-sentence evaluation are basically the same type of plan. Individuals who are charged with a DUI or convicted of a DUI are required by the ordinance to have a drug and alcohol evaluation before they can be sentenced for the offense. And there may be other types of offenses where some kind of an evaluation is requested before sentencing. Individuals who have been qualified as indigent so that the court has appointed counsel for them sometimes struggle with making arrangements for that evaluation because the providers require that they pay for the evaluation up front, and it's $250. So the possibility of having a pool of money available for individuals who have already been determined by the court to be indigent, where we could front the payment of the fee to get the assessment in order to get their case moved to a conclusion and get them started on whatever assistance through probation that's appropriate for them. It would be part of their sentence that they reimburse for that. So it's basically just the city fronting the cost of the evaluation, and then they would ultimately be responsible for paying for that evaluation.
Is that evaluation, as an example, to see if they should be referred for diversion or therapy? Does it affect the sentence itself, or?
It does affect the sentence. It would primarily determine what kind of treatment would be appropriate based on their circumstances. That can range from an 8-hour alcohol drug class to outpatient treatment, potentially inpatient drug and alcohol treatment. So that's the purpose of the evaluation, is to determine what level of treatment, if any, is appropriate. And then that does, if some type of treatment is recommended, it does become a condition of their probation to successfully complete that.
So I'm just thinking if a person doesn't have money, that wouldn't be considered a court expense and just added in as, you know, that generic term, court costs.
Yes.
But the court costs, the court is fronting the money, obviously, and
Right.
so this has to be paid by the.
Right. And for a long time, it was done this way with individuals not having to pay up front. And the providers had an agreement with the courts that we would assess the fees and they would get paid by the court, so they didn't have to worry about it. That statute changed, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, to where the courts no longer pay the providers and guarantee that they're going to get paid. So the providers want the payment up front, so they know they get paid for their service.
Any reason it would seem to be the administratively more streamlined way to do it, to have the court pay them. And
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's the proposal is, or that's what the judge has suggested, is that we consider as our own court taking that approach, which from a programmatic standpoint is probably not a problem. We may not get reimbursed for them all, but it's likely we'd recover quite a bit of it.
But it's like a loan with a collateral, you know. If you don't pay the car note, come get the car. If you don't pay the car cost, I imagine.
And it'd be more
can
court
come get you.
process at least, yeah.
Right,
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
That's a potential, yes.
So I
In
mentioned,
that cases, is that just citations of police department issues, or is it the SO also?
No, only city police officers. The municipal court only has jurisdiction for cases initiated by the police department. Anything initiated by the sheriff's department or highway patrol goes to district court.
I mentioned behavioral health court. That's something that Judge Stoss and Prosecutor Trocheck had conversations about and researched in other communities, and Judge Peterson in the district court has kind of taken a lead. The nature of those charges are such that that's not something we would try in municipal court, but we would see benefit if there were some intervention and frankly in terms of mental health issues. So Judge Peterson started pursuing that and got some I guess ethics commission advice that he can be involved but can't be involved with trying to raise funds for that purpose. We had a meeting yesterday with representatives of Central Kansas Mental Health, county prosecutor, city prosecutor, sheriff's department, and others. There's some grant funding available that he just was made aware of. Still trying to learn some of the details about that in terms of cost matching and what that might look like. But again, there's the court process and then there's treatment services associated with that. You may recall that we put $50,000 in this year's budget for that, just recognizing that we didn't know exactly what the path forward looked like, but there'd probably be some expense. So I think you'll see a joint request come back to the grant potential is $550,000 over 3 years. If you assume a 20% match, that's $110,000. So there's some conversation about getting more information about the grant, trying to raise some funds, getting a little bit more structure in terms of what that might look like and what costs might be. They've looked at Douglas County and how they've done it. From our perspective, some of our persistent challenges that are hard to solve in municipal court behavioral health court could be helpful, where instead of just sentencing, they're being instructed to seek treatment, and that's a condition of their sentence. Volume wise, it's not going to be high volume for what I understand. They have to be, number one, have to be selective about who runs through behavioral health court, and then it's also voluntary on their part. So the individual would have to agree to participate, but kind of like Veterans Court, kind of specialized sentencing and treatment in light of the circumstances involved. So we'll be bringing that forward probably in the next 45 days as it relates to the grant application. We've talked about the fact that Christina Trocheck's taken a position, and we're the assistant prosecutor is stepping up in the interim, and then we're doing a selection process there. So that's more just kind of a staffing issue. We're getting started on that. And then software, we have software for municipal court that we've had for quite some time. We've struggled a little bit in terms of supporting both the court side and the prosecution side and some of their functionality. We've looked pretty long and hard about options. The judges talked to other courts, have not found any programs that people just glowingly recommend. They all have their challenges. So we're kind of back to where we started with the software that we have, looking at the contract, looking at the fees, looking at some functionality changes if we can get them to make them. But that's kind of been an ongoing task that we have been taking on for quite a while now, trying to sort through that. Any discussion points, questions as it relates to municipal court?
If the grant funding was not obtained, how many of those $250 evaluations a year does the court order?
Well, we filed, I think, 60 DUI cases in 2023, but not all of those would be indigent defendants. A lot of those people are represented by private counsel. I would think to start with, to see how much demand there is, maybe 20 individuals, I'm guessing, throughout the course of a year would need assistance. So $5,000.
It's not a high
Right.
dollar.
Not a big pool of money. And hopefully, again, part of that we would see coming back to replenish the pool ultimately too.
Hope all of it
Yes.
comes back.
Yes. That's the hope, yes.
And then two items that we identified for discussion were, you may recall, a social justice survey was done by a citizens group with some ARPA funding and participation on our part. They've provided that report back. I don't want to speak for them necessarily, but their focus in terms of next steps seems to be a recognition that loss of driver's license and the inability to get your driver's license back is a significant contributing factor to additional charges for driving without a license, or it's a deterrent to getting a job and holding a job. And so they're focusing on efforts to assist people with that driver's license reinstatement process as kind of their next step. And then as an ongoing task that we're doing at the staff level is we're looking at both our equipment, staffing, and efficiency related to downtown parking enforcement. Not necessarily a municipal court issue other than they process those tickets, but from an enforcement standpoint, that's something that's ebbed and flowed in our organization for quite some time. And so we're working that through as well. And from the court side, there's some issues with software ticketing, receipting, that type of thing that we'll deal with.
When you look at the loss of driver's license, is that state mandated as time frame and how that's handled?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The loss of what?
Driver's
Driving
license.
privileges.
If that was state mandated.
Yep.
And
Isn't there bills in the legislature currently to deal with that?
there are some proposals currently. They've done a few things over the last couple of years to allow people to get some restricted driving privileges even while they remain suspended. Part of the suspension process is to help with enforcement of people responding to violations that they've been issued. And then part of it could be part of a sentence. So there's kind of two different parts of it. The upfront part of trying to get people into compliance, in other words, paying your speeding tickets. If you ignore a speeding ticket, then it starts a process and you get your driving privileges suspended. So a lot of these movements are focusing on that aspect of it, not so much that you did something like got convicted of DUI, so you're losing your driving privileges. That's not really the issue. It's the process where you didn't pay a speeding ticket and we want you to pay attention to it, so this is the process.
And then the process can be daunting for individuals trying to get through it. So trying to assist them in understanding it and getting through that. But not necessarily something that's being asked of us as much as the kind of their next step in their efforts. So I think that's all we have.
What did you say about,
related.
I'm sorry, I missed, what did you say about the downtown parking?
We've kind of ebbed and flowed in terms of our approach and how much activity there is there, and we're having conversations about equipment in terms of a vehicle as well as plate readers and software and at the staff level taking a look.
Because I know we used to have two, and then we went to one and went to a different type of scanning. And do you know how many tickets we give out on a regular basis?
That's probably not a fair question for the judge. It is ebbed and flowed. It's kind of ever since COVID, it's been pretty low. Do either one of you
I think it
recall
was
the number?
800 to 1,000 a year. Something like that.
Yeah, I thought
less than that.
Yeah, I thought Scott made a comment just the other day about $5,000 a year of parking.
Yeah, I don't know how
Violation.
much of a problem we have. You know, we used to have problems, if you remember back in the Brown Mackey days, you know,
Yeah.
of course, back then we had nothing going on downtown except, but
Yes.
I know that was a big concern years ago, but I didn't know how much.
There's very much a perception issue, from what's the right thing in the downtown to ensure turnover and SDI, where's SDI stand on it? And
My concern would come from, you know, we now have residents that live down there, and I believe they're giving a parking permit for downtown,
Yep.
and every once in a while, 'cause I go to work early enough, I can tell if somebody's been parked there overnight, and I think, you know, that's one of my concerns, that the residents are parking out there on the street instead of in the back parking lot where they're asked to.
Well, we've had some individuals that are pretty frank about it, saying, when I pay the tickets, the cost of the tickets I'm cited, that's cheaper than buying a parking pass in another community or different city. They just see it as a living expense almost.
Yes, and one individual commented to staff that he has a parking permit for downtown, but that's not where he parks because his permit space is too far from his residence. So he takes the risk of maybe getting cited and having to pay the over parking ticket.
So without a vehicle, how are we doing parking enforcement?
Well, we don't have a left hand. So we had an old vehicle that was retrofitted to have the steering wheel on the left hand, and that vehicle is just not working. So we have, the parking enforcement person has a vehicle. It's just not ideal for writing tickets. So there's still enforcement that's taking place. It's just not at a real high level.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
We're jumping around once again. Police starts on slide 21. Come on up, Chief. Well, Chief is coming forward. I would acknowledge that some of these things that were on the goals previously predate Chief, and he's taken a look at them, and I appreciate kind of his objective assessment of some of these, and some of them acknowledging not necessarily a priority at the moment. But
Page we on?
21.
I think it's the second section.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it does start at 20, doesn't it?
Go ahead.
So the kind of the high priority consensus items that came out of the last conversation were equipment replacement schedules, and we've got some of those in place. We're working on the remainder. We've, from a budget standpoint, been very supportive of the identified needs in the department, most recently Red Dot equipment, and I think Chief gave you a CIM recently on Axon and that technology. And then leadership supervisor development, as you know, Chief just went through promotion, kind of an assessment of the department and reorganization and promotion. You might want to describe that a little bit.
Yeah, we just went through got our 4 new captains, and with that too, we're working on, for our future leaders, we're working with a company called Stenard, and to develop our testing material. And so we've on process with them develop, because used to we'd do it in-house. I may send you some state law and go, you make me 5 questions, you make me, and so Stenard is they've kind of stood the test of time as far as any type of lawsuits or anything like that, for any type of bias or anything like that. And so I think, and 2, taking many of their tests, they are very in-depth tests. And so I think that will help us as we promote future leaders. And also I've been looking at a couple of different companies to either send someone out there, or train the trainer, or them to come here where we train all of our supervisors. Because right now we've all kind of have different ideas, where I think it's turning to where this is the direction we're going, because I think for a long time, like I said, I've got different ideas than probably everybody, and so, but I think it's where we're going, and like I said, us all getting on the same page and speaking the same type of leadership language is going to be very important, and so that's one thing we're building for in the future.
It's been a challenge for the department for quite some time. I'm encouraged that we're headed in that direction.
Yes.
So, jumping to slide 21, kind of putting Chief on the spot and picking up someone else's list, but you want to touch on what you can?
side.
Yeah, one of the things, I think like the new Justice Center, that was already predated me. And I think there's like some crazy figure that predated me too. But I keep seeing that figure going around and I don't know where that came from. But I mean, all that aside, the space needs is there. I think, we've said that before and I think everybody's seen that. So, and I think, we've looked at the sheriff's office space and things, different things like that are, in play and all that kind of stuff. And so, like I said, that's still there. However, but also I know new buildings don't just grow overnight, or even new sometimes. So we are definitely well aware of that. We've looking at some, like I said, I'm trying to catch up on this list here. Some of these positions here, like one of the things we just recently did for our we had a supervisor at our range, and then we have converted that to a civilian position, and they're going to be over training and accreditation because, as you know, getting officers it's tricky, whatever you want to call it, just in the climate, and so that's why the staff kind of was talking about, hey, can we take this spot and make it a civilian spot? And because it's way quicker and easier to hire a civilian. So we were able to get that, and that person just came on board on Monday. And so as we're doing our on-site CLIA assessment this week, he was able to get involved in that and see that aspect. So we've done that. Dispatch, we are close to getting full staff there. And like I said, I'm looking at some of these training. The cyber crimes was just a recently a position, kind of same thing. We've asked to convert an officer spot to this, and we just got it. It should be going out soon, and because that will take a load off of some of our detective work. Because while we're short, our first priority once we get some more people out on the street is to put someone in our detectives division, but also kind of as a to help people learn and stuff. We are going to make it a rotating position with officers, where you may go there for a 6-month stint and then the next officer. So we get more experience spread around, and also some that helps with the retention when people kind of have some mobility to move around. The substation that's mentioned here, I don't see a need for that. That was listed prior to me coming, and I don't, like I said, we're of the size where I think we can respond to just about anything, in a quick fashion. Training center, we're definitely looking, and we're improving, getting more classes there and everything. And also, we were just talking the other day about we're wanting to host like maybe some competitions there at our range and, different things. And so we were kicking around ideas of how that, so that we are in the process of doing that. And like I said, the leadership and development, but that is something we are working on. And like I said, we will either bring somebody in or get some trainers done. The co-responder program, as y'all know, y'all recently helped us with the amendments. And from what I was recently told is they've got a couple of people that are interested that fit the criteria. And so hopefully that will get up and we can get, 2 going. This 24 Crisis Intervention Center, this was also there proposed by previous management. I don't exactly know what that was and what the idea of it was. So, and I kind of don't know that that's even us. That's not our thing. The homeless response team, we've got 2 officers that they, as well as taking all their calls, they're also working with the co-responder and handling a lot of these issues. And so with our manpower, I feel like, we're doing what we can. As we get more, and we definitely want to make that a priority, like that's all you do. But right now they've got to kind of juggle both. But those 2 officers do a very great job with that. The equipment replacement, we are working on that, getting that scheduled out, because like our body armor, every 5 years, that has to be repurchased. Like I said, we're in the process of getting new weapons, handguns. That was more so just supply and demand. That's kind of hard to come by, but we're working with, KHP. They gave us some loaner weapons so we can have some training, and we thank them for that. So we've got all of our instructors trained on this new weapon system, and we'll be hopefully rolling those out soon. And one of the big things though is our R1 system. I think I talked a little bit on the study session. You know, it's our kinetic baton launcher, and those things are 18 to 22 years old. And so we are going to start, and every officer has one. And so we're going to start working at maybe replacing them every few years. Because like I said, our armorers have done a great job of keeping them up and keeping them mobile. But sometimes, you know, they're finding parts can be very hard. Like I said, I think from what I know, they're coming from Canada. And so some of the parts and stuff are issues. So, but there's newer systems out there that we are going to start phasing in. Here to talk about the expanded role of Citizens Review Board. I feel like the way the board has been working very well. You know, we take case to them. Fortunately, we haven't had to take any since I've been here. But also, you know, as policies come up and changes, we make them aware and everything. And two, policy creation is for law enforcement, especially an accredited one, it takes a lot more than just, hey, I want this. You know, we've got to make sure they meet a certain standard and stuff. But, you know, we've never hidden any policy from the board or anything. We actually, you know, as we talk about stuff, they're pretty familiar with our use of force and the stuff that they're concerned with. So I don't see that, and I'm not sure exactly. And I think that may have started with previous leadership at the PD. But I feel like we work very well with the Citizens Review Board. And then the last one, the Citizens Police Academy ride-along, we're working to get that up and running again. We're going to get it going again this year. And also, we want to increase our ride-alongs for citizens and everything. Because right now, we've been, for the last several years, very, very limited to who could ride along. Usually applicants, different things like that was already tied to law enforcement. But we want to make it to where we can handle get more citizens in so they can, because I know a lot of people, once they take a ride along, it kind of changes their perception of what we do. And it's a great community outreach for us, and we will encourage that. We just need to, once we get some of our trainees out, because, you know, they're riding with, and, you know, and there's some people, I think officers, they're great, but man, they stress out having someone ride with them. And so not all of them are, you know, would be great and fun to ride with. So, but that is something we do think is very important, and we're working on getting that done. But we will get all that done within this year.
If you extended invitation to do ride-alongs for the members of the Citizen Review?
I was told that, yes, they have been, like the previous, and we just got a new board with a couple of members, and so we need to send out the invitation. But yeah, from what I understand, the previous members had that opportunity sent to them. And I think we got a couple of new people on the board just recently. And we've got a board meeting coming up pretty soon.
So back on the homelessness topic, we had Julia Orlando come in and do some consulting, and it's very much a collaborative approach. Michelle Martin in Community Relations is kind of taking the lead. We have ongoing internal staff meetings, Chief and the two officers that he referenced participate in that actively. They're very involved out in the community. Between Lauren Driscoll, Michelle Martin, and other staff, we're continuing to work together, and I think we then need to have direction from the City Commission about the level of support and participation that you would like to see in terms of homelessness efforts. The outreach team, Wichita is a good example of that. They have more of a dedicated number of officers. Some of the conversations we've had are, and maybe we can find a hybrid approach where we can make some of our officer resources available, but try to coordinate with Salina Grace, volunteers, churches. This is just my personal opinion, but might be more effective if we minimize the law enforcement presence or perception of that and have it be more of a co-responder type approach. But I think there certainly is an opportunity to beef up outreach efforts and for the city to kind of get involved with efforts that might already be underway. The other thing that came out of the Julia Orlando conversation was the need for low barrier shelters. Again, that's a conversation that does involve police, but probably expands beyond police. But from the police perspective, chief's officers have shared kind of their challenges as they have an individual and they're trying to find somewhere for them to go. And if they don't meet some of the criteria for the shelters currently, that represents a challenge for them, where a low barrier shelter would be something that gets utilized. But at that point, we need to have conversations about cities' level of support for that, whether that's financial support of a provider. There's security issues that go with that. But, frankly, our conversations for quite some time have been more on the enforcement side of things as it relates to homelessness. I think the conversation's transitioning to, services and the underlying issues. And there's a lot of individual groups out there and organizations providing services. I don't think that our expectation is that we insert ourselves in place of those, but the question becomes our role and how much we're willing to try to support them. And that's a conversation we can pick up with development services, we can pick up in the city manager's office presentation, and then ultimately maybe in our wrap-up conversation at the end of the day.
Salina Grace, overnight shelter, does that close up 1st of March?
It's seasonal. I'm not sure the date.
I'm not sure exactly.
Overnight shelters at Grand Avenue United Methodist Church.
Right.
That closes either March 1st or April 1st. I think it's probably
I
April.
can't recall.
But it's closing relatively soon.
Yeah. So as far as the new Justice Center, the group that designed the police facility design group was the group that designed the training center, and so we brought them in and they did an assessment of the current police space that we have, as well as the sheriff's office space, and made some recommendations about reconfiguration, and that's where the rough estimate came for, and that cost, and I think it was $8 million at the time, and it got some age on it too. It's a year or two old at this point. I would acknowledge that if you're familiar with the police space, it's well maintained, but it's showing its age. It's very utilitarian and pretty carved up. There's where space is at a premium. Had conversations with the county about the sheriff's office space. They have need for it for community corrections at the moment, but they know that we have long-term interest in that space. And talking with the county administrator, he kind of jokingly shared with me that maybe our timing was good because as they moved in, they realized some of the roof leak issues and things that they're facing, and they're having to fix those. But we've kind of taken the approach of we have a long-term interest, but trying to accommodate the county's short-term needs there. And then I think Chief covered the expanded role of the Law Enforcement Citizen Review Board. Actually, that was something that came out of our conversations last year from the governing body was, is there some expanded role? I think our focus has been on kind of that appeal approach, as well as review of policies and procedures. I think the department, through a CLIA accreditation, deserves some credit for the fact that all of our policies are public, but for the ones that are strategically not are ill-advised to make public, they're all available on our website for public purview. And a lot of departments, that's not the case. I'll stop at that point, I guess. The staffing's the ongoing challenge, transition of leadership and development of the command staff. I'm encouraged by the team Chiefs put together, and we're starting to kind of get back on track and move forward. But I'll throw it open to the governing body.
Chief, you're just now marking 1 year here?
Yes.
Good. I've heard positive things.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
As far as the new Justice Center, I mean, you're talking 8 million to modify an old building and a little bit newer of a building. You know, at what point do you just say, let's scrap that and start somewhere new?
Yeah,
That's so where.
Right. Fair question. In fact, now that I think about it, I think the characterization as a new Justice Center was the department's expectation of, or proposal that it be new, not renovated. We're coordinating with the county on it's kind of been characterized as a campus plan. I don't know that it truly turns into a campus like you might think about it, but an assessment of all the spaces that the city and county have in the general downtown area, current use, and not only actively used spaces, but Memorial Hall, the jail that just got repurposed, and in all honesty, that price tag, I think the proposals just came in, and just the study itself, the price tag is more than I expected. 250 to 300,000. But the thinking is to try to address more holistically the county space needs, the health department on the other side of the square, try to put that plan together to then make some informed decisions.
Yeah, I think when they were talking about new justice center, that was going to be not just the police department, but a much broader spectrum from other organizations being all located in one place. And I think that was a very, very big price
Yeah,
tag
it
in the $30-40 million range when we originally started that. So I think that's kind of why we went back to, hey, we might have an opportunity with sheriff's office space to do what we need to do with a remodel. And I believe that was actually $10 million was what police facilities design group came back with. But as you said, that's a dated number as well.
Yeah, we took a tour there not too long ago, and it's like a maze. I mean,
Yep.
you make one turn, you don't see sunlight. I'd hate to have to try to get out of there. The lights went up. I mean, it almost seems like a daunting task to try to reorganize that space.
When I was brand new, there was a couple of times, especially just on our floor, I would walk around and I was like, I thought there was a door here. And I walked around again, and then someone would go, "Are you lost?" And I was like, "I'm trying to get back to the office." And they're like, "Okay, you're gonna go this way." And then there was one time going down to dispatch, I went down and I was like, "Oh, here's dispatch." It was a closet. And I was like, okay. I went back upstairs and I asked my assistant, I go, "Hey, how do I get to dispatch?" And she goes, "Where'd you go?" I said, "Well, I went there and took a left." She goes, "That's a closet." I go, "I know." So yeah, you're right. It's been piecemeal.
Does
Yeah.
the location have anything? I mean, I'm sure that has a lot to do with it, but where you're located now, is that a desired location?
You know, most departments that I've seen are within, 'cause it's a little different with it being with residential right up to one side of it. That's a little odd. And I think traditionally police departments were built so people could go make a report, and so being right in the heart of downtown was always the idea. I don't know what the feeling of the community is nowadays. I mean, because now a lot of people, there's a lot of online stuff. So I don't know if being right in the heart is the ideal place or if that is not necessarily a concern anymore. But I think traditionally that's why they were always just right in the downtown area.
I would say it's generally in the conversation, but we don't have a lot of detail, nor do we have an accurate cost number, and that's going to be a sizable expense that we have not got factored in the budget at the moment.
Topic of a south substation. Couldn't, if you wanted to pursue that, couldn't the training center, some space be used as a substation?
Yeah, and when this was first on the list, I think last year, that was discussed, is we're like, well, we've got the training center if someone needs to go and do a report or whatever, and it's fenced in. I mean, you don't have to worry about someone coming up on you or anything. So that would definitely fill that kind of role. And like I said, we're of the size that we can get pretty much anywhere, and so I don't see a need for that consideration. Like I said, we've got, like you brought up, because that was discussed last year. That could fill that purpose.
I know you like to go through the chain of command and not discuss stuff with us you haven't discussed with your boss there, but
Didn't stop the other department heads.
after your first year, anything, that on the list that you didn't inherit that you see you want to put focus on in the next year or two?
I think, we were able to bring it up, looking at the pay of our officers compared to other people, because we're kind of getting outpaced by a few places. And so I think that's going to be a big issue. And we're currently, we've been asked to look into it. And so we're pulling numbers from different places that we kind of compete against. And because it's just the way the market is. I think everybody, they go, "Oh, Salina's paying this. Okay, we'll go $1 more," and so but I think that's kind of the big thing for recruitment and some retention, because, people start going, "Hey, I hear they're making this." And so I think that's our biggest issue right now.
And Chief and I have talked about that. I think we need to do that more than just once a year. Not necessarily that we're going to make adjustments, but we need to be watching the market pretty consistently. And I agree with his description. You watch Sedgwick County and Wichita as an example. They just kind of got into a wage war with each other, and law enforcement is right at the forefront of that challenge. The other thing that kind of came up in passing that we addressed in the annual report was concerns about use of force by the department, and that's something that CALIA and our policies were pretty regimented in terms of our review of all that. So I'm encouraged by that. And then the law enforcement citizen review board's another avenue for that concern to be raised and addressed if it comes up. Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, development services.
Yep, we have it.
Busy.
Give me a second. Yes. Starts at 54, 55.
Thank you.
So I'm kind of repeating myself a bit, but as you recall, we first thing we tried to pull together out of the conversation last year was consensus priority items. So that is slide 55. Feel like we're making quite a bit of progress on that, but I'll give Lauren the opportunity to speak to it. Any of those that she wants to.
Yep, we're doing permitting software. It's kind of a double duty. Last year we talked to you a little bit about the fact that we took a different approach in our department and worked with Scott under CPI to have our entire management team become green belts and work through that educational process. And we've been applying that to a lot of our different methods and processes for how we process permits, applications, a variety of different things. And so as we're moving them into the permitting software, we are doing those improvements, figuring out, where can we use a drop box instead of a text box? Where can we, make review times easier, all those things. And then also, how do we work with other departments? There's a lot of cross collaboration in the review world. And every time you're moving things around people, that's just an opportunity for that product to sit idle. That takes time. Time is money. So using permitting software to kind of really manage that time better and move those permits through those different review pieces is very helpful. We actually, thanks to the commission, were able to purchase the software a little earlier than anticipated. This was an identified cost for this budget cycle, but we had some money and were able to purchase that at the end of 2023, which allowed us to get under contract, which allowed us to get the project up and going and stay with the same project team that worked with us on our website. GovBuilt, as you may remember too, also is the product that the county uses. So we're also able to send things back and forth to the county a little bit differently. And we have been discussing this permitting process and the software change with them as we're going forward. Our anticipated completion date on this switch is July, August of this year. We are kind of finding things as we go along that weren't on our original list, that it's like, man, that one really should go on there. For instance, when you do a site visit, we don't actually put that into a software or anything like that. It's not an inspection, but a site visit is sometimes somebody calls and says, hey, I've got this building. I think I want to do X with it. Is that possible? One, it's very hard for us to make that determination from a desk. I mean, we can pull up your files. We can look on GIS, but that's not often going to give us what you need to hear from us. So even putting those site visits in there and noting those and making them kind of part of the lineage of a project. So when Mike Scragg calls and says, well, when did you guys last talk to these guys? It's like, well, actually, we did an informal site visit on this date. Right now, that might be in somebody's email or something like that. That kind of leads right into that process automation improvement piece. So those two projects are really going hand in hand, and we'll go through 2024. We're always looking for opportunities to improve, so you may see some of that in 2025. But my real goal, and when we talked a couple weeks ago, because we did spend 3 hours together at your last meeting, was to get our digital foundation and process foundation well set so that when we moved into 25, 26, and 27, and we start talking about new zoning code, comprehensive plan, and new subdivision regs, we've got something good to move that new product into. Infill housing program, still a priority. That is, if you look at Marty Schukert and RDG's housing plan, which is the Live Salina plan, that's a 10-year plan that's taking us all the way to 2030. So we're coming up on halfway through that. So that will be part of our conversation for a number of years. At what level and what priority that is, that may change over time. We have been implementing your recommendation. We were able to secure a Federal Home Loan Bank grant for nearly $1 million to do infill housing, which is part of implementation of that plan. We've continued to manage our RHIDs, our MIHs, and other housing incentives to increase that housing production, and are on track, hopefully, all fingers crossed, that we make the plan's recommended inventory for 2025 on new rental and owner-occupied dwellings. And bathroom fixture counts, I'm glad we all agreed on that. It's kind of a random one. But that happens to be part of the ADA transition plan implementation and part of implementation of the Parks Master Plan. And then also a part of that that most people don't realize is how many fixture counts are needed in a park is something that's identified in the building code. And so as the building code is going through its rewrite or update right now to the 2018 code, that is something that's being addressed, is should there be a different number of fixtures allowed in a public park versus, you know, your doctor's office or a museum or something like that. That could be a localized amendment, which is being discussed. Just as to kind of recap as we go into these other pieces, when I spoke with you a couple of weeks ago at one of your orientation meetings, we talked about kind of 3 buckets that we've been working on right now: enforcement, housing and homelessness, and then GovBuilt, which is really process improvement and digitization. A lot of these things that are on this list kind of go into those buckets. We've talked about housing, special event permitting process. We've talked about getting that. We have made those changes this last year that you had requested and are working through that implementation process and always looking to improve that. Getting feedback from our second year of eventees and how we can make that better. I don't know if the public will notice a difference, but in the next couple of weeks, we'll have essentially 2 permits: a single location special event permit and a multi-location special event permit. That's something we learned over this last year, is that there's enough differences between those that we can make that easier. We had tried to be very efficient and have it all in one, but have learned that that's probably not our most optimal. The alcohol code update, we have kind of 2 things going on there. The state is constantly kind of massaging that code, and I think there's some things that we could do to update some of those other pieces. Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy did do some things last year related to that, but there are some other things related to common consumption areas that we could also address, and that would allow for special events downtown to also have easier permitting for alcohol use in the downtown or any other area we chose. But we would need to adopt those regs. That's something the SDI has asked for and our special event folks have asked for. I would anticipate if we don't get to that this year, it would definitely be in 2025. We also talked a few weeks ago about scanning. We have a lot of paperwork. We're one of the few departments that, because of Planning Commission, has some very strict standards related to records retention. So we're constantly monitoring that and figuring out what can go digital, what has to go to the mines, what has to be in a vault, all those different things. But the more we can scan, the better. And that also works well with the GovBuilt project.
I like your paper copies.
I know you, there are a handful of people in. When they're digital, we can always print them for you. Let's see. Development services, building services. There are a number of things that are listed here that as we go forward with the building code adoption, I will say we're in kind of a unique circumstance that our state fire marshal had become several years behind on building code that they had been adopting and fire code they had been adopting, and we kind of held out as long as we can. Our tradition had been they adopt, we adopt, they adopt, we adopt, and that made for a good rhythm. But our own building community last year said we can't wait any longer, because you start to get materials, you start to get new plans that are meeting these newer codes, and if you're having to retrofit them into older codes, it's very frustrating. So
Process is staff and volunteer intensive. We transitioned from just kind of a staff level adoption of the codes as they're promulgated to a committee review process. I think it definitely added value in terms of understanding and acceptance of our code adoption, but it's very staff intensive.
but we have been having that conversation with the BAB and that code committee, identifying that there's a 2024 code already out. And so the chances of us having to probably move to that one in the next year to 18 months is probably high. And so we're already having those conversations about, okay, do we adopt that same rigorous process next time? If you're 2 or 3 code cycles behind, maybe that process makes sense. But if we've just gone through this and we have a handful of differences, that may be accomplished in a meeting or 2.
And frankly, I think the culture has transitioned considerably from a lot of frustration at the local level, local contractors, local builders, and attributing that to us and staff, that why are these codes in effect? I think the process that we've adopted over the years has been educational to the point that there's now more understanding of national codes and standardized codes, and the state fire marshal's office holds us accountable to those codes. They're not fans of local amendments, especially if they lessen the codes. And the fire marshal's office doesn't just focus on fire codes either. It's all of the building codes, including plumbing codes. And so I think we've made a cultural shift that hopefully allows for an easier adoption in the future.
Well, and what we're finding is our builders are busier than they've ever been before. So they're working in other communities, and we have a lot more building happening that are from builders and developers outside the community. And what they're looking for, and that's kind of one of code's purposes, to have a common language. And so if we have so many local amendments that it's hard to take, let's just take a franchise business, right? Taco Bell builds a building a certain way. And if your code is so different that you've got to practically redesign that Taco Bell building, which that franchisee bought, it makes it difficult to do work here. So 1 or 2 local amendments, yes. Pages of them, that makes things difficult. So I think there's been a good communication between the building community, development community, and staff to understand where we're best to have local amendments. So that process is an ongoing one, but I think we're going to continue to see change over the next couple of years just based on some of those things. We have additional dedicated staff now. One of the projects we did during budgeting last year, and actually a technique we learned through Greenbelt training, was to analyze the amount and the impact of new development on our staff and what it would take to review a new home and inspect a new home. And when additional permits come in, how does that impact staff and their ability to do other things? So we have added an additional building inspector, and we've added an additional dangerous structures person. And particularly, I know everyone's interested in the dangerous structures piece. Dangerous structures are one, they're very meticulous in how they're managed. The process is written into state statute. In addition to the cost related to moving forward with that is very high. So it has an almost investigative piece to it, along with process management. They're also a little squirrely. No one dangerous structure is the same. We also have had a hard time getting to commercial dangerous structures. So our new dangerous structure specialist started on January 15th. So has been in that position a little over a month. Have started to have a strategy on how to deal with one of the large commercial buildings that we're concerned about. I just reviewed the memo today that goes to Mike this week. I also just went over with staff 5 homes that they think they would like to pursue in sending to the commission. And the 2 that we have currently out right now, one is 619 South Santa Fe. The bid packet that would go out for demo is actually in Mike's email today, so he's gonna look at that, and if that gets signed off on, that will go up for bid, and usually from that bid point, it's 60 to 90 days before something's taken down.
Do we have a budgeted amount for that?
For that
For,
particular one?
No,
or just
for
in general?
general, because like you said, I don't think people realize the expense involved in that, and it falls on us.
double check.
To some degree, I've told Lauren, spend it and we'll find more. It's enough of a priority, but I think we had 100 and then we took it to 150. Okay, 150.
Yeah.
So.
So,
Which
and that
doesn't go
will,
very far.
no, it doesn't. And the older the structures we get into, the more we start to get into things like lead-based paint and asbestos and other things that require not only more money to do the testing and possibly more money to do that abatement work, but also it takes time because those tests have to be run. There's only so many people around that do that type of testing as well. So getting them scheduled. We also have another property, 316 West South. This one had gone to you and was not able to be fully processed because we found additional family that needed to be notified. Since that time, that family has come forward. We've had some discussions with them. They wanted to address the house. It looks like they might not be able to, but we also literally in the last 2 days have had 2 other people call about buying it. We did explain, and I think this is something worthwhile for the commission. If we have a house going through a dangerous structure, any structure going through this process, we're not holding on to it till it's demolished, right? That owner still owns it. So if you wanted to purchase that house because you want to do something different with it, you can purchase it during the dangerous structures process. You let us know and then work towards resolve. So in the past, let's say that person had 3 months to fix it. 1 month into their 3 months, they get somebody to buy it. That buyer notifies us and they said, hey, I can't get the thing done in 2 months. I can't get it down or I can't fix the repairs. Can I have an additional month? So 3 months total. We have negotiated something like that in the past, and sometimes that is how a house gets resolved. We've come back to the commission, got that additional time, those types of things.
And it's not just a sale. You get the owner's attention and invariably there's a plan or some request for additional time and attempt on their part to stave off enforcement. And that just then moves that timeline all over the place.
One of the other challenges with dangerous structures is buildings that have had fire damage. So right now, we do get notified by the fire department when we've had a significant fire. A letter is sent out noting that we may possibly hold fire insurance until they've cleaned and dealt with the property. But having a dangerous structures person, we actually over the last week have rerouted this process so that they're keeping a constant eye on that versus just any of our other programs to make sure the house does come down when it's supposed to or the repairs are made when it's supposed to. So that's also been another place that we're seeing improvements on that side of things.
Back to that Santa Fe property. Is that gonna be at the city's expense?
In this situation, yes. Yeah, so it's at
You'll-
our expense.
We'll
and
bill them,
then-
assess them.
Yeah,
Theoretically, they could pay upon receipt of the bill. If they don't, then it gets assessed against the property.
I
If
think
it doesn't
that's
get
been
paid,
going
it becomes a
on about 2
lien.
years now.
I'm sorry?
That's been going on about 2 years that they were gonna do something with it.
Yeah, I think that one's probably exceptionally longer than usual, and certainly with a dedicated person, that won't be. I think the timeline should pick up.
and I wish I could say it's cut and dry all the time, but it's amazing, you are dealing with someone's private property, their home in certain situations. Sometimes it's a rental, sometimes it's a forgotten property, but in certain situations, it's someone's home. That's a really big deal. And so trying to work through the process of, do they think they have an avenue or do they, think that they've got a buyer? Can they make the repairs? It's trying to work through all of that. And procedurally, just even trying to find people these days can be very difficult. We have examples of someone being in prison and trying to properly notify them, people being across state lines and trying to find them. getting them to come back and deal with things. It's, like I said, it's almost an investigative level for each one of these dangerous structures to make sure we hit these notification pieces, proper involvement has been there, and then things are signed off on before we demo that property. From a larger commercial property, since it's here on the list, I will highlight that there is a new owner of 139 North Penn, or commonly referred to as Old St. John's Hospital. We have met with them. They are cleaning that property out and plan to redevelop it over the next couple of years. Additional dedicated staffing, like I said, we're just dealing with that influx of additional homes and residential development for sure.
Yes, you may have said it and I missed it. But have we increased the number of code enforcement officers?
So we increased our building inspectors, and then in the code compliance category, we've got the dangerous structure person. They kind of like live between the two worlds.
For the person who, former city manager told me you can't legislate against, being ugly is not against the law.
Correct.
But being, vermin favored and junky and torn down, the ones that don't necessarily get a complaint from the neighbor, but are just an eyesore. Do we have someone who, without a complaint, sees these and says, hey, dude, this is just.
So we have two full-time property maintenance inspectors that break the town into like north and south basically, and kind of work those areas. It's their beat, and are looking for those things. I will say, grass and weeds, typically in-op vehicles, branches down, major facade issues. Those are more noticeable. When we start talking about things like vermin, infestation, different things like that, they're not usually plain sight, and so they're not going to get those when they're doing their rounds and stuff like that. Those things usually come through a call, and if we do notice something and it's still can't be seen, right? It's behind a fence, it's in the house, it's in the garage. We have to be really careful about that stuff, and that may require going to get a warrant to do further investigation to see if there is a violation there.
Because probably any of us here on our familiar routes could give you a list of 10 houses right now or properties. Well, there's got to be something here against the code other than just being ugly. But, can an ordinary citizen just turn in hey, could you please go check this property out?
For sure. You can call our office. You can also, on the city's website, there's a citizen complaint portal, and you can contact the city about just about anything from special trash pickup to a code compliance issue, and you can fill it all right out there, and it comes through in a digital form to us, and we move on it. So, and actually one of the gov-built processes that we're going through is that digital form would turn right into a work order for us. Right now, I have somebody who reviews that, and it kind of still is touched by a couple of people, and then has to be manually turned into that. One of the gov-built things we're trying to do is we don't have to do any of that back and forth. That just gets identified, needs to be investigated, gets onto a schedule. So, yeah, we have 2 people full-time running around doing that.
So is that your preferred, I get complaints fairly frequently about, to do something about that. So just refer them to that.
Yeah, that portal is a very fast way to do that. But we have people call the office, we have people email, but that portal is the easiest and fastest way to do it.
And what's the name of that tab again?
It's like if you're looking on the city's website, it is, I bet you Jacob can find it faster than me. I think it's also in the I Want To tab. Look at.
Submit a complaint?
Yeah, submit a complaint. And you've got a variety of them.
Put that in bold letters.
Is there one on there for city commissioners?
Yes, actually there is.
Complaining or complain about?
Well, especially when you click on it, it's like a drop down, and there's a huge number of things that they can pick from the drop down.
Very good. Some people could spend all day on there.
So you can enter a location and then it's going to say, what is your concern? You could enter the concern. It's in a drop down, or there's also an other, and then you note and you also don't have to give your name. So it can be done confidentially. We get that question a lot from people. Do I have to say who I am? I just want it fixed. No, you don't. I think worth noting in planning and zoning, as we talked about a couple of weeks, we have zoning administrator position will be changing after 38 years this year. So really preparing for some major changes, not only from a personnel perspective, but our code, both a comprehensive plan, which sets the tone, the goals for the city's zoning code and subdivision regulations, is outdated. They're supposed to have a shelf life of about 20 years. And we are 24 years over now, plus with the community going through a lot of change. That also helps to put a level of need for a revised comp plan. And comprehensive...
You wanted to hazard a guess on cost. Just for perspective only.
Huh? Well, I think if you do a combo, you do a comp plan and a zoning code rewrite, and you have the same consultant do that, you're probably looking about $500,000. It's not abnormal for $250 to be the going rate for a comprehensive plan. And it's an investment. A lot of times I can take a comp plan and I can get you another 5 or 10 years out of it. We do some minor updates to it. You know, let's say the community hasn't changed a lot. It's some demographics are getting swapped out, some names and places are changed, but we've had significant change. And I don't know, the way the community sees itself today and where it wants to be is really reflected in that comprehensive plan, which to me says this is a whole kit and caboodle rewrite to really move us forward.
You know, we talked about this the last time. I'd wholeheartedly agree, and I think before we even get into the comp plan aspect, it's a community conversation led by a consultant about what is our vision, what is our expectation from not just an aesthetics, but standards, requirements, developer receptivity. Do we want to be development friendly? Do we want to have high standards regardless of whether that has a chilling effect on development? We need that baseline conversation, then that starts to inform the comp plan drafting.
And there are several things that I have identified here as code changes that we could make that in the world of prioritizing, that we might even be able to hold off on until we get to the zoning code rewrite and have them done at that same time, which can be really helpful for the public to understand like how that fits into the bigger scheme of things. Like when we talk about housing, we talk about accessory dwelling units or mother-in-law or father-in-law apartments or tiny homes, things like that. You know, there's a way to address that both in the comp plan and in the zoning code rewrite. And for newer commissioners, if you're not familiar, a comprehensive plan is actually a state requirement. As a municipality, we have to have one. So comprehensive plan is also the legal tool that we use to make a lot of our planning decisions. So we're called into question, well, why did you guys do that? Well, our comp plan calls for it. That's why you'll see us make map amendments and things like that, because those are used to make those decisions. If we're going against that plan and it needs to be changed, then that's what we do.
So when was our comp plan done last?
Would have been 24 years ago. So
Yeah, it was 2007, 2008.
Consulting firms that do the plans,
oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, specialist, yep.
Yeah.
and that's $500,000.
Well, remember what I said. So comp plan and the zoning code rewrite. So you're getting two products, but ours.
I think it could easily be more than that by the time when you put those two together.
But it's one of the reasons we put it in the sub CIP is it's an infrastructure investment. It's just infrastructure you're not driving on or turning the tap on for. But that is the infrastructure of decision making for the development of the community.
And I've got to guess, even if it's 17 years instead of 24, there's been significant changes. I mean, just in the direction of the communities.
Yeah, well, that's why we bring so many amendments to the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's what's frustrating. I can tell you, you know, we joke in zoning and planning world, I could take a doctor's approach to your code, right? And the more variances you need, the more code updates we need, your code is ill. It's sick. And we've gotten to the point that no minor surgery and some vitamins are going to fix it. You need a new code.
It was adopted in 2010. It is outdated,
It
and
is
we've also fulfilled parts of the plan in terms of growth areas that were identified and some of those things as well. So, and then there's concepts in there, neighborhood centers, community centers, design concepts that have not played themselves out. The development community's not responded to any of that.
And it's normal. 20 years is a good amount of time. And we've seen change in 20 years. So it's time to have that conversation again. But I know for a well-done plan using good consultants, I mean, staff will have to be involved. You're going to have a project manager, all those types of things. But the effort it takes to kind of get this thing over the hurdle, it needs a consultant. And 250 is pretty normal these days. And my mom's an accountant. Amortize it out, right? We're going to have this document for 10 years. You take $250,000, take that over a 20-year life cycle. It's not as crazy as you think. And we use it on a daily basis. So.
And the struggle we had the last time is we knew we needed to do the comp plan and follow up with amendments to the zoning code and subdivision regulations, and we couldn't afford it. So we stopped with the comp plan and tried to kind of take a hybrid approach to the rest. But that if you don't do them all together, it's even more problematic.
And our zoning code's even older. That's from the 1970s. So not that that's really old, but it's just older. So it needs to be not only modernized, but synced up with these things we're talking about in the comp plan.
So how long do you think it would take?
That was my question.
To go through the process?
Yeah.
You're looking at 3 years. It's going to take us from
3 years?
2025 to 2026 to 2027 by the time it's all said and done. You do your comp plan and you do your zoning code.
Plus you've got a scope process, an interview and a selection process, a public process. Then we get to the planning commission and the city commission to adopt and to draft and then adopt a final product.
And we still have everyday life going on. I mean, staff can't stop everything it's doing to engage in all of this. I mean, we still have permits coming in the door. We have other things that are happening. So it takes some time.
Dozens of public meetings.
Well, and rounds of review. I mean, I can tell you when somebody drops off a 200-page document, that's not something I'm turning around to you in 24 hours in the midst of everything else. And each of those sections has a lot of things that need to be discussed. So you're really, I mean, why it takes so long is you're going section by section. Okay, well, here's, the opening background. That's not the hardest section to go over. Well, here's our new maps. Here's the new housing section. Here's all these different pieces. You're on section by section. Even if you do a section a month, boom, you got a year through the door. So, and then we take in holidays, and we take in public meeting schedules, and we take in the availability of the consultants and the availability of staff, and you're running out of hours in the day.
So when do we make that decision that this is something we have to move forward? Because it's not like you don't have anything on your plate now. I mean, I guess it's always, well, we'll wait till it slows down,
That's not happening.
I know. So because again, you're looking 3 years out. So now we're 27 years into
If we're going to do it in 2025, we're going to be coming to you with a budget decision this budget cycle.
And it is a sub-CIP item that we put forward last year so that it was
And you said it's required, but they don't require it to be updated every so often, or are we out of compliance? Did I not check that?
like Bruce Greg.
I think that's a recommendation.
I'm not sure you're required to update it
any cycle.
It's a good idea to do it, but I think by
Right.
state standards, if you just have one, you're compliant, but that's not.
You're in compliance, but we create a larger possibility for our comp plan to be used against us in a legal situation in which we make a decision. And the argument is our comp plan isn't relevant to that decision anymore by the developer.
Yeah, and it is a requirement, but we're not doing it just because it's a requirement. It is a vital tool.
Mm-hmm.
So is this something you'd put out for RFP?
Oh yeah.
There's lots of firms, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does this require a study session to go through I mean, what's our next step if we decide we need to do this?
I think we would fund it.
Yeah, I think getting a more accurate cost estimate so that we can budget it. If we then incorporate that in the 2025 budget, then we're headed into RFPs and coming back to you with recommended consultant.
Yeah, and there are certain sections that we have to have. There's a lot of mapping that goes into it, graphic development, things like that.
So the reason we're bringing it up now is we recognize how daunting it seems, and just want to make you aware.
Is that feedback you want today from us?
Sure. Sure.
'Cause it sounds like it's not so much a matter of whether we should or not. I mean, it's a requirement, and sounds like we need to move forward to me.
Yeah, I mean, we could do the bare minimum. We could try to check the box and not have it be effective. But everything that we've said, it's what we live and breathe on the planning side.
It's time consuming now, but I'm asked this question based on what I've heard you say is it's time consuming, but once we get it completed, it should
Yeah.
make your life easier, at least for a while, because we've got updated zoning codes, comp plan, that we don't have to go in and do these
I
amendments.
think particularly with the updated zoning code, I mean, like right now, there's so many things that live in different places, and once you update all of that, it will streamline where things are at and how you find them, and the ability to search the codes having a updated code is very beneficial to the day-to-day operation, and it's for the customer. I mean, for the citizen who's trying to figure all this stuff out. Our code it's outdated, and it's not as user-friendly as it could be.
Correct.
Once we go through that process to update. And there's things that, times have changed. We're not doing things exactly the same way, in terms of how much parking should we require, and those sorts of, just lots of things have shifted over the last 20 years that we really need to consider as we move forward with the new code.
Well,
I think it would be the most beneficial for us to do it all at one time,
Yes.
get it done. I think in the past, a lot of communities will do the code, or they'll just do a comprehensive plan. They won't do the other side of it. They'll have this implementation matrix that says, can we do these things? And then, you get bogged down in the day to day, and you never get to the implementation stuff, and it becomes a stale document. And so you have to do another plan. And so I think, going all in and doing it right on the front end will pay dividends over the next 10, 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
And-
Just witness the discussions we had with the fiber optic in the front yard or the backyard. I mean, it didn't exist when the codes were.
Yeah, technology is a
written.
great example of,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm dealing with electronic messaging board signs in the sign code right now. That technology has changed, and it's cheaper, and it's more available, and how it's lumens from just 5 years ago.
And the comp plan is a visioning document, just like the river master plan was, like the park master plan. And it may be more so than the park master plan. It's broader, and it's community visioning, and that not only sets the course for us, but the development community.
Yeah.
One thing I probably get tired of hearing me say is, if we got to keep making exceptions to the rule, there's something wrong with our rules. And, either that or there's something wrong with us always overriding a perfectly good rule. But if it's every, month we're doing major exceptions to longstanding rules, chances are it's time to revisit.
Well, and that's how we know. I mean, I can diagnose it that it's time.
So what I hear here is it's time for us to move forward.
Okay.
Yep, and as Lauren mentioned, we tried to build it
Thank
into the capital improvement planning, and from the expense side, I am worried whether we budgeted enough.
Well, and
when we
this
go to
is just
market.
like street maintenance. I mean, this is a
Yeah.
housekeeping thing, which, we're seeing now the consequences of deferred maintenance on on these codes.
Yep.
Well, we're seeing it now because we're doing code amendments all the time.
Right.
So,
Well, and that'll give me a chance to, in April's when the National Planning Conference is, and I just start shopping some of the booths, start talking to some other people about what they've been doing plans for, how long they're taking. But the numbers that both Mike and I are giving you are those from experience talking to colleagues. And I'm very comfortable with those, that by the time it's all said and done, we're looking at a full 3 years from the moment we go out to RFP, by the time we're done, and it would not surprise me to be $500,000.
So this is where development department directors go when they're tired of working and they just become consultants. Hey, ain't a bad gig if you did it.
Where the real money's at.
You're right.
It's work.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Would it require a dedicated person in your office just to?
Lauren's really dedicated.
Yeah. That. No, I will assign a project manager, and we'll assign a project team that will work with the consultants. And from there, we decide, what our level of involvement is besides managing the contract and the work product. But, and a good example of where consultants come in heavy on something like this is they do a lot of the drafting for us to review, or they prepare a lot of the public meeting materials, the graphics and the mapping, where I'm not having to find one of our people to just do those tasks.
And that there is an expertise that they're bringing to the table.
Yeah. I think last on page 59, we talked about a sign code mural update. Very familiar with this right now. That's what I was doing most of this morning. So I think this one is well underway. But license agreement process, cell tower approval, detention pond policy revisions, these are some things that I think as we're going through digitizing, and Public Works and Development Services have been working at, there's nothing like increased development to kind of look at some of these processes and go, how we always done this before? Is there a way to do this better? And to sync those things up. Because there's a lot when it comes to development between engineering and development services that occurs. It's hard to separate them sometimes. Jim and I know where they're separated, but the applicant doesn't. And so walking them through that process cohesively is a huge part of it. So these processes, probably this year and next, it's constantly refining these between Jim's team and mine. Hey, cool, we did one, neighborhood revitalization area. We finished that off this year. But we are looking at areas to implement that grant a little bit more. The home rehab grant that we got from Federal Home Loan Bank, we're actually tucking neighborhood revitalization in there to get that a little further. I think the one that we really haven't talked about, but it's the one I also probably need the most feedback from, is the homelessness issue. Community relations is, I think, a very logical place for that to be, and works well with some of the things they're doing. Michelle's currently trying to get but all the folks that have been stakeholders participating with the nonprofits and the other agencies together to kind of do a facilitated exercise with Julia Orlando, really almost kind of a SWOT analysis type thing, and to kind of look at those different priorities. Where do we have gaps? Where do we have strengths? Where do we have weaknesses? And over the next year, kind of testing some of that and developing some of that to bring back to you to go, here's where I think we need more project money. That's one thing we're at right now.
I'm going to boil it down to a pretty frank question, I guess. We've had a lot of conversation leading up to this as a governing body. You with me one-on-one had a lot of community conversation and feedback. It has been very directed at enforcement, and frankly, I have not felt a lot of support or consensus, or even maybe you just need more information, but I've not felt a lot of direction to pick up the other side of that equation in terms of services, whether we're providing them, whether we're providing financial support to service agencies, shelters, low barrier shelters, co-responders we've implemented. So at its most basic level, it will be helpful to know, and we can try to work with Julia to come forward with recommendations, but it'd be helpful to know the governing body's receptivity to putting resources, staff, time, and money towards homeless initiatives beyond enforcement.
I think, we've been focusing on the homeless, which is an individual person. The community organizations and the larger program focuses on homelessness. And that's where we need the umbrella, much like we have for childcare. There are a lot of agencies in town ready they want something to be done. And we were glad to hear that Michelle Martin had been assigned in the city, because we need a person, to organize and set meetings, and from that, the structure of the collaboration will develop. I think folks said we've had great meetings, okay, but what are we doing? And, to approach homelessness is going to require a whole bunch of agencies in town with resources more than what the city has. Now, what folks will look for the city once we have a viable program presented is money, that would be appropriate for a city to spend.
Well, I think one of the things, there's the continuum of care that the state has. I think one of the things Michelle is going to be working on this year too, for both Mike, myself, and for you, is to really understand like Salina's role in that continuum of care. As a smaller community, kind of that in that middle range, we fall into this much larger cohort of communities that are in continuum of care, where other examples we're looking at, like Wichita and Lawrence and Topeka, have their own COCs. And so trying to kind of understand, like, if you are a governmental agency addressing homelessness, are there pros and cons? What are those to being your own COC? How would that impact us? Does it get us additional resources? Those types of things. So, I mean, even just kind of understanding the bureaucratic world of homelessness is something I think we're just trying to kind of wrap our hands around, because until recently, nobody's been specifically assigned to that.
So Julia came in here. What's our next step as far as working with her, or do we have one?
So we do have one. I think Julie's kind of switching roles a little bit. So we were looking at availability, and she's got some time on March 7th that she could do a Zoom with folks. And like I said, kind of have a facilitated discussion about, okay, here's what we talked about when I was here.
In this conversation's with service providers.
Correct.
Right. To me, I think you're exactly right. We need this group together at one time, and maybe even without the public. It's this group discussing this with Julia. And I think, in my mind, we're one of the few communities that has a human relations department. And to me, this falls under Michelle's. You've got enough, mainly now that we just gave you a comp plan and all this to go do. But to me, this really kind of falls under Michelle's umbrella. And one of the things that, and I don't disagree with, in fact, I've said all along, is the low barrier shelter, because they go to the mission, they go to Ashby House, they don't follow the rules. Plan B is you go to the street. Well, that's not a good plan B. The question we didn't ask Julia is, how do you staff that? Because obviously we have people that don't follow rules, and do they need medical? So, what's that look like? And second of all, she made a comment that did stick with me, that it's not a place for people from all over the country to come to. They service their area. So how do you do that? And what is considered someone from yours? They've been in our community for 3 months now. Are they part of our community, or they've been here? You know what I mean?
It does seem vague as to what defines a citizen according to our local shelter. And I don't think we ever have received a solid answer on that. I mean, kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Hoppick said, I do believe it falls under the umbrella of community relations. In my opinion, it's a foregone conclusion that we're going to need to allocate more financial resources towards this problem. The question is going to be, where are they going to go?
Yeah.
To the private organizations, or?
Well, there are organizations now looking at buildings, wanting to set up that low barrier shelter. I mean, people are ready to work. I think when they saw what was going on in, was it Bergen County, New Jersey, where she's from, my sense from people leaving that room was, well, we can do that. We already have that capability. We've got all the pieces. We just don't have the glue holding them together, working them, as a cohesive force.
Well, if we're able to pull this off and pull it together for March 7th, I think that will give us some good feedback, and we'd be able to have a document for you. We might have to squeeze in a study session, but that kind of jives with budgeting, I think. So maybe not being able to do specifics right now, but knowing that this is a priority that you want to talk more about this year, and as we get into budgeting, we could probably bring forward some more specific options for you here in the next 30 to 60 days.
And I think organizations like CKF need to be involved in this. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously, they
definitely.
see a lot of the,
Yeah,
know,
I think that
we've had lots of conversations with those, with outside organizations. Everybody's got like a little piece of the pie, not all.
all together.
Yeah,
not all
I
going
think
the
that's
same
Julia.
direction.
Julia can help, they already helped that conversation because in advance of the meeting that was the public meeting, she had a meeting with service providers. I think she can facilitate that conversation. We're talking about kind of a gap analysis of
Yeah.
who does what and what challenges do they have? What does the homeless community
And
need?
part of the problem
and
was
then how do
they
you fill
they
those
had that
gaps?
meeting. We didn't sit there, so I have no idea
Sure.
how those discussions went. I mean, if it was CKF and OCCK and
I mean, I can give you a
actually-
list of everybody who attended, but I
Yeah.
mean, if you were in the homeless game, like that, they were there. So, and at that point, the conversation was just kind of asking Julia questions, going through that. But I think what's being
I
proposed
think
for
Julie
March.
was really just trying to get a feel of,
A
okay,
sense of
where
what
are we
we're-
at? What's this
Yeah.
community
What-
like?
what
are,
services
what are
we
the
have.
services out there? I think the next step is, okay, now we kind of know what that is. Now how do they work together? And what's the problem that I mean, we've kind of anecdotally, we've got, oh, we need a low barrier shelter. But what does that mean? Does that mean
What's that
we
look
need
like?
12 beds? Does that mean we need 112 beds? We don't, that's the kind of, the next step is, okay, we at least know that. We think that low barrier shelter is a priority. But how does that fit in with all the service organizations and what they're doing and what direction they're going? And
Yep.
then, who takes that on?
Right.
Yeah.
We
it's
can't
not Salina
necessarily
Gray,
presume
security's
a particular agency is going to take it on, nor do they have the resources, and how can we support them? Is that with funding? Is that with security?
Is that with a grant? Do we need to administer a grant? If they had that grant, could they do something? Do they need to partner together? To the low barrier shelter question. Well, this one's got the staff, or this one has the facility. Those types of things.
Well, I can support the model that Salina Grace uses in terms of low barrier shelter. But I think what was presented in January was a low barrier home. And I can't support that.
You're talking about the Bergen County
Yes.
example? Yeah, even if we wanted to go there, I think as a community, I think we're a long ways from
Yeah,
that.
I think if you just take this problem off the street and put it in this home or shelter, residence, whatever you want to call it, doesn't solve any problems.
Right.
That
It
wasn't
just moves it from
necessarily
here to there.
my interpretation of that program. It seemed like it was kind of and I hate to use the term, like kind of a holding area, or if you're in a holding pattern with your life, and they're trying to or equip these people with the tools to get back into the mainstream.
Well, the idea is Julie
So you
comes
just
from a
circulate
housing
through
authority
it.
background. So the idea is you're in the shelter and they're trying to get you placed either if it's a mental health facility or into housing through the housing authority. Like they do not want you
Back to
staying in a
family
shelter
members,
long term.
I mean, I do think there was some
Yeah.
of that, was some of what spoke about, getting them into a home really quickly without any barriers. I think as Mike said, we're a really long ways. I mean, we don't even have the housing to be able to think about doing that, even if we wanted to. I think we're a pretty long ways away
Well,
from there.
the way I was going to describe it is, we're trying to walk, that's running, and
Yeah.
we need to decide whether we want to
Yeah.
run or not,
And I think
somewhere further into the
That's
conversation.
part of the discussion, Julie, is, I mean, I think our focus right now is, hey, if it's really hot or it's really cold, how do we get people off the street now? That's really our, okay, we got people that, it's negative 12 degrees. How do we solve that problem and find a place for those people at that time? I mean, I think that's kind of the starting point, and then we can start having some conversations about what's the longer term outlook for some of these folks and how do we solve that problem or get closer to a solution on that problem?
And if it's helpful at all, one of my takeaways from that conversation was some of the early things have direct benefit to us and our organization. We're helping the police department figure out how to deal with individuals that they currently don't have a lot of resources. We're helping our municipal court maybe to deal with things that are violations. The co-responders programs helping avoid additional police interaction. I think we can pursue a lot of that and see direct benefits. Then we can start having conversations about long-term housing and bigger initiatives. But
If we had you know, if we went to a no barrier, very low barrier, then maybe the city could help fund, you know, security to help against stuff like that. And then she had mentioned that they have all the agencies able to come to that location to help, you know, with where they need to go or what services they would need. I would be interested in something like that, just to help get people off the streets.
Well, I think in that facilitated conversation too with Julia that we're shooting for in March is, to the mayor's point, of asking the providers too, like what clients do you have that you're having a hard time finding a shelter for them, or in what circumstances, so that we can kind of start to create our own definition of like what would be low barrier for our community, or what folks do we have that aren't fitting into the model right now. To Jacob's point, we did have that this winter. Is when we were at sub-zero temperatures, we had all the shelters full. So what would we do? Well, we did learn this winter, and we worked with Central Kansas Mental Health to tap into some funding they had to secure hotel rooms. Okay, does that become a normal program that we run? Or do we work to put that program with a different entity? But it's those kinds of things of starting to kind of identify that these are where we have problems, or this is where our max capacity is at in these certain circumstances, that may be things that come out of, I think, that conversation with Julia. So even before we solve like what is a low barrier shelter, are there other things that we could be doing? I mean, we've had conversation the last couple of weeks about how you buy bus tickets for people, or how, 'cause that's not a simple process. Do you create one account, or, you know, who administers something like that? Or having a conversation with a hospital about their emergency room procedures, so PD and the other nonprofits understand when they're working with them. I think that's probably the biggest benefit of this year, is starting to have these conversations, bringing resources to PD, because they're on the front line most of the time, and helping to kind of have some of those conversations.
So what I think I'm hearing is, what I'm not hearing is, we're at the end of the line. We've done all that we intend to do. There's a recognition it's an ongoing issue that, as a city, we're going to have to engage in some fashion, and that we, as staff, will get to work in terms of doing the background work to then come back to you and talk options. And Lauren and I haven't talked about this, but I'm prepared to commit to you. You're not going to see us, you know, bring you some overly grandiose, expensive plan, as much as assessing gaps and opportunities and incrementally trying, you know, to move the ball forward. We need to be reasonable in terms of providing, responding to the direct needs of the homeless. But
And one of the things we may do this year, it's the way we handled the pit count, the point in time. We put some resources into trying to get better numbers. We may do more data acquisition this year of trying to better understand the problem too. And, you know, we kind of get some of the low-lying fruits, we connect some of those resources, but we also just understand our problem better could also be an option this year.
And where, you know, government can help is on the front end. You work on the pre-homeless. You know, maybe our housing rules need to change to keep some people in housing who are otherwise getting ready to be forced out, you know, or some of the court fines or rules. I mean, a lot of people, it's just little things that kick them over the edge.
I think the housing authority is a player that we need to bring in.
Yeah, and I think that was one shock to me out of that meeting, was if you have a felony on your record, you don't apply.
Which their board meeting is at 4:00, so I'm gonna leave at 3:15. I did want to bring that up with them.
But, you know, the positive feedback I received from citizens, I think it is important that we continue the conversation. People tend to want to be involved and want to come with a solution. Greg and I just had a conversation last night with a person that was, you know, thought it was really good information. So without information, we're kind of, the feedback I hear is run them out of town. And get them a bus ticket, send them back where they came from. And that's just not the solution.
Particularly since 2/3 of them came from here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I necessarily believe, or I think there's still a little bit of a gray area as to where a lot of folks are from, but regardless, I mean, we need to deal with the problem. But you know, back to the data that you're mentioning, do we have a population count or approximation of that demographic?
We do have the pit count that we just did this year, and I think we're expecting to see the results from the pit count here in the next month or two.
So the pit count is a point in time count.
Yeah, sorry.
There's a whole methodology that's imposed by the state, if not the feds. We
So we
turn
look
that
at the
data in,
shelters
they
and-
analyze it, and then we'll get a number back.
And it's solely based on, it's like a homeless census. So like we
Okay.
actually had teams that went out at different times a day to different known locations, and the shelters reported in. So any of the shelters, there's a definition of homelessness by the state, but like all those numbers get reported into the state.
I thought the estimate, we were somewhere around 180 to 240.
The only
But
thing is
that
that,
doesn't count the people who are living in the cars, staying one relative's house to another. All the people who are pre-street homeless, that's your incoming crowd. I
Yeah.
mean, that's the crowd we got to work on just as well. So it'll be high enough to shock you.
And Salina Grace is getting ready to move into their new location on Broadway.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of, we talked about, you know, they're doing,
Mhm.
you know, having the providers come to central location, and so we have things in place.
And we have a base, yep.
no, we do for sure. And I think it's just like anything. Is it enough? Do we need more? Can we improve? I think those are just some of the questions.
Well, and I think the funding that we have provided to the Salina Grace, the day services, however you describe it, I think it's a good investment, money well spent.
Mm-hmm.
So one question is specifically for development department. Is that the
Community and development services.
services? Thank you. You have two branches of work you do, and community relations is kind of odd person out compared to the usual development stuff. Since that was brought in as a division as opposed to a department, do you think it's as effective? I mean, and it's not a knock on you at all. I'm still amazed that you do all that you do. Is its responsibilities, or are they growing to the point where you need to consider it for department status again?
Before she answers that,
Okay.
I'm gonna throw in that she provides very good leadership to that function.
I think people would be surprised how many times that work that maybe people only think of it in one way, community relations, overlaps with ours. For instance, ADA compliance, which is part of our civil rights work that we do. That's what our building code does, is making sure that ADA is applied there. Michelle and Sean make an excellent team to go through. She works with engineering on our public projects, with Parks and Rec as they do new facilities. So it's not just the casework that we traditionally think about. But you know, our department handles a lot of housing stuff, not only from how we build it to how we get it funded, but also how we make it accessible for everybody. So, you know, looking at the eviction component, when you're talking about people who are almost unhoused or getting housing for those people, you know, Michelle's having those conversations when I can't with the housing authority, with different landlords. She's having those conversations with the state court system on funding for an eviction self-help center, things like that. So their work does really jive with what I think people think of traditional development services as planning and zoning and permits. It's just, she's kind of got the human side that's in all of that, which I think makes us really special as a city to be able to kind of do the technical side, but not forget the people side to all that.
I would add too that we've been through a lot of transition in that division. There's also the complaint, investigation, appeal process. There's a lot of legality to that, and so we've been able to kind of bridge some of that transition through the leadership department. We're in a good solid place at the moment, but there's kind of some consistency that comes from being within the department.
Mm-hmm.
Great answer. If there was another donut, I would say you get it. But
I think it would be less efficient if we pulled that out from underneath. I mean, because if you do that, then you know, Michelle becomes a department head, and then she answers to, you know, Sean or myself or to Mike, and then she's still got to do all that work with Lauren. I think it would be less efficient if we pulled Michelle out from underneath Lauren, and you know, they work together a ton, and I think Mike's exactly right. Lauren provides great leadership for that part. So I think it'd be less efficient.
Trying not to make it about individuals, but if there was any mitigating factor, it would be Michelle. And
Yeah, I mean, we're so blessed.
Yep.
But I do think some of the restructuring, I mean, we added a deputy director this last year, and that's a huge help. Like, I mean, we've seen it just in the last 2 months that it's been in position. I mean, it's been a little bit of a breath of fresh air for everybody in the department because everybody just got a little bit more of everybody's time. So, you know, if I can't directly be there for Michelle, I'm still setting priorities, implementing your vision through her work, but she's got Margie to get to get some of that extra backup, which if she's on her own, she doesn't have that backup. You know, the three of them are required to go to certain trainings. If she's on her own, she doesn't have the admin help that I have in the department to back up their department below.
speaking of getting other people's time, Lauren's used all of Scott's. So I think if it's okay, what we'll do
Try to be efficient.
is flex out CT, take a quick break, try to get back here at 2:35 and pick up with Arts and Humanities.
I want to know what your plan was for when Dean retires.
It's a work in progress right now. It's working with Dean on things that nobody else does.
Retain him as a consultant, or
That is not something I would pre-plan to do right now. Due to his factor that he retires from the Caper system, that's not something we discuss.
We brought on staff. We're going to have to divide and conquer.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a conversation we're actively having, and he's been an active part of, and I'm very appreciative of him because his loss will be significant, but we're trying to actively prepare for it with his help.
All right.
Thanks.
2:35.
Lose him in paper copy.
Cool. How to lose your job.
And Dean's gonna take them all home. Brad's brought reinforcements. And
David brought reinforcement.
and it probably doesn't come as any surprise, but Brad couldn't fit his comments into an Excel spreadsheet cell, so we have a PDF document. But you do have in your packet, starting on essentially page 69 or 70, consensus items that came out of 2023, and we can touch on those briefly. And I know, in years past, there was discussion about some of the project elements, so the narrative that Brad has provided kind of helps answer some of the questions that came up since the last discussion. So, continued support of the sculpture tour. I don't, well, I guess you do have that address there. We've increased the budget. Project's ongoing. Let Brad elaborate.
Okay, and I'd like to spend as little time as possible because of the amount of narrative I gave you to be able to read at your discretion. But to give you what I believe from Arts and Humanities are some of the highest priority items that we're facing in needs. And after being on the spreadsheet last year, there was clearly some kind of misunderstandings or a lack of opportunity to give you the context of why we might suggest a museum expansion. But despite the order that it is on your sheet, I'm just going to visit with you about 3 of what I believe are the most top priority items for our department. If some time allows, I can highlight a couple of the others that have a lower economic impact and that may be covered by private funding and may not affect the city's budget. The first one is the Smoky Hill Museum expansion. Museum director and staff had inquired with me about 3 years ago when the conversation first started about a need for additional space. If you've attended any of the First Thursday events or watched what happens during Kansas Week and some of the other end of the year tours that public schools give, we are exceeding the available space for programming, tours, and effective display, construction, maintenance, and archiving of that collection. The museum will be 40 in 1926, or in 2026, as an organization with the city. That same year, the festival will turn 50, and on that same year, Salina Arts and Humanities will be in existence for 60 years as part of the city of Salina. So that trifecta of those 3 decades of development has also built together an assessment and an opportunity to say not only where are we now, but what are our future needs as we continue to grow and add energy and excitement to the community and meet those expanding needs of the community. Just a little bit of background. The first thing I challenged Susan and her staff to do is to say, look, before I can go to the city manager or this body and talk about a capital project, let's talk about reallocation of space. So I said, what if genealogy and arts and humanities moved out and you had the whole building to yourself? Would that do it? And through their determination of both current and future needs, as the collection grows and in archiving standards associated with national accreditation, that would supply about half the space that is being proposed. So that wasn't an effective or a complete option. Would it help in certain areas? Yes. Would it meet the long-term needs? No, it wouldn't. And so what is being proposed is a 10 to 15,000 square foot space, an addition on the back of the museum that would cover or wrap around the dock of the museum, or the south wing. It's on the National Historic Register, so the museum has already committed some money from the Friends of the Museum to have some historic studies and some concept drawings done, just to be able to help show what that might look like and what special considerations would have to be made for an expansion of that size to meet the needs of the National Historic Register, because part of this remodeling not only would include new building on the back of the existing space, but then also into the kitchen and some of the exhibition areas to tie into the existing museum as well. So it would be a pretty comprehensive remodel.
Just for sake of visualization, what's the square footage of what you have now? Just on the first floor? I mean, just so I know where we're talking, doubling, adding 50%, adding.
It would be at least doubling what we have.
For the physical museum, not the entirety of the building, but for
Correct.
the museum. The museum, and one thing that might be helpful in the future, if commissioners would like to have a better idea or be able to see what the needs are, recently we took our Arts Commission through, and the mayor joined us on that tour. If you'd like to tour through the archives, the museum, and see both what the proposed changes would be, the impact that would have, and how the space is currently being utilized, we'd be happy to set that up through city manager's office, or a study session to go into more in depth, whatever your schedules allow. The proposed timeline would not, if approved, or if the permission to proceed with concept development and a funding plan would go forward, would be tentatively thinking about a construction budget or a construction timeline starting in 2028 or so. There are some specific items that will need to be addressed regardless of whether a full remodel is done, including where some of the archives are held in the basement and the environmental concerns that were brought up during accreditation. And what this also would do is improve or increase the museum's ability to continue to engage the community even in more ways than we currently have. We're holding back on programming of what Nona Miller and the rest of the museum staff is capable of doing by working with the limited space that we have. And as our population grows, Mike had challenged us to be thinking not just 5 years ahead, but 10 years or beyond. This is looking beyond that. If Salina hits its housing goals, if manufacturing and professional businesses continue to come here at the rate that they are, so will those people looking for programs, services, content, and enrichment in their lives to make this a welcoming place. And an expansion like this isn't just to build a shop to build sets or to store archives. It's also an active community center and gathering place for education, for outreach, and community connection. So
if I can jump in, I think I've shared with you individually and in some of our other conversations that over the time I've been in Salina, I've kind of observed our visioning as a community, how we vision, and there are a number of examples where the vision felt too big to me at the outset. The river is a prime example of that. And that was a $400,000 master plan put together by, initiated by citizens. And so I'm starting to look at the museum expansion as kind of a two-step process. Are we willing to do a design? Are we willing to do the vision? Are we willing to put together a fundraising plan? And then we'll see how the community responds and how the supporters of the arts might get on board or what kind of reception we have. If I fully understand, last year it felt like the question was, do we want to do a museum expansion? And there was kind of some reticence to that. But if it's helpful at all, maybe we think about it in two pieces. The plan, fundraising plan, come back, have more conversation once we have some more detail.
Susan, are there highlights or details that I didn't hit that you'd like commissioners to know right now?
Well, we really have outgrown the space, especially during Kansas Days or whenever we have a tour in. Our gallery spaces will be, some of the passageways will be blocked by school groups, so other people coming to view the museum either have to work around trying to get to the other exhibits or they just leave. So that's a big problem, not having any dedicated educational space for the museum. Archives or collection storage is our other major concern. We are already having to be very picky about what we take and if it will fit into the collection, which means we do turn some things away that could be useful to the collection. Anything very large, we have to really think about it and see if we can find a place to fit it, because there just really isn't much room. It's basically putting it in some aisle and then moving it around when we need to get other items out. So it's a big game of Tetris, basically, in the collections area. So those are the two major concerns. I will say that the historic preservation came back. The design will change somewhat in that we can't tie into the existing building as much as we hoped. There would be what they call a hyphen to kind of separate the two buildings so that it's not confusing as to what's the original on the historic register and what's new. But they will complement one another.
And I'm hoping to get through the rest of this in time so that if you have follow-up questions specifically about the museum or the other two priority projects, that we have plenty of time to answer your questions and stay on time. So second, and the reason I put that first is that from a director's standpoint, I think this is one of the highest priority items because of the professional staff that's in place, the capacity that they have to occupy that without other major staffing increases or concerns, and to better serve the community. It's not just a desire, but I believe it's a legitimate need. And I also believe, based on what the museum has in a track record of some major capital campaigns, including $400,000 for the Curiosity Shop in the main gallery a few years ago that was entirely privately fundraised as a project of the Friends of the Museum. I think this community has the capacity to help with that. What I'm not ready to make a recommendation is, do we follow the 50-50 public-private because of the demands that a 50% fundraising campaign would put on our staff while they're doing programming. We do annual fundraising. but I don't know if we have the capacity for a full 50%. So we might ask for a 30-70 or a 25-75 or something, depending on how you feel about the community benefit, where we are with other capital improvements and bonding, and what our assessment of the community is in their willingness to support and grant funds and many other things. So with that being said, and I put all that there because the next one I'm going to talk to you about is, I think, equally important to a point, but it's more of kind of a dream and a desire and an aspiration for the future. As Mike mentioned, the master plan for the river. I want you to imagine it's 2031, and both visitors and your families and the Oakdale Park has had the benefits of all of the years of both the master plan and the capital improvements that have come from the money that's allocated every year that you talked about this morning. And I want you to imagine where the skating pond sits is that there's a 10,000 square foot community center there. Space large enough to gather about 200 people for a wedding or a graduation party or a special event. Imagine having formal dressing rooms for entertainers, for office for the festival headquarters, a year-round space that could be rented, booked, and occupied at a time that there are thousands of people every year kayaking, canoeing, hiking along the riverway that has now been restored and is fully flowing through our premier park. I'd hate to be in 2032 and then be saying, gosh, we should think about a community center because we've got all these people needing a place to go. And right now, at least, and Jeff is here to correct me if I'm wrong, but when we had our last meeting with Parks about this possibility and about their interest in it, at the time of that meeting, they said, we've got Carver Center and Friendship Center booked for the next 6 months, virtually every weekend. There are more requests for a private event space in or around Oakdale Park with weddings, graduations, and other events than we have a facility to meet for that. And so I think if the public was given an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not a community center at that location would be valued, we'd find some strong support. With that being said, if there is interest by this body and saying, yes, we see some value for the car show, for the midsummer 4th of July celebration, for having some additional restrooms in the park and a more formal gathering space for our premier park, then some of the problems that we've addressed that are on everybody's mind, staffing, when we were brainstorming with Parks about that, the question was, how do we staff that if we have a new facility? And one of my suggestions was, well, you hire private security as part of the rental fee, and you hire a private company to do the contracted cleanup service for those who don't clean up after it. But if this is a premier park, if it's a premier space, it would still probably be well below market rates that somebody might charge somewhere else, but it would become a public amenity that could be a revenue generator for many more years to come if the river takes off the way we think it will, and the downtown or the town continues to develop the way they have, and the demands stay high for public gathering spaces. This could be a long-term special place.
So every time Brad talks about this is what I see in my mind's eye, and that is Central Park in Derby, Kansas. The only reason I know about it is I drove by and about ran off the road. Derby, Kansas.
Derby.
Yep, I headed to a soccer game and about ran off the road, distracted by that and the park. I don't know if you can click through. There's other Google search results images that give you a sense, but it's a community center venue. It's a wedding venue. It's impressive.
And then on the outside of the facility at a lower cost than the building, imagine that this new facility had a back porch with a thrust ceiling, and that became our new stage 2 stage. With built-in power, built-in sound, accommodations for artists to be able to access the stage and to perform in a wider variety of weather. And then we have a much larger footprint to thrust stage 2 tents off of that to seat 1,000 people under a single tent. So on a positive note with this, and again, I'd like to make sure that you're on board and saying yes, you can go forward with exploring both cost and design, and let's see where that goes before making a final decision. With the beauty of both the festival, the car show, the other amenities and support that's been shown for Salina and its park system and for the River Festival, frankly, we have some opportunities to do some in-kind and some cash contributions in support of the festival and extending multi-year sponsorships for financial support of a River Festival headquarters. We've used the same provider, Danny Hewell at Mid-Kansas Homes, for 47 years. Every year, a different trailer every year. We can't buy one of them from him and put it next to the river because it's in floodplain. And you probably don't want us to buy a trailer to put in Oakdale Park next to the 4th Street Bridge. And so for the long-term health of the festival and our needs administratively to run a $1.5 million with all the cash in and out in the course of a weekend event every single year, having a headquarters that we could count on would certainly benefit us.
Once again, to me, it's a visioning exercise is the first step. Doesn't necessarily mean
Is there power and infrastructure there to support something like this?
I was going to mention briefly the power or the infrastructure through deferred maintenance or deferred, let's see, what's it called? It's a CPI term, cost avoidance. The Smoky Hill River Festival has invested about $250,000 over the last 20 years in Oakdale Park in power, water, other amenities, sidewalk ramps, a number of things that the public benefits year-round from through our grant applications and building infrastructure for the festival. Does it have it? No. There probably is not adequate power into Oakdale Park to accommodate a whole new facility. And so Westar, they've in our discussions with Festival, as we've gotten close to maxing the total number of outlets we can draw from, they've offered to assist where necessary, and that's another festival sponsorship opportunity with them. But in some cases, what we'd be doing is reallocating the power that exists out on a pedestal for stage 2 and for some of the activities that are happening and relocate it. So it wouldn't be all new. So the short answer is yes, that could be accommodated, but how we get there would just be part of that cost projection and visioning of what might this look like and are we ready to go forward.
Quick one, is that in Derby owned privately or owned by the city of Derby?
I believe that's city. It's in a park.
It's in a city park.
Derby, park.
They have issues with unfair competition, using government money tax-free probably, constructing it in competition with local venues, much like Genesis wanted to not pay property tax because, well, YMCA didn't pay property tax.
I honestly don't know. I've had conversations with their former city manager about the project itself, but we didn't get into that level of detail.
There are numerous facilities across the country. I looked at Lake Dillon. They do a summer concert series and just built a multi-million-dollar amphitheater and concessions area and performance space that is competing with other private business who have live music and entertainment and sales of alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. So I think were in,
Didn't have to be that building, but that one's grocery.
correct.
Right. Yeah, it's just a kind of a perspective. I
Love
was
the water
blown away that
feature.
Derby was able to do that.
Did you get a cost estimate on what they spent on that?
And if I did, I don't recall. But it really, if you Google, I don't want to sidetrack us too much, but Jacob, if you Google Central Park, Derby, Kansas, it's not just the building. And it as far as I know, it may be the one, focal point park in the whole community.
So
if
I
you-
grew up in Derby,
Okay.
and
You'll
none
click
of
on
this was
images,
there,
Jacob?
so I can't speak to that. But I can tell you that that park was an extremely underutilized park at the point. It was, so I've been by this several times since then. I haven't been inside it. But it is very extensively used now, is my understanding from some of my friends still remain there. So I don't know enough about the finances or the entire history, but the impression I've got overall is it's been very successful. So,
Jacob, if
Your
you go back
next
to
trip
Google
home,
and
you
click on
can
the
take a
images
trip there
tab,
and
yeah,
check it all out.
if they let me back in town.
now that you scroll through some of those, it's the building's in the center of the park, but the park itself is impressive as well. So I guess maybe we have Derby envy, but it doesn't have to be that. But
Well, I think this would be something to put out, this and the museum, in the community and kind of get some community feedback.
Our hesitancy to do that before coming to you is wanting to make sure that we have your permission to do that, rather than getting a bunch of people excited about something that you go, what were you thinking? So if the city manager gets your nod later today that this is worth exploring, the museum has secured some money through the Friends to get some concept renderings of what a space might look like. We have some money that was dedicated through a grant fund to get a preliminary concept for the Oakdale Park building, but we didn't want to pursue that until we had this opportunity to hear from you.
may not be today, but that's part of this conversation.
On the museum expansion, is that city property that you're proposing to
Yes,
build on?
it's just the few parking stalls that are back there, and we never maximize the lot to the west, so it wouldn't adversely affect going that direction, and it makes the most sense for the design and finish of the rest of the building. So
And park structure, that would be located where they've torn out the old pool.
that's the current proposal is to utilize. It's a huge footprint of space. Jeff, do you remember the square footage of the skating pond? It's like 27,000 something. And so, and now taking into account that there'd be other landscaping that would have to take place for parking, because if you build a facility like that, we couldn't just park on the roads. There'd have to be some parking added. But as you see what the parks master plan is when Martha and her team come in, or HDR with those final designs, start to imagine that space being populated and what kinds of amenities, what kinds of summer programs or other things might be able to happen at a facility like that along the river in a park that's close to the downtown. Lastly, and I'm almost out of time here, so I don't want to leave this off, but I was glad you were talking about comprehensive plans. In the priorities that I'm focusing on as a department head, and that I'd ask you to think about, it's been on the list for a couple of years as a project to be funded, but that's a new strategic plan for the cultural arts in the community. In 2008, this body adopted the Big Ideas Cultural Plan. That plan had 4 goals, 58 strategies. It cost you about $40,000 at that time.
I think it's probably so outdated. I'm not sure any of you have seen it. Have you? Have any of you had any reason to see
I
it?
didn't know if it was in their orientation packets or
Yeah.
not. It's still.
It might be good to provide you just as an example of what that was.
Well, I was going to make a reference to that, because if you'll grant me just a little bit of artistic liberty here. Salina's community, municipal, business, education, and cultural development came together as planned. Resources were invested in quality of life amenities, existing cultural organizations, and a few new ones, which together have made Salina a hotspot for creative activity. 2 old warehouses were turned into artist lofts and studios, and a wonderful mix of economic activity developed around them. Shops, galleries, a brew pub, eateries, new businesses development have burgeoned in the town, and Salina has benefited. Light installations on grain elevators give our city an evening aura that made us a must-see from visitors far and wide. And that was a vision that this body read into, that was a vision for 2020 in Salina.
That wasn't a report of what was accomplished. That was the vision.
That was the vision. That was before Sculpture Tour Salina. It was before Boom. It was before the Art Center warehouse being expanded into a makerspace. It was before the downtown redevelopment. It was before anybody thought of a field house. That the vision of our Big Ideas cultural plan, we have exceeded a great deal of that. Not only culturally, but in terms of the creative energy of the community and where this place is heading. And if there's anything that keeps me up at night right now, it's not wanting to get behind from what the public is asking for. And things like Sculpture Tour Salina and Boom are great examples of the private sector helping us fulfill our mission, but maybe in order to be an encourager to that, we need to be thinking about a little bit of funding to sponsor a mural each year at Boom, much like buying a piece at Sculpture Tour, or to do to invest in some special projects, or as a comprehensive plan is done, say, do we want to build the creative sector here in Salina with a larger pool of artists and be a destination city for artists to want to move, live, work, and contribute to the creative economy, and make that a focus of a warehouse district or a mill remodeling or something else. I think we're in the middle of one of the most exciting times of development of this community, and positivism and optimism and support. And I think we can help encourage that through investing in some of the creative infrastructure the same way we do in our police and fire and parks as well. So the last thing I'd mention is that, and I know Mike is aware of this, but in anything that we propose like this, it's not going to be a pie in the sky or just show up with our hand out and not take responsibility for being fiscally responsible, to get citizen engagement, to make sure that it's reflective of community needs, and that we build as much support as we can. I believe in that strongly, and our staff and I will continue to do that as we move these projects forward. So.
And preparing the vision doesn't commit you to funding it.
Correct.
So it's a 2-step process for sure.
Circling back to that venue space in Oakdale, refresh my recollection, you said it was around 10,000 square foot was the proposed size?
Yeah, I did a little bit of Googling on the size of a space for 200 people to gather, and the recommendation was around 6,000 square feet for that. So I added 4. I thought, okay, how big is a kitchen and a couple of extra restrooms and some office and administration space? That might not include the thrust back porch and stage, but and the cost estimates, I based it on $500 a square foot because that seems to be the going rate.
The facility in Derby that we just threw up said it holds 300 people. Just for perspective, a little bit smaller than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a great idea. Visually, it's stunning. The one in Derby. I mean, anything like that in Oakdale would just be a wonderful centerpiece, to say the least.
Well, we'll be doing some other enhancements in the park. It's on your list, but Anna and I met with a local manufacturer, contracting service provider who's expressed interest in helping us with some steel work on different projects. They also have expressed some interest in maybe helping us temporarily solve some misting needs at the festival. Those may become permanent. We also have in your packet some concept renderings for some shade in front of the Oakdale stage or the Eric Stein stage, and the concrete area just in front of that. We're going to be pursuing that, I believe, with all private funding to try to get that done and partner with Parks to have that. But I will, and I did mention briefly, Jeff's team and us met to kind of do some visioning needs. We wouldn't propose this if we hadn't had a conversation with Parks first to say, does this fit at all with your interest in the future of the park? And there is an interest. It's just, it didn't make it to the master plan.
The shade structures, you know, a lot of conversation about shade structures downtown stage. Are you both talking about the same kind of concept?
We may, depending on where the funding for that comes, the short answer is I'm aware of that, and I've been in both of those meetings, but we may not follow the exact same model. It partly depends on what we're able to do privately. We had a leadership Salina class come up with these preliminary concepts, and then there's a company that can provide design and engineering services for no cost to give us a realistic idea of what it is, but I don't want to overstep in what's public and what's a privately funded project, because ultimately it's a city property. So we haven't gone so far as to talk to the same company yet, because it may be something that either the city attorney or city manager directs us to put it all together and put it out for a competitive bid rather than a sponsored and privately funded project. So there's some details we have to go through.
Question about the museum expansion. Currently, how much of your archive in relation to how much you have on display right now?
We're at about basically at about the same standard as most accredited museums, but we only, well, I shouldn't say that. We have maybe 2.5%, 3% of our collections out on exhibit. And sometimes it can go up to 5% in other accredited museums. So we have over 35,000 items in our collection.
And you said you're not taking any bigger items. I mean, at what point can you say I can no longer take archives, and does that take away from like the history of Salina? Do you start losing?
It does, and we are currently at that stage.
And then, so the expansion, does that create more archive space or more?
The expansion creates much larger space, which would allow us to move some items that are in danger of the piping, drainage, building drainage that goes through the collections area. We can move, that was cited at our accreditation. We could move some of that and still have room to grow. I think for another, I think it said 40%. I don't have the documents in front of me. Another 40% gross, which would take us well into the future.
So to elaborate on that a little bit, the storage is in the basement of the building. There is drainage piping that was in the building that contributes to leaking in the basement. It's not only an accreditation issue, it's a real world issue on more than one occasion where we've had water flooding the basement and had to scramble to protect the collection.
As a fourth generation Salina, there's a lot of history in this town. I think it's very important to preserve that history. So I would be definitely for more space, because I'd hate to have that just stop at some point and say, oh no, we can no longer have any histories.
Right, and the expansion would also provide 2 additional galleries, so we could get more items out on exhibit as well in our proposal that we're looking at. But yeah, we definitely are at the stage of having to turn away something really large if it were to come, if we couldn't find space for it.
And then the Oakdale Park stage, I like that idea too. I just went through back-to-back weddings with my children, so I know there's definitely a need for space for that. And I could potentially see something like that with the park and the flower garden being snatched up every nice weekend there is for something like that as well.
I think it'd be constantly booked. And,
Yeah.
and in the museums, along the collections thing, just to let you know, it isn't just blind collection of things to get to 35,000. In my recent years, I think you've de-accessed more items than you've accessed, or about, well, maybe not in terms of volume of things, but there have been some objects that they've gone through an assessment of their collection. They've digitized a lot of the collection, which I know has been helpful. But if it isn't relevant to Salina and Saline County, but something they inherited early in the time of the museum being established, prior to the Smoky Hill Museum coming on, they're doing a good job of making sure that this is a legitimate request and not just a way to get more stuff in your garage, So,
I guess as time and history moves on, like stuff when Brad and I were kids is now
Right.
museum items.
We do collect up to current day. There's something in the collection my son donated from his childhood, and he's 17. So we definitely do want to continue to collect current and recent past. We're really good on early, settling Salina, some of that, but more of the recent past, businesses that may have gone under or just have been aged out. We did get a sign from the Flower Nook, one of the original signs, but it's one of those, a larger item that right now it's on exhibit, so we don't have to find a place to store it.
Any additional feedback, questions, arts and humanities related? Okay, thank you. We can jump into city manager's office. We do have public comment at 3:45, and in the packet at the tail end of the packet is information I think quite a few of you have seen from United Way as related to childcare. I know they plan to address you at 3:45, so kind of dovetails together. Childcare is one of the things on our list to talk about from the city manager's office as well. So city manager's office starts on page 66. And I'm gonna blow through some of these things pretty quickly. Budget stability, maintaining competitive wages, replacement schedules. You've heard me talk about that repeatedly, and we're staffing those through considerably. The economic development incentives policy, we have got all those summarized and got them out on the website, but that's a task to come back and revisit any of those policies and clarify them or update them that's on our radar. The Economic Development Fund revenue and balance, the conversation at the time was we had a pretty nominal allocation of the sales tax revenue as a percentage, and it essentially funded the EDO, and we'd spent down the fund balance on incentives for particular projects, and at that percentage allocation level, it's not going to build up a balance. You have since then authorized a one-time transfer to kind of build that reserve balance up. But if we spend that down on the next project, it'll be a continuing conversation. We funded out of the sales tax fund, but we have not changed that annual allocation to increase it significantly. Moving to the planning items, things of note is homelessness, which we discussed, childcare. I think what I'll do is pick that up after United Way speaks to you. The county city space needs study, we talked about that a little bit. I do see the study itself, I think, is going to be more expensive than I might have anticipated. We put $50,000 in the budget, but the RFPs are out. And Sean, you told me kind of what the range was, but what's the ballpark number that we're seeing?
Overall price will range from 2.25 to 3.5. So
100,000.
yes, sorry.
that that is kind of that broad planning effort as it relates to all the different facilities, abandoned facilities, county needs, and we're going to have a conversation with the county in terms of next steps forward on it. Boards and commissions review. So then Memorial Hall has been kind of higher on my radar as a standalone project. It's been rolled into this space needs assessment, but I think you're aware we've moved out of Memorial Hall, other than some storage and use by our building maintenance. It's preserved. It shows well from the exterior, but we are not actively trying to put anything in there and use that space because it just represents a maintenance obligation for us. We've entertained the idea of redevelopment of it, but what interest we've had has made assessments and come to conclusions that it's pretty challenging in terms of that open space and redeveloping that open space. We'll see if the space study with the county moves that conversation forward, but that building's been there, been vacant for a long time. I don't have an answer for you, but I don't know how much longer we can just continue to have it sit. So that's a ongoing conversation. We've talked about boards and commissions reviews previously, commissioner orientation refinements. We talked about when we met, and certainly open to suggestions there. Paperless packets as part of the agenda management approach. We process for donation for public-private partnerships at the time was kind of a pressing issue. It's I think calmed down a little bit, but we have not formalized, nor do I have a identified approach to formalize the public-private partnership approach. Outside agency support, part of the budget. Homelessness is one of the big considerations there of what we want to do with supporting outside agencies. Demolition, Jeff covered it in his report, but we've addressed the tennis courts in Oakdale. We have the tennis courts in Sunset and Horseshoe Pits in Sunset, and the Oakdale pool is wrapping up in terms of that demolition project. So the additional discussion items, homelessness, we talked about, childcare, will be coming up here in just a little bit. County city space needs, I'm afraid the conversation's funding the study before we even get to the conversation about the actual space needs. Memorial Hall I touched on. The transient guest tax funding sources and uses. You may be aware we have an existing agreement with the chamber and the CVB, and it's a percentage allocation with primarily the CVB, some additional funds going to grant funds and a little bit of marketing for the Tony's Pizza Event Center, but then that's just kind of automatically renewed over the years, but that might be something that we want to discuss and consider and see if we, rather than passing through all that growth to the CVB, whether we want to take a different approach and reallocate some of that transient guest tax money for other projects. Demolition we talked about, and the new topic that you probably haven't heard from us about is we've been having some conversations about pursuing brownfield development, I guess you could say opportunities, but funding through federal programs. In and of itself, I don't know that the city has any known brownfield sites in our ownership as much as elevator sites and different sites in the downtown. That do we want to try to take the initiative to start that conversation, pursue those resources, try to help some of those private properties that are sitting and not being redeveloped or developed, see if there's a brownfield opportunity there to try to bring them under one umbrella and make some progress. It's not exactly the same, but we took a similar approach in terms of dry cleaning fumigants in the downtown on a case-by-case basis. It wasn't very practical for business owners and property owners to tackle that, so we took that on as a city project and addressed it through the air stripping treatment addition at the water plant. Again, maybe kind of a similar model of, do we as a community organization want to try to take the lead on some of these challenging sites we have primarily in the downtown, but maybe others in the community.
And there are grant funds available to, we didn't talk about the Safe Streets for All grant process that we went through, where we were awarded a grant, and then once we get through that Safe Streets for All study, it's a $200,000 grant. We get through the study, then there'll be on the backside recommended projects. I think it kind of works in a similar way on the brownfields. You can do a brownfield kind of community-wide study that would identify different sites, and then from that part, you would have the option to take the next step. And there is grant funding available for all of those things through the federal government. They've got more funded brownfield, got more money in brownfields right now than they've had in a really long time, similar to, you know, some of the other programs that we've seen. So certainly an option to look at.
And then the other thing that we've talked about isn't necessarily in the city manager slides, but it's come up twice today already, is that perimeter growth, whether it's perimeter streets, Magnolia Homes, what our position is in terms of trying to proactively fund some of that growth, which is a difficult conversation, something that you've taken up previously. A lot of what's on our radar has already been covered in all these other departmental reports. I do feel like we've got a lot of master planning in place. We've got a lot of order to what we're doing. Our financial planning's solid and continuing to improve. And it's really this strategic planning guidance that's helping us department by department, division by division, to stay on focus. I'll throw it open to you for feedback.
Just takes money.
Well, there is that. Money, time, and labor.
Yeah.
Something that wasn't on the list here that I expected to be, that you've indicated some of our fund balances are way over their targets.
Yep.
With the inflation we've seen and all these quotes we've gotten over the top, would it be appropriate to adjust those fund balance targets for inflation?
Yeah, well, it certainly wouldn't hurt. And I don't want to, there's discretion there. Those are not a hard absolute for a formula, as much as, I guess you could say, percentage of expenditure out of a particular fund maybe. But between inflation and between kind of all these projects we've identified that aren't in their annual expenditures, the target balance for the fund balances and spend down of those fund balances is a priority conversation. I view everything we did today as kind of laying some groundwork as we go into the budget of, we have our normal year in, year out operational expenses, and then we have all these other projects that we're going to have to fund either out of the annual budget or tap into the fund balances. So that's a long way of saying we certainly could increase the fund balance just for the purpose of having that available accounting for inflation. And then we also can have a conversation about which of these projects we tap into those fund balances to help pay for it.
I guess what kind of action is necessary to tap into those fund balances?
Well, it'll be part of the budgeting process. When we bring the budget forward, we can address target balances. And then as we identify projects we want to take on, it'll be a question of, are we going to essentially budget expenses in excess of revenues, which then spends down the corresponding fund balance.
And the other option and things that we've kind of moved towards in the recent past is moving some of those funds into reserve funds. So we for instance, with a sales tax capital fund, we've moved the $500,000 allocation to parks into a parks reserve fund so that we have it dedicated. And we've done buildings facilities funds out of that fund into a dedicated fund. And we've done most of the funds, I guess, or most of the different separate allocations we've moved to reserve funds. So we could look to take some of the fund balances and move those into a reserve fund, which really what that does is it allows you to use it without going through the budgetary process each year. If it's in the reserve fund, or if it's in the fund balance, then it has to be part of an annual budget to move forward, which kind of it limits your ability to use that when you might want to use it. If that makes sense.
And it also kind of categorizes the allocation of those funds so that whether it's capital equipment or whether it's economic development or parks, we know what we've allocated it for and we can plan a little bit better that way. Okay, so and some of the things that I think are forthcoming that more directly relate to maybe this office or you as a governing body are the paperless packets and how we roll out some of the agenda management. And I do think we'll end up having a conversation about the technology behind paperless packets. We've had some staff conversation about that. And it may impact technology in our meeting room, which is a shared meeting room. Haven't really had conversations with the county about that, but first things first, want to get the agenda management software kind of finalized, see what that looks like, then start making some decisions about what kind of technology we use. And in all honesty, there's a little bit of concern there about records retention, open records, and what's going to be the most effective way to provide technology to you for a paperless packet. And then we can talk about what that looks like in the meeting room, maybe. All right. Claire, you want to talk childcare?
I think we might already have it.
Yeah, there's one slide, the one that you
Oh,
have.
okay.
And I don't have the whole electronic here, so.
Did you put?
There's one slide.
You don't have.
Oh, okay.
I have two for you all, but I'll throw them to you when I come back now.
The paper.
Thank you.
I always said it was a paper guy, but now I didn't see it differently.
So you all should have received.
I failed to introduce you.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
Claire, with this,
Yeah, sorry.
United Way.
Yes, thank you. Okay. You did have a packet in it. The only slide that was missing was the Earl Bain Foundation $200,000 donation that we've already received, which was kind of a big one, so we wanted to make sure that that was in there. I don't know if you want me to go through all of this, but really and truly, this is just kind of talking about what we talked about at the study session. I know Commissioner Ivy was not a part of that quite yet, but just wanted to address everything that has been done so far in regards to childcare in Saline County, because a lot has happened since the study session, specifically all of the progress that has been made. So far, we've received $1.87 million from the Kansas Children's Cabinet through the state of Kansas. That is going towards 3 child care centers to renovate and create 187 new child care slots for Saline County. We've also received $45,000 from Child Care Aware of Kansas. That's opening a new center that actually just opened at the beginning of this month at First Covenant Church, which is Magnolia Kids, and that will be 39 new child care slots. All 4 of those centers will all have infant care now, which is the biggest need in Saline County. Prior to all of these renovations and additions, there was only 3 child care centers that had infant care in Saline County, and this will bump us, once everything is done, to 7 centers in total that offer infant care in Saline County. We also received an additional $316,000 from Kansas Children's Cabinet. Only agencies that had received the original funding were eligible to apply for that, and so we were able to take advantage of that. That's spread across 5 child care centers here in Saline County to help centers get to their maximum capacity and to help sustain staff, because staff is a huge issue at our child care centers, recruiting and retaining just like everyone else. So those are kind of the key things that we've taken advantage of in regards to grant funding to help increase childcare capacity in Saline County. We've also had commitments from businesses and local organizations to help sponsor teachers, which is the other component of this, to help increase wages for all of our childcare centers. Right now, all of our centers except for one pay between $4 and $6 per hour less than the living wage of Saline County, which is $15 an hour. And so Great Plains was the first business that stepped up and has committed $75,000 annually for the next 5 years to sponsor teachers across Saline County. Earl Bain Foundation was next. They gave $200,000, which is another commitment for multi-year. All of these that I mentioned going forward are all multi-year commitments. And then we've had smaller donations come in from Salina Family Health Center at $15,000, Bird Camp $6,000, Equity Bank $6,000, Superior Plumbing was $4,000, and then we recently just got a commitment from the Hospital Foundation for $75,000, which is the newest one that we've had.
Saline County?
So they're also on our list, but we've gotten $400,000 from them in ARPA dollars already.
I'm sorry, you mean, my question to her was Saline County.
Yep, Saline County. And so the difference with those dollars with the ARPA funding is for the sustainability component, which I am happy to talk about as well. So with the United Way's fund and plan, it's a twofold plan. We're addressing current needs and also working towards sustainability for the future through an endowment as well. So the ARPA dollars that were given us by the county were a dollar for dollar match to go straight into our endowment as we get donations. So we have put in $107,000 total into the endowment so far, just since we've taken this on through the matches and everything. But to get what we need annually right now, which is about $535,000 for existing centers to bump all teachers and teacher assistants to the 15 and 18 pay scale, it's $530,000. To get that out of our endowment, we need about $10 million. And so as you figure that, that's based off of a 16-quarter rolling average, 4.5% payout with a 5% annual rate of return. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but we're hoping as we continue to put piece by piece in that we can build that up with the multi-year commitments that we have. To address how many childcare slots are still needed for kiddos, right now in Saline County, we still have a little over 1,000 kiddos that need a slot. That is because not all of the renovations are completed at the centers that we've received grant funding for. So hopefully, once all of those are completed, we'll see that number start to drop down a bit and hopefully get to under 1,000. But right now it still sits at over 1,000. Those are the most current numbers that we have. We did add a new slide in that does talk about current licensing for centers and in-homes, just to kind of give you an idea of the total number of children that are under age 6, which is about 3,800 in Saline County, and addresses the licensed capacity, but the desired capacity, which is allowing that extra space at centers and even at in-homes to be able, as children age, to transition into that next room or that next age group that they are in. Then at the end of your packet, you'll also see currently how many slots of each age groups were created, and then the weekly rates at all of our centers, and those are the most current rates. We just got all of those because we have opened our early child care grant already for the first time. It opened last month and it just closed a week ago. So we will begin that grant process to start supplementing wages. We did not reach the total amount that we needed by the end of last year, so these will be at a reduced amount to get them as close to that as possible. But their rates are current from all of that. You'll also see the center to staff ratio, which I know we've discussed with some of you already. And then it also provides you the in-home provider, the rates at 6 local providers here in Saline County and how much they charge, and then their capacity for one provider, and then if they were to have two providers. So I'm happy to answer any questions about any of that. It is a lot of information, but I hope that it's valuable to you and kind of gives you an understanding of the overall plan and the need that's here in Saline County.
Could you just quickly reflect on the cooperation you're getting from the various
Centers?
centers?
Sure. Yeah, so all of our centers are very much in support. I mean, they need the assistance. They'll never be able to raise their rates without the support. They've all applied for the grant funding and requested except for one. I mean, they're working as a team. They're a cohesive unit. They understand that they're not in competition with each other. They're just trying to provide the best quality care that they possibly can. And I guess that's what I think makes us unique in that aspect here in Salina is our centers understand the need and that there's enough children to go around to fill all of their centers and still need more space to take care of kiddos. So was that what you were asking,
Well, that-
Commissioner
right,
Davis?
I didn't know whether they were giving up some of their autonomy or were in competition with each other to
No,
Yeah.
they don't feel that way. And we actually just met with them right at the end of January when we opened the grant and kind of went over everything that was being asked of them and what was being expected. And still they're all in agreement. They're thankful for this. They are appreciative and just want this to work because they want to be able to be fully staffed. They want to help however they can. So
And the mission to each center is still arranged independently. You're not a clearinghouse for like a central admission service.
no. Nope, they still all have their own applications. Everybody has their own wait lists, and things like that. Everybody has to go through their own processes. So whatever parent decides where they want to go, they'll have to follow those rules of whatever is being asked of them. But as far as for us, like with reporting from the centers, once they're awarded grant funding, they have to report back to us on a monthly basis of how many vacancies they have in childcare slots, how long their wait list, if they have staff openings, if they have room openings, and that's on a monthly basis. So we'll have all of that to continually be updated on where they're at. Are the increase in wages impacting them and making a difference? So we'll have all of those things as well.
So a provider will submit the grant, ask for the grant funding,
Correct, which they've done that
and
already.
you're managing this big pool of money.
Correct. We have a committee, a child care committee that oversees that, volunteers in the
Distribute
community.
the money straight to the provider.
Right, on a monthly basis.
Oh.
So it's a reimbursement of a wage. So they submit their payroll expenses on a monthly basis to us. We review them, make sure that everything is aligning with what they originally submitted, and then we cut them a check to make up the difference for their staff to get them to the $15 and $18 pay scale on a monthly allocation. So they won't receive one big lump check.
Okay, so that's
It
your
is
oversight on a monthly basis.
correct. And then the child care committee will review all of those grant applications, make recommendations to the board, because like I mentioned, right now we don't have enough money to fulfill all the needs that have come in from those centers. And then our board of directors will go over those and then make those decisions and vote on that. And then it will go into place starting in April.
So
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
what is the prospect of this elevating the wages? Everyone's short of help.
Right. You have to have special credentials, though, to work in early child care.
Yeah,
So these are specific people that have more than likely left the child care field to go do something else, that they can make a lot more money, is not as hard of work, that will hopefully draw them back into the field. And the other thing is we can't expect the pipeline to be refilled if we don't have a living wage. We can't expect Superintendent Exline to encourage early child care as a career path for her students if she's automatically sending them into a career path that they're going to come out making a poverty level wage. Right now in Saline County, the poverty level per 20,000 households that we have is 12% of those households fall into poverty level. 27% of the households in Saline County fall under what's called the ALICE threshold, and that stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed, which is your childcare workers, your CNA workers, your paras, your restaurant staff, your retail people that are living paycheck to paycheck. They're working 40 hours a week, but they're barely making it by. They have no savings, they have no retirement. Something happens and they have to figure out how they're going to pay for it. Very quickly they find that they have to take out a loan or something, and then they fall into the poverty threshold. And so we will never encourage early childcare if we don't get the wages raised and be able to create a career path for it to be a living and meaningful job.
Okay, so do you have any data coming in yet that this is making a difference?
They don't have any money yet, so I
They don't
can't
have any
give
money.
you any data. I can tell you right now, we're working with K-State Research and Extension. A child care survey is happening, and we will have child care data from that survey. It just closed, and once we have all of that, we'll be able to pass that along to you. That will help us better understand how families and community members and how child care is affecting them. But I don't have any data right now, just knowing right now from working with the centers and talking to them that
Last week at that Love and Learn groundbreaking, I asked Renee, I said, where are they gonna find the help to staff all this?
yeah,
They
well,
got big plans.
they sure do.
Is any of these funds, you talking about some of these people living at the poverty line, go to help subsidize childcare?
So our funded
How much-
partners,
I guess back up, how much does childcare run today?
so your wages are in your packet, your rates are in your packet, and all of the rates for all of the centers are listed in there. So you can see on a weekly rate how much.
Whereabouts is it?
It's 5 pages from the back.
Okay.
So you'll see, of course, infant care is the highest on a weekly rate, and then as the child gets older, it does decrease. But right now, it's figured that in Saline County, a family spends about 18% of their income in childcare if they have children. And I'm happy we had some of you have seen this video, but I'm happy to send it to Mike here that can share out with you. But it talks about childcare and their percentages here in Saline County, and it has that breakdown. But it is about 18% is what a family making an average of about $70,000 a year spends 18% of their income on childcare in Saline County.
So is there any funds available to help people with childcare expenses?
So how it works right now with United Way specifically is a lot of these centers are funded partners of ours, and a lot of them use the funded partner dollars that they receive from us on our normal campaign for scholarships for families that are struggling to pay. So that component is separate from this, but they do get that funding through funded partners to be able to use that for that. Doesn't go directly to the family so that it's guaranteed that it's being used for what it's saying, but it goes to the funded partners and then they use it as scholarships for the families.
Is there any licensing or governmental fees that that maybe city can offer as in-kind donation or training, or is there do we enter into the cost equation for childcare?
More so on the inspection side and zoning side.
Things
and
like
we made
that.
some adjustments there.
Or licensing fees, or that's state or city?
Sorry, fees?
You know, the licensing for facility and for childcare workers, that's a state service?
Correct. The one thing that we have done that the city helped us do it with planning and zoning specifically was there was for group daycare homes, for an individual to have 2 people, we were able to, you guys helped us be able to not have to have them do a conditional use permit, which they did save the fee on that, having to close their daycare down. And now a lot of them is mothers and grandmothers or husband and wife will have an in-home daycare. And during the day, the husband will help with the centers or with the children. And then in the evenings or sometimes overnight, work some of the other shifts at some of our manufacturing plants and things like that. So those are some of the smaller things that we've done for in-home providers. The plan is to do more, but we're trying to bite it off in phases at this time. And we know that with child care centers, we can get a lot more slots at a quicker pace if we can kind of help get them situated and then start looking at what are some things we can do for in-home providers, such as daycare insurance and licensing. Can we help maybe supplement that on a monthly basis that they have to pay so that that's more dollars back into their pockets? So smaller things like that is what we're looking at. But like I said, right now we're just trying to help reduce the number of slots that we need because it is so large.
Is the endowment established and how's it administered?
It is. So our endowment is set. It's on an annual basis. So it's our annual payout. So when it comes out, after a year, then we are able to pull down the spendable from that. But as of right now, it's been sitting at the same amount for a very long time. The $107,000 is the first that's been put into it for a very long time. And so it's going to take a little bit to be able to really see a higher spendable that we would need.
And then a committee make those spending decisions like
It goes straight into the early child care fund, so it helps supplement the wage component with it. The ultimate goal is that through the spendable from the endowment, that as that continues to build, then the donations from the businesses and things like that can start to reduce. And that spendable will then help supplement those wages going forward.
your ask of us?
Yes. So we would like to ask the city of Salina to commit to $500,000 annually for the next 5 years. We believe that that will give us a good amount to help get the wages and then also help us really start to build the endowment on the backside with the plan after 5 years that you can then decrease it by $100,000 for the next 5 years until you reach $100,000 and then contribute $100,000 annually after 10 years. And I know you haven't asked me this, but we are going before the county as well. So they will get to see my lovely face and listen to me do this all over again with them also. So you just happened to get to be first. So
It begs the question, is your ask of them going to be the same?
the same,
Okay.
correct.
That's fair.
And that would be for spendable money that year or towards the endowment?
It would be for both. So the plan would be to keep out 200,000 and put 300,000 into the endowment.
Do you think you'll have the endowment filled within the 5 years? Is that why it decreases after that?
Yes, the goal is to hit 10 million in 5 years. It's a lofty goal, but gotta try.
If all things went perfectly and you hit that goal sooner, then would your ask come down from the city?
Probably not, because I'm being realistic. I can use that money to then really hit and help the in-home providers as well. The other thing is the needs are going to continue to rise. If I can still continue to put more dollars into the endowment, the bigger my spendable will eventually be also to help overcome, whether it's, as I heard you talk about, inflation and things like that. But the goal would be to continue that partnership specifically the way that I asked for the next 10 years so that we can really build this and have a solid foundation to guarantee us success.
So has the direction of United Way pretty much shifted?
The goal is still the same. This still falls under our 3 pillars of health, education, and financial stability. So childcare falls under that. We still have our funded partners. They still have a need, and we will continue to do everything to support them as well. I would just say that this has been an additional ask of us to take on, and we felt that it fell under our pillars and needed to be done because there had been a group that were working on it and really no progress was being made, and we need to see progress made. Otherwise, we aren't going to have recruitment and retention for any of our businesses because we don't have childcare. I know you all know this, but childcare and housing are Salina's 2 biggest issues. And if we want to see Salina grow and be able to fill the jobs that Schwann's and Great Plains and the other businesses have, even you all as being one of the top employers in the community, we have to solve childcare. To some extent. Is it ever going to be fully solved? Probably not. But can we feel like we have a good solid plan that we're making solid progress on? I believe we can.
I think there's a lot of overlap with the jobs and housing and the need for childcare, and here we were just talking about we have some staffing needs that need to be filled, and I don't think we have much of a choice, to be honest. I think we've got to be part of the solution.
Well, it's a big issue. I mean, we have physicians or physician spouses who could be working who are home because it's cheaper to stay at home than if they could find childcare. The big problem is they can't find it, so it's just somebody stays home.
And I can tell you that we've had conversations. Salina Family Healthcare Center was one of the first ones to jump on, and Dr. Kraft specifically said when they get residents, one of the first reasons that they leave is because they want to start a family and there's no childcare here.
So where do they go? Places where they have families?
Bigger city or that they have family, yes. But family's not always an option.
This would be probably to you, Mike. Do we see this as an investment that there would be a return by having more childcare? Would that bring more? What would our return from that be?
There certainly is that economic development aspect of it, that, and as Claire described, housing and childcare have been the 2 big talking points. So I don't know that I'm going to be able to quantify for you a direct return, but
I'd say the city stays in existence because if we don't
But it
have
would
childcare
bring-
or housing, we don't
Bring more
become a
employees,
destination.
bring more people, more tax generated, more property tax.
Or even to maintain what
yeah,
we have. 'Cause
support employment, parents being able to work. We're not making any decisions or writing any checks today, but
I just appreciate you letting me come and talk to you all. So thank you.
commissioners, we've known for a while there's some big policy decisions, housing, development, childcare are right at the top of that conversation. Let me give Claire the opportunity to address you directly and inject that into the conversation.
I just want you to see it's not just you're just pumping money and I don't have a sustainability plan. I think that's something just to take away as I leave you all. There is more than just okay, I'm going to take your money and I'm going to spend it all right now. There is a plan to make this sustainable down the road. So
Who's managing the foundation?
it's run through our advisor, Rustin Leonard at Thrivent Financial. So Rustin Leonard with Thrivent Financial, Thrivent Charitable. They have an endowment side, and the fees are less than our community foundation right now. And so we felt that out of due diligence was the appropriate thing to do. We also get reduced fees once we've reached $1 million, our fee goes down. So the community foundation's fee is 1.5%. Thrivent Charitable with Rustin Leonard here in town is 1%. The also other thing is it's specifically our money at the Community Foundation. The fund agreement did not specifically have United Way or myself on it, and we did not feel that that was appropriate to pump money into a fund that our name was not specifically on. And so that is why we made the decision per our board of directors to go that direction so that we can guarantee that the dollars that are being given to us are being spent how we have stated that they would be spent.
Has the Salina Regional contributed?
The Health Foundation, yes, 75,000. And that just happened a couple weeks ago. So that was our newest one.
They committed, these different businesses committed to an annual,
Yes, they're all multi-year commitments.
how many?
They're at least 5 years. That was the original ask when we came to them, was to commit to this amount for at least 5 years to give us the time to build the endowment and then know that you can hopefully reduce after that with the knowing that will be an ongoing thing. And again, it is a separate donation from our normal funded partner donation that they all make to us, so that it does not take away from the aspect of the scholarships like you asked about. So these are separate donations from these businesses than their normal giving to us for funded partners.
Anything else?
No, we're talking about visioning, and at some point you gotta figure out what we stand for and go out on a limb, and you may not have a direct measurable monetary return, but when we build baseball, the tax money that actually comes back to us is relatively small. Everybody else in town benefits, but when you look at the money that comes into our treasury from all that, it's a small amount of money. But if everybody else in town's not benefiting, then we don't get any tax money from them. So it's indirect, but our working population is graying and aging.
Well, and this might be one of those things where we talk about, it's kind of a non-tangible thing, the quality of life thing. And I think we're kind of in that territory where, I mean, it's not the kind of expenditure where, it's conspicuous. It's kind of a subtle thing, but I think over the course of the years, it's going to benefit the community as a whole. But it's not that shiny new thing. It's more of a practical purchase, so to speak.
It's very much a policy decision for the governing body. So we'll facilitate it any way we can for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any receptivity to doubling back to CT quick? Scott, you want to jump in on CT?
I guess considering he's been working since 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
this morning,
right.
At least
He
let
thought
him
he was off
speak.
the hook.
Tired of sitting on that stool.
Slide.
The least we could do.
Slide 62.
Okay, I thought I was getting out of this. A lot of the stuff that we had put on here last year, we've actually accomplished. So what I would like to do is just go over the stuff that we really haven't accomplished. We've gotten up to our hiring capacity, but we lost a couple due to being deployed and going back to a family business. But one of the big things that we're really working on is our disaster recovery plan. So you might hear the county refer to it as a coup, but what we're trying to say is if something were to happen, a tornado hits Salina, hits one of our structures, something of that, if it hits the main building, how do we stay up? And so one of the things that we're working on is we're getting ready to bring a tabletop and have a tabletop exercise to find out how we do things. And part of that disaster recovery is, can we stay up And part of that, when we look at it, we get to the next part where we have that fiber loop. That's a fiber that goes throughout the city that is specifically laid out to meet our needs. So what it says is if this portion of the loop gets severed, then that communication can go the opposite direction and still feed everybody so that our system stays up and running. And that's what we're trying to make sure we have, is that backup so that we don't go down. In the event that we would go down, say the main building gets hit, one of the things we were talking about with the fire chief was, okay, you're building this new facility. Do we have a place where our critical infrastructure of folks have a place that we can take them to and they can be able to function? And so that's why we were asking for some of the size of the space that was in that original plan. Was in the case of a disaster recovery, can we go to one location and have utilities, public works, finance, HR, all in one location to where we can bring them up easy? Or are we going to be having people spread out all over town and trying to get everybody up that way? So all of that is part of our disaster recovery that we're looking at. And it's not necessarily just if a tornado hits, it's also if we get hit by cyber, how do we come back up? And so we're looking at our backup systems. Currently, we have a good backup system. It will come up, but we can't access it. So we have to look at what do we need to do to get all of that up to the point to whereas we can bring it up, now we can access it, and that data is good. So those are the things that we're looking at, that we're trying to work through. We're constantly looking at our software, our hardware, bringing it up to speed. And then the thing that we have to look at, I've got a great team that works with me. And I challenge especially Corey, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? And then one of the things that we're really looking at is educating our people. Our people are extremely talented, but we spent a lot of time just doing the day-to-day things that technology is even surpassing some of CT. And so now we've got to try to get our folks that education that they need so that they can start exploring how do we move forward and make sure that the city is up to date. We're able to not go to Google to try to figure out how to fix things. So we've got to educate our folks. And like I said, we've got a great team. I could not do this without them. As we do that, we're able to now look at the equipment replacement strategy. We've worked with Sean on a 10-year plan. All of our equipment is in there. We've worked with finance so that now we know exactly how much we're going to be spending to upgrade, how much to replace. All of that is being broken down from computers to software to renewals to cell phones. You name it, we've got it broken down so that at any given time, we can tell you over a 10-year period how we're going to level load that. And then that allows us to operate within that budget so that we don't have those spikes that drives Debbie crazy.
And we're centralizing phones as an example under CT rather than having that be disparate agreements and contracts across all the different departments, as an example.
Yeah, it used to be everybody would take care of their own stuff. And then what we found is that in some cases, people were just letting the automatic renewal go. The problem is with that automatic renewal, it had an automatic increase in costs. And nobody was, a lot of people weren't keeping track of that because, CT's paying the bill, but it's your account. Well, now CT has the account and we're monitoring the bill and we're finding a lot of opportunities that we can drive costs down. And so those are the things that we keep bringing back to the city manager's office. If we do this, we can do this. And then we get with finance to make sure that we're looking at all of our numbers correctly. Some of the other stuff we're doing as far as software, you heard a lot of the departments talk about software that they're bringing in. They're inviting us to the table so that we can make sure that we're approaching things the right way and that we have it in our plan to renew if we don't have it already budgeted for it new. And so we're trying to make sure that those things are already kept into play. Then you get into marketing management, which is one of the things we did was we brought the media department under CT. We've got a couple of guys here that have been doing a great job there. And so we're trying to make sure that we're marketing Salina, marketing our city, making sure that we're doing the things to get everybody the visibility, to get the citizens the visibility of what's going on inside the city of Salina and how you can actually move forward there. We're working with HR to try to put together something that helps put us out there in the forefront that says, hey, you need to come work for the city of Salina. So we're doing a lot of different things in that aspect. The meeting management, which is going to be Provox, we're looking at that as far as your paperless packets. Are there going to be computers at the dais? All of those things are things that we're sitting at the table with trying to figure out what's the best way to approach those things. So we did also, from a CPI perspective, we've been working with a number of departments. The last class that we've got actually going on is with Public Works, and they've got a number of good projects that are going on there. You've heard Jim talk about a couple of the projects and some of the other, Lauren talk about some of the projects that they've got going on there. But those are the things that we're trying to get done as far as helping everybody understand that we cannot separate efficiency and effectiveness. A lot of times they'll come to you and they'll show you we're efficient, but they won't tell you whether or not they're effective. Or they'll tell you this is how effective we are, but we're not going to tell you if we're efficient or not. And so one of the things we're trying to get everybody to understand is you can't separate the two. So I've got to come to the city commissioners and tell you I'm efficient, but I'm not very effective. This is what's not being done. One of the big questions, Jim Toich went out and asked his guys, okay, what aren't you telling me? And when he asked him that question, everybody got real quiet. And he just looked at him and he said, that's what I thought. You're telling me the good stuff to make me feel good, but you're not telling me what I really need to know in order to run the department. And so those are the conversations that we're actually having with those departments when they come to class. Like I said, we've relocated the media department inside. We believe we've got 85 to 90% of what we want as far as equipment. As you can tell, even here, we've gone wireless on our cameras. And so it allows us to set up, tear down, and the quality has gotten a lot better. One of the things we are looking at, I've taxed them with also, is the quality of the cameras inside 107. Because in comparing them, it looks a little grainy. So we want to make sure that we're giving the best quality that we can so that when somebody pulls up the city of Salina on YouTube, it's a great picture. The quality is sound.
The consistency problems we had beforehand. We need to solve grainy, but we consistently putting out a quality product.
Yeah, you don't see us go down. We stay up all the time, and it's not anything that I've done. Cash and David have done a great job, and David takes a lot of that on. Cash does a lot of does actually all of our Facebook, Twitter,
social media.
So all of that social media stuff that I don't do, he takes care of all of that. And so those guys, we meet every other week. We go over what our objectives are, and they take the ball and run. And then a lot of times they'll come back and say, we want to do this. We want to try this. And so all I'm doing is just providing direction. And so those guys are doing a great job out and of themselves. When we run into problems, we bring them to Mike or Jacob or Sean and say, this is where we are. This is what we need. And we usually, they work with us to help us to get where we wanted to go. But the primary thing that we're trying to do now is make sure that we've got the right equipment in. And we've got, this year, we're going to be changing out a lot of old equipment because we haven't gone out for bid. And we are now getting our computers far less than what we were paying for before because we decided, we've been doing business with this company for a long time, but we haven't gone out for bid in over 5 years. So we went out for bid. They didn't make the cut. Sorry about that, but we're moving on. And so that's what we're doing. We're trying to make sure everything goes by the numbers. We follow our processes. We've got documents that were outdated. Those are now being updated, put into place that we can follow. But the big thing that we're really focusing on is cybersecurity. And so some people aren't happy because we're starting to lock things down, but we've actually had phishing emails get into our system and we were able to stop them. But and being part of GMIS, which is in Kansas and throughout the nation and the world, municipalities are being targeted more and more frequently. And a lot of them are actually getting hit. So it's not just being targeted, they're being successful. And so we're trying to address that. We've got one with Mike and with Nancy. And the problem that we're seeing coming down the pike is that the insurance companies aren't wanting to do cyber insurance. They're getting fewer and fewer. And so one of the things that we're trying to focus on is how do we get to the point where we can come back to Mike and say, if you want to be self-sufficient, we can do that because we have the infrastructure to make sure that we're where we need to be. And so we're working those plans to bring to him to make those decisions as well. But cyber is really high on our list of priorities. So that's quick little rundown of what we got.
What steps have been taken in user training and education?
We have those.
Cybersecurity, you mean?
Yeah, that's the door to,
Yep.
that you're just your average user.
Well, Lauren made a passing comment, I think it was Lauren, about Scott tripping staff up with fake phishing emails, and we have a whole, and he can describe it, but we have a whole system. I've clicked on the wrong email and had to be retrained at least once. Some other people have had to be retrained more than once, but we have education, and then we have stealthy follow-up.
It's constant. It's not earmarked. It's sporadic. So you can't say, well, I got it. I won't get another one for another quarter or 6. You might get one. You might get another one the next week. So what we're trying to do is make sure that everybody stays vigilant in receiving these, and in doing so, you know, if you go through the training and everything, it tells you, make sure you look at these 3 things. We always tell everybody, go back and check Barracuda. Make sure that whoever is sending it to you is the actual person that's sending it to you. And a lot of times our systems from the outside, it will catch it and it will block it. And so Jacob had a scenario where he was working with a company. Well, the company actually had its server come from outside of America. Our system wouldn't let him receive the emails. And so we had to go in there and clear it and say, okay, yes, you can. These are good to receive. And so those are the things that we're doing. You know, some people get upset because you have to use Duo to get in. Well, why do I have to do that? Why? It's because we're just trying to protect our system.
I think we shared at some point along the line, and we don't have a whole lot of time, but you brought in an outside assessor that
We did a pen
I
test.
was, pleasantly surprised with how well we fared. Not to say that we don't have vulnerabilities, but we came out a lot better than I might have expected.
We did a pen test that checked our internal. We're going to do 2 pen tests this year to check internal again and check external, to where we don't let them put a device in. I want you to see if you can penetrate our defenses and see where we're great, see where we're not so great, so that we can come back and say, okay, we need to beef this up. We need to get another piece of equipment, because what we're trying to do is make sure that we get layers in. We don't want one piece of equipment that does everything, because once you break it, you're in. So we're trying to set up as many layers as we can, so that if you do happen to get past one, there's 3 or 4 more sitting behind you that you got to try to break in to get through. So that's where we are.
Was the proposed redundant temporary command center for a disaster, was that part of the fire station before they got cut in the downsizing, or was that still in the building?
Yeah, so there is still space for backups and everything that IT will need to do to make that our offsite data storage facility. What the training facility, the reduced size of that won't allow us to set up temporary offices for people
But the equipment.
But the equipment will still be there. Everything can still fit. So there, I think we reduced the size of the IT room by 70 square feet or something like that, but there's still plenty of room.
So our original continuity of operations plan had TPEC as the location for that. Now we have the police training center, so we have options, but
Sufficiently far away. And is this, just out of curiosity, the segmented fiber, and is that fiber that's already in the ground that you just asked to use, or
No.
you got to lay it?
No, that's fiber that's going to be laid. We've actually worked, or actually not worked, we've talked with a company that's here in Kansas that will come and put the fiber in. They will also help us find grants, funding, that they've worked with other municipalities in Kansas that they've been able to fund up to 70% of putting the fiber in. And so they said that they will actually go out and find the funding. If we can go out and find some more additional funding, then that's what we're going to do to try to reduce that cost as much as possible. But before we can get into any of that, we're trying to make sure that we do our due diligence to make sure we understand how it's supposed to work. And then once that's done, we're going to sit down with Mike and Jacob and Sean and say, okay, what do we need to do to get this ready to go before the city commission so that we can move forward on that? Because the school system and the county would be able to say, you know, we want to put X number of pair in as well when that goes in. But we're also looking at, are we going to have 6 pair, 8 pair? Because what we want to do is make sure that our fire and police have its own private pair, so that nothing else is on that, so that we can start to separate those, so that if by chance we do get breached, you can't get far. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to do, is separate everything so that somebody can't get in and then cross over and get on
You
the
could
other
lay the
platform.
cable for all three at the same time,
Correct.
which would make sense.
So who is our provider
For,
for online access?
yeah, I'm not understanding your question.
Your internet provider.
Our internet provider, our internet provider now is coming through Nextech, is where we get a lot of our fiber and stuff like that we use now, is through Nextech.
Was the fire station chosen for that just because it's the next building being built?
No, it was chosen because of the distances it is away from the main city county building. TPAC is not that far, so the probability of that getting hit when the city gets hit is high. Going over to the facility across the street didn't make sense either. So that's why the fire department or the police training center was the other option.
The space at TPAC is not, it's not conducive. It's not a very, it's not specific to IT. It's like underneath the stairs somewhere in the back.
Plus it has,
It's just not a very good, it's not a very good location.
it has another
for the backups.
requirement placed on it, as far as in the event of emergency, people could actually come here as a shelter. So that takes it away from us as well.
Our servers backed up to Missouri.
Our servers are backed up. We actually can back them up here at TPAC, is where our backup system is.
It's local here.
Yes, it's local. Now we're looking at taking some of the stuff to the cloud, but you have to remember, somebody's cloud is nothing but somebody else's mainframe system. So where we have our own system right now, it's just going to be somebody else's system somewhere else, and that's just the cloud.
I think is that GovBuilt did the website, said they were backed up.
GovBuild is our website, yes. They're not our internet, so that's our website. They're backed up in Azure.
All of our backup is local.
Right.
Not really a question, but just an observation. I commend you guys on being so diligent about cybersecurity. Long Island attended a class on it last year, and it sounds like an absolute nightmare. And it sounds like a lot of cities are paying that ransom just to get it over and done with. And it makes sense the insurance companies are maybe a little bit tentative about having the kind of coverage. The other thing I wanted to mention is I've noticed over the last 2 years, the basically social media presence for the city has just improved tremendously. And it's noticeable, I think, not just only by us, but members of the community, and it's appreciated.
Thank you.
And we got to thank Cash for that as well.
It's not me.
And the quality of our broadcast.
Yeah, you guys are doing fantastic.
Makeup artist is really good.
The technology, the AI technology might be out there for that. Anything else CT related? All right, we got a little bit of time for wrap up. I guess my one question for you is topics, items, things that we just have missed that you want to add to the conversation. And I say the conversation, we're still brainstorming. Anything to add?
I think there's enough on your plate.
Well, doesn't mean there isn't something pressing that needs to be added.
We spent enough money today.
I'm just sitting here thinking, just wrote down a bunch of wrote down a bunch of numbers, but again, at the budgeting time, we've got to look at sales tax, property tax, wish, or look at our wish list, look, and, start figuring out, what can we, I don't think we can fund everything.
Agreed.
So
I think we are a lot further along in our capital improvement planning. We're a lot further along in our financial planning. We still have some, replacement schedules that we know we need to address, and we don't have those completely fleshed out. But I think this conversation starts to inform some of the rest of those big ticket items, some of those asks, some of those long-term investments, and it starts to come back together as part of our budget conversation.
So at some point, you have to prioritize.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think as this, state sales tax on food goes to zero, we're gonna be under pressure to reduce our local tax.
I share that fear. It's a fear for me, but yes,
I'm just grateful they didn't mandate that we had to do it. That's it, because that's a fight we may have to have. I mean, and we only have 3 ways of collecting fees: property tax and sales tax. The sales tax goes away, it puts more pressure on your property tax.
So one of the things that we've paid attention to is the state has not created a mechanism for individual cities to opt out of sales tax on food yet. I think that's incrementally the next step. Could be that states taking theirs to zero and individually cities can decide whether they want to tax food or not. That then starts that pressure of some communities are and some communities aren't potentially. I mean, I completely understand the rationale behind it, but it certainly has a financial impact on our operations.
But you look at how they're intertwined. I don't know how much of that is the state's is 5%. That's money that a family could shift towards paying childcare. I mean, it's usually when people get money back, they spend it, they don't save it. But it's I guess, just personally for me, I prefer property tax to take a bigger burden because it's the one thing that everybody shares in, directly or indirectly. If you're buying a house, you pay it directly. If you're paying rent, you pay a higher rent. But it is truly eventually spread out over the whole community. Sales tax, if your income is low, you don't get a lower sales tax at Billings. 10% of your money is gone the minute you walk in the door.
Yeah, I'm more of a sales tax because not only is it, I think it's spread out through the community, but it's spread out through Republic County, Cloud County. I like, when I see cars from Ottawa County and Cloud County at Sam's and Walmart and Dillon's, I know they're buying food, and those dollars are coming from other counties into here. That's.
Well, if you got the money, it's easy, right?
And if property taxes go up, rents go up.
And that's,
right, and that's the reason everybody shares.
Yeah, because I think sometimes people do get hung up on the idea that, hey, I rent, the property tax going up doesn't affect me.
It does.
It may not immediately, but eventually it will.
So one of the reasons we put together a model that Debbie shared with you in the orientation conversation of assuming 5% growth in expenses, assuming average growth in franchise fees, assuming no growth in property tax. That assumption was not a recommendation or a political. It was on the revenue neutral expectation and kind of that general community expectation that property taxes aren't going to go up. I was trying to assess right now we are able to bank a little bit of money. Our revenue is exceeding our expenditures for a change. But there's a point of inflection. To maintain break even, we need 9.5% annual growth in sales tax. That's not realistic consistently, not for our community. Some communities maybe, and it just makes the point that we remain in a precarious position. There's a point of inflection somewhere out in the future.
And sales tax is increasing, and it's, there's several factors and some numbers that came out the other day. I do believe our population's increasing. With population increase should become an increase in sales tax. Now, the other day we had that one chart that showed that our draw factor was lessening, which I don't always know if I believe these numbers. I don't know if that's true or not. I really think our draw factor is still pretty high for this area. But then again, you see sales tax increase, how much is that due to inflation? And will inflation drop back some? Will prices drop back some where sales tax drops back? I think it's going to take a while to work through all this, or maybe see if our sales tax is continually increasing. You know, I think there's enough factors there that it's going to take a couple, 3 years to maybe see if
Well,
we
it's like the
are
prices of
continually.
houses.
What's that?
Price of the houses is great when they go up when you're selling. It's
Yeah.
it's horrific when you're buying.
And the pull factor, Debbie and I talked about that a little bit, and Debbie tried to do some research that there was a consistent drop in pull factor across a lot of communities, and it's a theory that we haven't had confirmed, but I think part of that might be a transition to online purchasing. Some of that may be people that used to commute to Salina to make purchases are able to make them online, and then Salinans are making purchases online. We get sales tax on those online transactions, so the revenue is protected. That pull factor is a measure of spending in the community compared to income in the community. So I think the online sales may be part of the contributing factor that changed.
Like a pretty
You
big
mentioned-
drop off.
Yeah.
So, does the chamber or the EDO aggressively, proactively meet with big businesses? I mean, sometimes you don't know a business is thinking about leaving until they're already gone. But as an example, the secondary money that followed Dillon's out of town, I'm not Dillon's, Dillard's out of town, I think was significant. For guys, if we want to get real clothes, we got to go out of town.
Yep.
And if we go to Wichita to shop, we're not just shopping at one store there, we're shopping at a lot. But I've heard rumors and stories, but does the chamber or anyone here get involved in those private talks to say, dudes, can you work this out?
The chamber used to before we went to the EDO model. I know the EDOs, but those conversations are more primarily at core employers and manufacturers,
Right.
not necessarily retailers. I do know they have some dialogue with retailers, but I don't know that they have a deliberate approach of following up with employers like they used to.
Just look at the big ones, Office Max, Dillard, just
Those are
things that people
those
would
are
drive in.
corporate decisions.
Right, and a lot of
They
those
have to
decisions
know
are made
that-
1,000 miles away. But there are also reasons why a lot of people would drive into Salina to go shop.
I would say that the owners of the mall continue to work at trying to fill their space and find occupants, and we've had a little bit of conversation recently, not necessarily through the chamber, but about economic development incentives for, at the time, it was a proposed restore operation in one of those spaces. But out of that, we also learned what some of their other prospects were, and they're continuing to try to fill those spaces.
Incentive to fix that parking lot. You're gonna need an Abrams tank to go through that thing pretty soon.
Just be thankful that company that used to own it, that owns down West Mall in Wichita, doesn't still. They killed the power there again yesterday.
Did they get it?
All right, well, not to belabor the point, I just want to give you the opportunity. So I don't know that we'll use the same approach as we did last year in terms of voting and getting your feedback, but I will put together some type of exercise to give you an opportunity to give us feedback. It helps us, number one, confirm, is there, yes, that's something you see value in pursuing, yes, no, and then how much of a priority is it?
Procedural, is it the preference that we have marathon department presentations for a budget before our meeting twice a month, or throw in a first Monday to combine several of those?
I think
a long study session on a Monday, but
I
no
heard
meeting.
mention the possibility of 3 study sessions.
Yeah.
How you?
Yeah.
Well, the budget ones themselves, if you do one department a week,
Yeah.
But if you had,
I think we're going to try and streamline some of that. In the past, it seems like we've gone over the same things multiple times, and what we're going to try to do is get your guidance first time, and not have to repeat some of that. So I think we'll be able to close down and not do as many study sessions as we did in the past.
But having said that, if you're willing to take an off Monday
Yep.
and commit that to budget, I think it'll help the conversation. I think it'll help us with the budget preparation as well, to just kind of come in and cover a pretty wide swath of that conversation in one fell swoop.
An all day.
Maybe it doesn't have to be all day like
Oh, no.
today, but maybe 2/3 of a day, or a good
Start
portion
late
of a day.
afternoon.
Yeah.
So
If you're open to that,
even when, 2 to 6, that's time, it lightens up those,
Right.
because sooner or later, we're gonna have a monster regular meeting. Your agenda can look nice, but all it takes is somebody saying the wrong thing, and everybody in the world wants to talk about it, and you're there until 8:30 at night.
okay. We'll
It's coming.
compile all this and get back with
You know
you
it's
for
coming.
additional feedback and turn this into a prioritization exercise. Thank you.
Thank you.